Welcome home, gamer, and welcome back to Mechabellum, where we have today's A Rust and Furious tournament. We are joining in progress. I had to pick Kiddo up at a 1 p.m. Eastern, so we're joining the first match in progress. We will be shoutcasting this with Stoney. That is the plan, but for match 1, we figured it's a little bit easier to run broadcast booths without introducing casters in the middle of the match. So, we are joining this match in round 5. We will be doing the hide chat window. Spectators do include Stoney, so this is the one Stoney is casting as well. We are on round 5. Near side is the team Steel. Wait. Near side. There's a lot of stuff here. Right. Round 1. Near side is the team Flat White, consisting of Steel Sane and Play Archer. Far side, in red, the team 501, 501, 501, with Sacco and Forgotten Arbiter. Steel Sane, of course, 5th from Asia, Advanced Group 5. Sacco was the mini tournament America's champion this week. The last mini tournament, in fact, that was the last tournament, full stop, of Season 1. Steel Sane on the near side is a missile specialist, which is very, very powerful in 2v2. We should probably not be on the auto camera. Let's get that right. Looks like the 501s are playing a whole bunch of Raiden. Steel Sane was a missile specialist. Play Archer was a quick supply specialist. For Sacco and Arbiter, an amplify specialist and giant specialist respectively. And even the debuffed Raiden, good enough that we are running it. Hello, Fab4. How is the 24 hours? Are you still alive? Are you still sane? All right, this match is over. The 501 defeated. Upset win for the white here, for Flat White. So that was round 1 of this tournament. Round 2, we will be continuing with Flat White against Salty Owl. We pick up a bunch of the... We'll come back to the 501, 501 at in round 5. We'll pick up Sacco and Arbiter then. I'm in a broadcast booth with Stoney, just waiting for him to pick us up there. So let's take a look at this this battlefield, what we had so far. It's double-teched Raidens for Arbiter, single-teched for Sacco, and it just looks like a tempo game where these two are presumably in the long-term comp but got tempoed out. The haste module Stormcallers and looks like Division Steel Balls. It just ended 15 minutes ago. Have you had coffee? Are you exhausted or are you wired? At the 12-hour mark, I started having Red Bulls and only had 3 from that point on. Okay. Oh, 3 in the... Yeah. It's tough. It is definitely a tough... I admire the grind, sir. I admire the grind. Welcome in, Sneaky Melon. How you guys doing? Pretty exhausted, but you're going to play the tourney. Excellent. We'll see how that goes. I'm going to be casting the this one. Let's return out to lobby and see what else we have in the 2v2 format. Looks like I think this Skate Chemtrails one is one of ours. So Costalia is a female German player. So Skay, of course, you guys know well. Chemtrails and Saltzwerk. On the far side are the space captains, I believe. Right now, it's Salty Owl versus Woot's Minions. Okay, so Skay and Chemtrails are Woot's Minions, which is the... And, oh, they chose this name to troll Woot because they're both banned in his channel. That is amazing. Hello, Dorgon. Welcome in, Yatsunehiko. This is the 2v2 tournament, the Rust and Furious 2v2 tournament that we're taking a look at. It looks like Woot's minions are in complete control for Costalia and Saltzwerk. Apparently, Costalia and Hawk in Space play a lot of 2v2 together, but Hawk chose to partner with Till. And that leaves Hawk and Till as Team Overlord Strom Schiffer. Yeah, I can't say it all. But, so Costalia gets in as Saltzwerk's team partner. Made it to the finals. There's a final 6 out of this team format. What they're doing is they're playing a round robin. So every team plays it plays their match kind of in sequence. And, simultaneous matches like World Cup style. And in here, Woot's Minions, Skay, and Chemtrails defeating the Team Salty Owl between the Owl, Costalia, and Saltzwork. So they get to 1-0. That joins the Flat White as at the 1-0 level. Noobs Are Us and Overlord Realm are the other team that would be going on. I think those have finished. I think that match has finished. So that match is definitely finished. There are no tournament matches. Yes, I know. It's sad. All right. So we will be following Skay and Chemtrails in the next round.
Hey, Amarok.
Hello, hello. How are you?
Good, good. I'm gonna loop you in.
Excellent.
Okay, so the next round is gonna be for us. It's gonna be Flat White versus Salty Owl. Let's get my setup here. Just waiting for the games to start.
Fair enough. How did the first game go?
That went pretty good. Ended in 5 rounds between Taco and Arbiter and Steel Sand and Play Archer. Won by Steel Sand and Play Archer.
Yeah, we managed to jump in just for the 5th round of that. So I didn't know how it had gotten to that state.
Yeah, the Raiden defense was a pretty good, a very high tempo game from a very defensive team.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to see something like that happening.
2v2 is very high tempo because if both sides win, you can really knock a game out in 4 or 5 rounds really quickly.
Oh, for sure. Man, what is happening?
So we're just waiting for invites.
Yeah, well, waiting for them to create the rooms.
Right.
Do I have? I do. Let me just grab Play Archer. Play Archer should be at the top of them.
Yeah, day 2 of season is the MMR channel, or MMR and Combat Power were pretty tough. They were pretty jumbled up.
Need to look down the MMR line here. You can help me out here. Maybe just check the MMR and try and Play Archer. let me know what their ranking is so I can add them.
Well, he's off the 401, right? He's going to be on World. Steel Stain is 82.
Yep. So I got Steel Saint. Um,
Play Archer's 143.
go for I'm gonna put back the stream.
Okay.
Great. Well, welcome back, and we are gonna go. Oh, all right, welcome back, and we're gonna go into the second round here. But joining me, we have Amarok.
Hello, hello. How is everybody today? Thanks for having me, Stoney. It's a real pleasure to be here. We're really looking forward to this. This is the first 2v2 tournament that has been kind of open to all, and that has me very excited. I've been looking forward to that for a long, long time. So really appreciate the work that you and Uncle Lazy have done to organize and make this happen.
Yeah, very glad to have you here. So, first round, we saw some very explosive action. The game ended in 5 rounds for at least the one that I casted between Sacco, Arbiter versus Steel Sin and Play Archer. And this time, we're going to look at Steel Sin Play Archer playing against Salty Owl, which is Castelia and Salzburg.
Yeah.
Any
Certainly,
blind predictions so far?
after what we saw in round one, I think you'd have to take Flat White as the favorites there. But I was going to say, tempo is very important in 2v2. If you are not used to 2v2 pacing, it's really easy to underestimate how close a game is to over, and to kind of miss the timing elements that a lot of the things that you would do in terms of like, oh yeah, well, round 4 super supply is obvious, right? But it's not in a 2v2 match, because that match might be over by round 5, as you guys saw.
Hmm.
So it's a very different tempo. It's really easy to get caught out.
Yeah, and especially right now with just the huge giant swing starting at round 4, at round 5 and 6, whatever team isn't prepared adequately could just take like a 3,000, 4,000 hit onto their HP, and sometimes that could be all of their HP in one single round.
Exactly. Other thing
First,
to
let's look at the unit choices.
I was going to say
Yep, go ahead.
the other thing to know about 2v2 that your viewers may not be accustomed to, 2v2, it tends to really reward the hyperscaling comps. So units that rely on the experience, right? If you win the cross court battle, you win your side and then wind up farming experience off of your partner's opponent. All those things like carry arc lights or hyperscaling Mustangs that really rely on getting experience into units quickly can overwhelm and establish kind of a permanent dynamic where the two cross-court opponents are the ones actually facing each other, and they're farming experience from their direct opponent.
That's an excellent point. I mean, there's a lot to feed, especially in the end game of 2v2s.
Mm-hmm. So even
All right.
sledges tend to hyperscale really quickly in 2v2. I actually overestimated them in 1v1 for a long time because I had more 2v2 experience than 1v1. And I couldn't get my hyperscaling comps to hyperscale in 1v1 the way that I could in 2v2. There wasn't enough to farm.
Yeah. Well, looking at the bottom here, we do have, again, a very defensive board. We've got sledges close to the line, marksmen to follow, and lots of crawlers running forward. And then at the top, a very defensive board as well. It's just a row of marksmen and a bit of tanking. So I feel like both players are kind of preemptively preparing for an inevitable riding transition down the line and just lining up the marksmen starting at round 1.
Does seem like the play, for sure.
Fairly even fight here. We got our first reinforcement card. It's going to be heavy armor for Play Archer, missile strike for Castalia. Where can Castalia strike? I guess there's going to be some marksman, maybe? Marksman and crawler here. Missile strike for Mr. Steel saying, getting into a very unfortunately placed location where the 2 marksmen, 1 sledgehammer, and the arc light are all within that missile strike radius. So that is slightly unfortunate.
Yeah, missile strike very powerful in 2v2 because it's not like you're going to have everybody shielding the entire board, especially on round 2. I think the missile specialist is a lot stronger in 2v2 for that reason.
And I'll go as far as saying the abilities are pretty strong in 2v2 because you have the option to combo, right? So,
Right.
for example, if you're getting Bombard or Lightning Storm, and your teammate can just donate the 150 resource to buy oil and tie their army down, and all of a sudden you got this massive kill zone where your ability is going to land, and then you can use the oil and light on fire the next turn. So the synergies can really snowball from there.
Right, and you
All right,
can
so-
do the double nuking one side, etc. So,
Oh, that's a super juicy missile strike on Custodia's board.
yeah.
0 marksman left over and extremely weakened tank, so that side is going to fall very quickly. Yeah, Steel Sand side, we have Stonecallers, Tarantulas, Arc Nemesis. Whenever I'm playing spiders and I see Stonecallers, I run the other direction.
Well, the thing I like that he did there was that flank pull, which he did not expect to win that flank, right? But especially not against a Fire Badger specialist. But what it did was pulled enough of the chaff that he was able to get a very quick lock on a Tarantula. A quick Tarantula kill with a marksman and almost win that left side.
Now, despite its numerous advantages, surprisingly, this round did not go in that much of a favor to our Team Blue. I thought they would have just completely rolled his opponent over.
The sledges with heavy armor are strong. Tarantula with heavy armor was even stronger. Okay. For our drops, I do wish that we could see what the options were in some way. We get a Sabertooth for Castalia.
Vulcan drop, round 3. Wow, okay. I am liking the Vulcan right here in the middle because this board can just now very seamlessly transition into Vulcan Marksman. Sabertooth for Steel Saying.
Gotta figure the Sabertooth is the best sell value, as well as just being large hit points to put on the board. But do remember, Play Archer and Saltzwork each have the heavy armor already that they could sell out of, and heavy armor that neither of them wanted it, but could have sold out of their existing heavy armor unit to move that into the Saber for the Giant.
All right, so it's going to be a Scorpion here for Southwards and into Steel Sing with the level 3 Sabertooth. On the right here, we have Sabertooth from Castalia into a Vulcan Marksman transition with the unit drop Vulcan plus an additional Vulcan. I think that's a very strong transition considering he really doesn't have any chaff clear except those sledges up to
And
up to
Steel Sane, as the missile specialist, saved a missile, put it on the exact same spot for Castalia. And this is a place where 2v2 communication is so important, where it would have been really helpful to her for her partner to have said, oh, hey, by the way, Steel Sane has a missile strike up, and may well try to be hitting that same area. Because that was so devastating to her board last round. And you can see it's equally devastating this round.
All right, the Vulcans are putting in the work, and the fire is allowing these marksmen to start to scale. We already have a few level 2 marksmen. I think we can end up with 3 level 2 marksmen next round. Fourth one, nope, 4 level 2 marksmen. So that is going to pretty good into whatever is remaining. So in this case, the end game is going to consist of some Scorpions and some marksmen. Close.
One Vulcan to rule them all. 350 damage leaves you at 4,500 to 4,900.
Oil gets picked because of Vulcan. Makes sense.
They're really picking on Castalia's side, too. They oiled and missile dropped it last round. They're oiling it again. So that seems to be the designated... We want Castalia to lose that side so that we can hyperscale play archers.
I wonder if Steel Sane is also going to pick the oil. I feel like oil is just very strong. One is just there's already Vulcan on the board, and two, the Stormcallers can be just turned into Fire Callers for Steel Sane in the later round. So
yeah,
I wonder if that's the case.
This time it's going to be shielded.
And, double oil.
This oil positioning on the middle of the board is actually really tricky to shield because, of course, your shield has to be completely in your territory. It's really tough to get the shields in the middle. It makes that shield drop item that can show up as a card particularly valuable, so you can put it in this between area when needed.
All right, so let's look at both boards here. First of all, the Steel Sane and Southward. Right now, the chaff clear for both sides seems to be slightly weak, right? For Southward, the only the 3 chaff clear units are 2 Tarantulas and Firebat. His opponent only runs 4 Sledges, which I would say is probably adequate chaff clear, with a level 2 Stonecaller to do the majority of the damage to Scorpion and Tarantula combo.
Oil will be the chaff clear for half board here.
I feel like what will happen down the round is that the Play Archer's board is going to scale out of control with this high level marksman. And that is going to help mop up whatever is remaining on the his partner's board, which I think at the moment he's not winning. He's marksman though.
The Saltzwork has just leveled 2 of his marksmen as well. So he'll get up to a 2, a 3, and a 2, I believe. But the Play Archers are already teched. He's got 5 of them, 3 level 2s.
Now, one thing to note with the Play Archer's board is that right now these Vulcans have no tech, which means right after that initial wave of Crawler is eliminated, the marksman gets a lock on onto Vulcans. because they now share the same range as the sledgehammers. I think the moment they start taking range on this Vulcans, then he will get a lot more tanking from these two sledgehammer, and there it is. And that is going to change the board drastically because these marksmen are just so much bigger than his opponents.
And here you can see Saltzwerk takes the melting point not to counter anything Steel Sane has, but because Saltzwerk needs to be countering the Vulcans at the end game. The Vulcans have now been ranged, just as you said. These do not run Best Partner, so their Play Archer is not going to be in a Best Partner marksman build. Steel Sane does, but his marksmen are behind in techs and a bit behind in levels as well.
Mm-hmm. All right, looks like both teams are just trying to converge into the Vulcan marksman meta, whereas opponents are trying to defend in different ways. Now, how do you feel about the Phoenixes with the marksman from Steel Sane side? I always find that a little odd.
I find it odd if you've got them teched to do the same job, and in this instance, they're not quite the same, where he's got his marksman tech for anti-air and maximum damage, and his Phoenix tech with shield and EMP. So it may turn into the Phoenix delivering EMP on, for example, that melting point over there, or the critical elements like the Scorpions. Scorpions or Tarantulas. We'll see how that develops. It does seem odd to me if you have them teched to do the exact same role. I have been wondering if there's a build out there for Assault Mode Marksman plus Phoenix.
I'm sure somebody's tried it. Sparty's probably tried it inside of my practice games. Right. Well, so far, we're at round 5. I think our blue team only took about the first round from the red, and the red has been winning all these other rounds. So good job to them, since blue was favored at the beginning of this match.
Yeah, Salty Owl doing very, very well against Flat White. Flat White, of course, beat the 501, 501, 501 team in round 1, so that kind of put them in the potentially a driver's seat if they had won out. Salty Owl lost round 1 to the Woots Minions team. They need to bounce back with a win here.
All right. We're going to have double bombard picking on Steel Sane a little bit, but it's being met by a nuke going into Saltzwerk's board, and I think that nuke will land, I think maybe onto the Scorpion and Tarantula, depending on the chaff wave. It's always risky to get nuke going when you're running to Stormcallers, especially right now with Saltzwerk not having any chaff in front of the shield, so the splash from the Stormcallers might potentially pop that shield. But I feel Play Archer's board is becoming very strong, with now the leveled Vulcan.
Yeah, leveled Vulcan. He's 2 techs in on the marksman. He's winning the marksman war, and this is one of the things I was talking about at the start of the match. Those hyperscale comps, like and anything that relies on elite marksmen, really can get out of control on a 2v2 board. And the reason for that has been exactly what I was describing, where Play Archer was feeding off of first Saltzwerk's, or first Castalia's board, and then Saltzwerk's.
Ooh, the units are running out of the shield bubble, which means they will get nuked, and that is a huge loss here for Saltzwerk on that side. Now, can Castalia stay in the game, maybe picking off some of these Vulcans? Because as of right now, we have 5 Vulcans still alive, 4 Vulcans still alive. Tower. Ooh, it's not looking good.
It's looking like about 2,000 damage that Salty Owl are going to take here. And despite both taking Bombard, that's almost 3,000 damage. The Salty Owl are down to 2126, while Flat White are on 2300.
We've got Lightning Storm. I wonder if it's going to be a double Lightning Storm somewhere.
I think at this stage
I
it
mean, the
almost
middle
has to
looks
be a
real juicy.
quad Lightning Storm. I'd be very surprised if anybody passes it up. That may be a game-ending mistake, honestly. We are going to hyper-range the Scorpion there, that level 3 Scorpion. But double Lightning up the middle. Breakthrough shields, be getting to all the units that are protecting other units. And you can see that Steel Sane's marksmen have also gone to the hyperscaling. Elite marksman, they finally had a round to feed, so he's got a bunch of levels into them. I think the
That's
double
the problem with
lightning
2v2s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just with abilities like this, it just prevents any sort of late arriving chat because none of them is going to survive anyways. And if you have enough giants left on that round, you win the game.
Well, I don't think of that as a problem with 2v2. I think in this particular instance, it's a mistake by Saltzwork to take the laser sight rather than taking the spell. At this juncture, you've got to recognize that either side can take 2,000 damage in a single round, and double spell is going to ensure that 2,000 damage happens to you, not to the team. You're never going to get a chance to leverage that. You're never going to get a chance to leverage the laser sights. And again, that will be somebody who is playing a lot more 1v1 and just doesn't have quite the same feel for the tempo of a 2v2. You're not going to get, especially on this compact map, you're just never going to get those 11, 12, 13 round games where you're in a hyper range war.
Looking like 2,000 damage maybe. Well, now we'll see. I think these two Vulcans will die. One more shot. Oh, a Vulcan. But nevertheless, I think that is just enough
500 hit
to
points more.
win the game.
And Flat White are 2-0. Storming their way, literally this time, with both Stormcallers and Lightning Storms, storming their way to a early lead in this tournament. Of course, there's going to be 5 rounds. Get to 5-0 and you're the champion. The Flat White are 2-0 on the way. They've knocked off 501, 501, 501, and Salty Owl.
All right. So first of all, let's take a look at the score one more time. We have Flat White in the lead with 2 points, followed by Woods Minion, also 2 points on the board. At the third place is split between 501, 501, 501, and Noobs R Us. And the two teams that did not get any scores so far is the team Space Captain, because I can't pronounce that word, and Team Salty Owl.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can. That's the team's names there.
All right, we are going to get ready for our next round. Let's see if the games are created. All right, we're going to be covering Salty Owl once again, but this time it's going to be up against Noobs Are Us.
So Noobs Are Us is Sten and Arctorius. They've been playing together for quite a while. I do see Arctorius on the 2v2 ladder far more frequently than I've met him on the 1v1s. The reason behind the creation of that team name, they said, our team name was just a spur of the moment thing, considering we are primarily 2v2 players. We don't have the exposure a lot of the top 1v1 players do. So we thought Noobs was ironic.
But they are both very strong players in their own right.
Yep. And they they had each lost their standard partner and were solo queuing 2v2s, ran into each other, and just had a great rapport. Won that first match and hit it off, and have been playing together ever since.
That's nice. All right, so we are. If you see my name, just jump into the game or invite yourself in for spectating. I think they're trying to find you, but I don't think they need to necessarily invite you to jump in as a spectator.
Failed to join room. Join is private. Their room is private.
Oh, you just need to join to spectate.
When I click spectate, that doesn't take me to your room.
Okay. Well, the game is starting, which means you should be able to spectate in just a second. All right. I think the noobs are us on the right, so let me just adjust my logos real. All right, a bit of info for these teams. So Salty Owl, what inspired the creation of your name, Salty Owl? You said they just try to smash their names together, and since it's since Saltworks name translate into salt production facility, well, Castalia's name has an owl in her profile, so therefore, Salty Owl was born. And when asked, do you work differently or together in your play styles in 2v2? And they said, we practice a lot to somewhat come a little closer as a team, but it turns out that they're pretty much not that capable of teamwork because they don't have a lot of experience. So they're trying to help each other out and learn how things work together in different scenarios, but it's something that they look forward to improving in the future. The same question to the members of Noobs RS, and they answered, as to our play styles, we don't want to get into too much detail since that will give too much away to our opponent. Very smart. And we are off with Salty Owl versus Noobs Are Us. Okay, so at the bottom with the team blue, Salty Owl, we have Salzburg playing as an aerial spec, Astalia playing as an amplify specialist, into Sten playing as a typhoon specialist, and Arctorius also playing as an aerial spec. I think both the aerial spec players in this game are probably going to go riding, and then his opponent will have to defend. So far, any blind predictions, Samrat?
I like the way that Arctorius plays. I found him to be very, very capable in 2v2. I was ran into him a lot when he was solo queuing, and then the addition of Sten has just made that, what was already a solid and challenging player. It's made him really, really strong, and I'm just going to go with the amount of experience that they have playing 2v2s and playing together. I think is going to beat a experienced 2v2 player, Crystalia, and her relatively new teammate, Salzburg. Her normal teammate is Hawk in Space, and actually jumped to take the opportunity to play with Till. So that's kind of
right away. Yeah, I mean, right away in round one, we're starting to see some interesting decision making. I think Noobs R Us have decided that we want to take the middle towers, where Salty Owl they're undecided on that because we have a symmetrical board on the right, but we have an asymm aggro on the left. So Unfortunately, right now, all the units are being pulled to the side, so nothing is actually streaming directly down the middle.
So this formation with the heavily aggro outside from one player is very common in the 2v2 compact map. One of the basic strategies is go win that outside tower and then fight left to right across your radio dial. Assuming you're seeing it all from the blue perspective here. But when we're setting that up as a team, Alpha Titan and I would typically communicate that and set things up so that one player is defending the center well, and the other player is committed to the attack. And that second player, in this case it would be Stalia on the right, needs to know that that's happening, right? It can't be a spur of the moment, well, I decided I'm going to completely abandon the middle, right? It has to be something that's really well communicated so that she can plan her board around, around that build. It didn't look like she was given that information to understand.
The timing of the units are also problematic for Salt Owl because, yes, with the asymmetrical, the goal is to get tower and use that tower debuff to push clockwise to the other side. But I feel like right now, by the time Salt's work gets to that tower, everything in the middle is just too overwhelming for Castalia to defend. And by the time he does get to the tower, there's nothing left on Castalia's board. So he has two choices. Either he gets faster units or he divest into the middle and help defend with his teammate.
Well, that is the other thing, right? Is that outside aggro is usually done with a fast comp, and you can't really make the Saber into a fast comp. There's no text that it has that speed it up. Where, for example, your Amplify specialist could very well have built aggro sledges up on the line, aggro sledge plus crawler, and amplified those sledges, and the Sabers would have been perfect for defending the middle, right? Just big tanky units that'll destroy steel balls, etc. So it really feels like this is a bit disjointed and backwards to me. And of course, the sledges you can speed up by taking mech rage. You can get them up to 11 meters per second, 14 if you're taking temp speed from tower, and beyond that if you get a speed specialist. So.
Now we'll get into round two. So far, we do have some air units coming in from Southworks or aerial specs, so free Phoenix.
It was a drop, I believe, because Castalia has the drop, Phoenix as well.
I also got the Phoenixes.
Sten sold out of one of those steel balls in the middle to commit to more of a Mustang defense. So that is going to be the Typhoon Specialist's answer to Aerial Specialist, goes immediately to Mustangs, has them ranged already by selling the drop unit. Or not selling the drop unit, in this case it would be selling the steel balls to afford the range. I think the Mustangs were the drop.
I kind of like the steel balls. I think the steel balls can still fulfill their function until the Raiden comes out. And since the steel balls are already positioned in the middle, a mobile beacon straight downward. So far, I mean, there's nothing defending the middle whatsoever. Might actually work in their favor if that was the play.
I think he's just going to sell out of that second pack of steel balls now.
Yeah.
Just looks like it is not something he's going to commit to.
So triple underground already chosen. I wonder if it's going to be a fourth underground as well. Underground here is very strong for our red team because the blue team here, at least one of the players are playing aggro, so there's limited defense here in the back.
You can see blue are thinking about that. They played both of their undergrounds behind their own towers. So playing them defensively, not aggressively.
Trying to figure out what Sten took in this round. I know his partner took the underground, but I can't exactly figure out what
all four took the underground, I believe.
It just doesn't show up on my hover over.
Right. If you click on the prediction, join prediction, you can mouse over and get the underground from both of them.
Right. My first writing is coming now. and run straight into a fortress.
That is one of the things the Raiden is really good at, right? Is if you take the chain, first shot hits the fortress, and the second shot hits whatever the fort is trying to protect.
In this case, though, the fortress is going to be some distance away from this chaff unit. And speaking of chaff units, I don't think Sten actually. Oh, never mind. We do have the underground coming in, so those crawlers are going to do quite a lot of work.
Alright, the Phoenix have taken down one of the Typhoons. And the Sabres do some good work against the fort, which leaves all but unopposed Raiden above everything. Sabres did great at tanking a ton of Mustang damage that round by having a shorter range than either the Raiden or the Phoenix. That is why Sten had them so aggressively positioned.
Now, in my testing, there is a very small window that if you are using Fortress into the Raiden, that you can take for AA, because at the same level, for AA actually deals, I would say, just compare, because the 4AA does not scale, so it would just always be dealing the equal amount of damage. So into level 1, right, they can actually deal quite a lot. Let's say if you got 3 fortresses, and potentially just tank your way to a victory. But once the Raiden is starting to get...
Sten gets the Assault Fortress, so it's plus hit points on that one. That'll help a bit, plus 20% hit point. I agree with you what you were saying there, because the Raiden normally has so few hit points, right? It's down where the initial Overlord was, and as we kind of know, 2 forts AA barrage will handle 1 Overlord of equal level, or of level 1, right?
So here's an interesting bit of math here. The Assault Fort shoots at 90 meters. The Mustang shoots at 135 meters, plus the AA, which is an additional 30 meters. So in practice, these Mustangs would be standing about 115 meters away from the fortress, far enough not to be chained, which is 60 meters, if the Raiden are being stuck onto the fortress.
Yeah, they'll be 75 meters back. That is brilliant, Stan. That is really nice. The decreased range for the fort, keeping the AA Mustangs safe. That is a fun interaction. And Sten's partner Arctorius has added 2 Raiden, which it doesn't look like Hostalia is quite as well prepared for.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, we're still running into... we still have a level 2 sledges, which at this point, when the Raidens are on the board, are just little juicy target that they get to pop in one shot. Oh, it looks like Sten's Gambit did not work out for him. This Raiden still ended up clearing everything at the front. We'll see if it works a little better once he adds additional forts onto the ground here. Right now, I feel like these Sabertooth at level 2 are just a little bit too strong, and they always have the option of just getting double shot. But Arctorius coming in for the save.
This may just be a case of Sten's defense against the Raiden is slightly stronger than Castalia's, and Arctorius is ahead 2 Raidens to 1.
Alright, we got a unit drop here.
Wasps for Sten, I presume those would be AA'd as well, and he's also taken the AA barrage on the fort, as you said.
One thing to note is that the Salzburg right now is not hard committing into Raiden. The Raiden has not been tagged, and there are no additional Raiden onto the field, but instead it's going to be complemented by Vulcan into already into a board that has a ranged arc lights. What do you think of that?
Well, in theory, Raiden needs really good chaff clear. In practice, I think this is what I was saying, where it's Saltworks Raidens against Arctorius Raidens. You don't want to be down 3 levels at this point, 3 levels in attack. It becomes a Raiden versus Raiden war at the end game. But he's also looking at essentially 2 hard counters to the Raidens at this point. If he's gonna take any more, he's got to elite recruit them and give them attack. They're already off the board. And meanwhile, Arctorius is just running riot over there. The single level 3 Farseer that Piscalia added is not going to be enough. And Arctorius is using the triple wasp drop much the way that somebody would have used a triple wasp wasp summoning on an overlord. Be kind of out in front and shield. I imagine that those will become shielded at some point.
Uh-oh. This is where the scaling happens.
Mm-hmm. All those Raidens have leveled. So that is 7 levels of Raiden on the board already. Pistalia and Sten both very quick to take the improved firepower control. Have you run improved firepower on a Raiden yet? Is it the right spot for it?
I have, and it is. I mean, it depends on the chain breakpoint, right? So right now, these Raidens are already one-shotting a level 2 sledgehammer. So these guys do 11k, almost 12k into 8,000 HP sledgehammer. But its chain, which is only 30% of this original damage. If you take improved fire control, I think you can bump it up, not quite to the 8,300, but you can get very close to it. So if you take additional tower upgrades, you can make that breakpoint, and that becomes very strong. But right now, I'm really worried about Castalia's board. She continues to just piling onto the medium-sized units and small chaff units, all of which the Raidens are excellent into. Right now, it does not have chain, but once it does, like this entire board just kind of dies to like 6 Raidens. And all there's left is his partner, which has 3 units that can meaningfully deal with the Raidens in the air, and all of which do not have mathematical precision that Sten has with the layering between the frontline unit and then the backline. I mean, they're all very, very close to each other.
Yep. And by the time they're engaging Arctorius, they may have spread a bit. The ranged marksman should be further back, but the Farseer's not ranged. Yeah, I do think this is a walk for Arctorius at this point.
And I think even on Salzburg's board, he is just now running into the classic fort stand using Vulcan and Sabretooth, but eventually he will get outscaled because the Mustangs themselves will just get too much level. Oof, big round.
Yeah. I don't think this one is really pull-backable, barring a set of nukes you could drop on top of Arctorius's. You can't shield those in any way, so you could drop nukes on top of them and do them in succession, not necessarily on the same round. But that would be the only real way out, I think.
Chain is being taken by Arctorius. And now he's going to win this board even faster. And on Sten's side, we just have poor Stan in full swing. The Wasps are being sold off, realizing there's probably not going to be a Raiden threat. And at this point, it's very hard to just redeploy Raiden back onto the board. With full force with AA, that initial barrage is going to do quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's why I said he basically has to take that at level 2 at this point. He was going to.
We've got some underground. The only one that's being used offensively from Sten. He's very confident with his back line with the triple high level Mustangs.
Couple items on them. In case this one Mustang got too close, it's got even more range.
The one thing I do like to talk about during my tutorial is just the layering mechanic of these competitions. Like the reason that Forge Stand is powerful is because the Fords are typically the ones at the front that clears out your first layer or sometimes the only chaff clear unit. And once they're done, your Mustang can deal with the units like the Mustangs, melting points, and stuff like that. So the problem with Salzburg's board is that his chaff unit dies first, and then his carry units, which are these marksmen, are left to deal with these Mustangs. So it's kind of the opposite order of what you want to be into Forge Stand. All right, that's going to be a wrap here for our third round between Salty Owl and Noobs RS, with Noobs RS being the winner. Let's jump back into the scoreboard. Let's take a quick look.
Did I close the scoreboard?
All right, so got our scoreboard here.
That's a second win for Noobs RS, gets them up to 2 points.
We actually have a very tight race here. We got our our top 4 teams all tied with 2 wins each. We got the 2 teams that's being clubbed by everybody else so far with no wins.
That Chemtrails and Flat White versus Woot's Minions that's happening right now may actually be the title decider. If the winner can come through that completely unbeaten, they will be in the driver's seat. 3 victories, since it's two 2-0 teams facing each other on this match.
Okay, we're gonna jump right in there and take a peek.
Let's do it. So on the near side, Flat White, the Russians are at 1,800 hit points. On the far side, Woot's Minions are at 4,900 and look to be in control with a Raiden board on Chemtrail's side. Triple teched Raidens already, and 2 of them wearing items. One of those up at level 3. Level 3 heavy armor Raiden with 80,000 hit points, acting like a real giant even if you can connect with it. And on the far side, or on the right side, it looks like Skay is in, shockingly, Skay is in a Vulcan marksman board. Who could have guessed?
Interesting to note, though, is that the Vulcan coming in here from Skay actually are running Ignite with range instead of Scorch. So they're tasked not just with killing scholars, but also the opponent's Vulcan as well. And this game is interesting because it feels like two very distinct boards with very minimal interactions from each other. So we got Vulcan Marksman into their mirror, and then we have Riding into their mirror.
Win your mirror, win the game?
Win the mirror, win the game. It's actually extremely close.
It is amazing. Will Skay's marksman be enough to handle, as they do outrange them at 210 meters? And down goes the Raiden. So Skay carrying, with Chemtrails losing the Raiden mirror, but Skay able to defeat Play Archer's surviving Raidens.
Now, whenever I see Firebomb on the Vulcan, I just can't help myself but to put a single squad of Crawler. And speaking of the devil, here it is.
Yeah. Put a Crawler on the line somewhere for that, for sure. Now, keeping in mind the stakes of this one, if this does turn out to be the title decider, the titleists, the first place winners, they're taking home a $150 prize split between them. Second place, the runner-up, splitting a $100 prize pool. And third place splitting $50, I believe. So a $300 total prize pool at stake in this one. And this one is definitely one of the money matches. Win this, you will be in complete command. The only surviving unbeaten team at 3-0.
We've got a huge tempo move here with double underground with replicate. At least one of their Crawlers has replicate. And the only defense from the back of Chemtrails is a single arc light that's currently being distracted by the Crawlers on the side. And the other arc light that's in front of the tower, which will just walk further in front of the tower, may or may not turn around. We'll see if these Crawlers can actually get to a fifth tower here.
Ranged Fangs will engage on the, along with one of the arc lights protecting the middle. The outside, I think, goes down. The outside tower. Ooh, some of the Mustangs have turned around to play defense.
And turn around. Oh, wow.
They got it, but that's been a lot of units that were not dedicated to the front, which is allowing Play Archers, Raidens to win that fight, as they did last round, but there's going to be a lot more of them surviving this time. No, there are not. I spoke too soon.
Oh, a level 3 Raiden, just level 4 Raiden, one-shotting his counterparts.
That's brutal. Yeah, he dishes out 69,000, 70,000 damage in a single volley if all three beams are tied to the same thing.
I mean, despite the Raiden surviving, the rounds are still extremely close, which is doing chipping damage here. Slowly but surely, red is suffocating blue. We're now within striking distance. They just need to have one good round. That will be the end of this game.
This one was opposite from last round, where this time Chemtrails won his side. Skay lost on that side, but Chemtrails was able to clean up. Play Archer taking some melters. Chemtrails, the new 5x5 Overlord. Rhino and Wraith. So we've taken all four different pieces here. Sneaky Melon says, I'm learning Mechabellum player lore. So one of the Mechabellum player lores is that Steel Sane and Apuchi are the two weekend tournament champion contenders. They have each won 7. I believe Apuchi has won an 8th. So they are the two with the most weekend tournaments under their belt. Of course, they're skipping the European one today, and with this being the prize money element game taking precedent.
And I feel Play Archer's board is just very strong. Even into the new overlords. One thing I think did he sell? Oh no, that was Camtrail's board here. That's the level 5 ride.
Yeah, it's triple teched Raidens, but that level 5 is up to 150,000 hit points, and it does almost 90,000 per shot, and then chains 30% of that onto the next unit in range.
30,000 damage per shot. Like the chain is enough to kill a level 2 rider. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, the chain is, well, if all three of them hit the same thing, right? A single bolt of the chain is 10,000 damage. So, yeah, this poor Melter is never going to get a lock on anything other than chaff.
Nothing.
Oh, that was a futile Melter.
Riding once again. Looks like this is it.
And Skay is winning his board as well. Anti-missile, 4 AMDs surviving every round and kind of ensuring that the Stormcallers, which had caused him problems last round, it did not cause him problems this round. So Skay and Chemtrails, the ironically named Woot's minions, of course ironic because they are both banned from Woot's channel. Woot's minions are now 3-0. They are the lead of this tournament. Well played, guys.
Well played. We are going to try to get into our next game, which is between Flat White, which we just watched, into Space Captains. Actually, I don't have Till. I think they might.
I will just wait for invite from somebody.
Let me just look into the scoreboard and see if I can find Till. And if I do, I can create a room for them. Otherwise, I think they played each other. No, they haven't played each other in the qualifiers. Otherwise, they would have made it. Till. Okay, I can create again.
So interesting. Looking a little bit further ahead, Woot's minions are facing Noobs Are Us in this round 4 match, and 501, 501, 501 are facing the Team Salty Owl, who have no victories. So if we get to both of those teams winning, you would have unbeaten Woot's minions against 501, 501, 501 at 3-1. Basically a title decider or creating a tiebreaker there.
All right. Looks like we are ready to go.
They're not in compact.
Oh, I'm back. Thanks for the reminder. And Spectre.
So yes, we would be the team casting that one. If it does come down to the 501, 501, 501 versus Woot's minions. Be very fun to look forward to that one.
Okay, the MMR here between these two teams. I mean, they're pretty evenly matched. Blind predictions, Amarak?
We. Let's I'll go out on a limb and take the unvictorious Overlord team. I think
The Overlord Space Captains.
The Overlord Space Captains, exactly. That does seem to me like so far the how to describe it, the experience playing together has mattered a ton, right? But I think that as they're developing that rapport, maybe they'll be able to turn it around here.
All right, we're getting into round 5 and potentially the final round of today's tournament.
This is round 4.
Looking at the wrong part. Round 4, my bad. I was looking one column over.
I know.
Round 4. And at the bottom here, we do have Team Overlord Space Captain and Till playing as a quick supply specialist on the left, and his partner Halcon Space playing as a marksman specialist. And it's up against Flat White, with Steel saying on the left playing as a RCO spec and play Archer. Typhoon specialist.
I love the Typhoon specialist. For especially for
defensively.
I was going to say especially for an aggro position, but you're getting them very defensive. That does seem to be the Russian specialty, right?
It's a very positional play. I mean, with the Typhoon, I do suspect that it might just get sold or do a single round of cheeky deep flank on the side just to stall the chaff line a little bit. Still saying, I mean, Play Archer already has the 3 arc lights set up, and they are very strong in the current meta to get that range and that late game scaling if you choose to. He is running into an aggro board, asymmetrical aggro with spiders, triple marksman, and 2 squads of fans. So we'll see how that would turn out. Sometimes you can transition from a standard board into an aggro board, but not entirely sure he wants to. I mean, right now this board is right for a single Stormcaller just by the tower.
Well, what I was going to say, they have done the kind of communicated sort of build that Alpha Titan and I would do a lot of the time, which is if one player is going to launch aggro, the other player wants to be in a Stormcaller and Arclight start. So Titan and I would communicate our initial unit selections to each other, and it would really be like, okay, I've got an aggro pack. Do you have an Arclight Storm pack that you can cover the middle? And Till did cover the middle successfully, all the way until Hawkins Space's attack collapsed into Play Archer's defense, and so, you know, the round gets lost, but Till held out for quite a long time against anything thrown at the middle.
Right now, the board, there isn't too much interaction during the first part of the round. I think the entire line from Play Archer is being pulled to that aggro, so there's really nothing slipping through aside from maybe 6 crawlers from the middle tower getting down into Till's board.
Yeah, that middle chaff unit to pull from the middle tower is really, really important in the 2v2 world, in a way that it might not be obvious to the 1v1 player that you need to pull that. But getting that unit all the way out to this middle section of the board to have that pull is really important. And that's also why Till is almost behind his tower in the middle. If he had his defense a little bit further forward, it would be pulling these middle units to the center tower. Now that might have helped in that Hawkins Space might have won that round if he'd been pulling more of them, more units to the middle. But the additions for this round include Phantom Ray for Hawkins Space's attack, as well as the level 3 marksman, and Mustangs on the far outside of Till's board. Steel Sane has added the Phoenix behind Steel Ball. Didn't sell out of the Steel Ball. Steel Sane, very economical player, will only sell out of something when it's not doing the job. And those Steel Balls almost leveled. They were definitely doing the job last round. There is a flank pulling crawler that's yanked 1 marksman and 1 Phantom Ray down into the corner for Play Archer's defense, so kind of pulling some of the attacking units out of Hawkins Space's attack.
Yeah, if you're looking at Hawkins Space's board into Play Archer, we saw it very similarly in the previous game that we covered, is that the frontline clash where Hawkins Space has this only chaff clear gets destroyed by Play Archer's carry units, where his chaff clear are following behind. So in this sort of setup, Hawkins Space loses. When I play into this kind of board, if I want to fix something like this, either I add Mustangs as a secondary insurance chaff clear and also just later on chaff for the marksman, or I take one additional Tarantula, just put it beside the tower. It's great for covering any sort of crawler coming in from the flank, but it's also good for walking in a little bit late, so to avoid destruction by those Sabertooth.
Do be careful about placing something too close to the tower. A missile strike can blow up the spider mines and cause them to blow up your tower.
That hasn't happened to me yet, but that sounds like an amazing way to get to the tower.
It is on. There's a highlight on my Twitch channel for it.
Oh boy!
And somebody had
But
played
you can
his.
have to time it perfectly, right? Because the spider needs to be behind the tower
Mhm.
so that the Spider-Man will pop out, walking upward, and then you get the missile right on the tower.
The spider mine pops out at 3 seconds. The missile lands at 5, and it's just enough time for the mine. And the mine's been thrown forward, right? So it's just enough time for the mine to be in the right spot. And I had lured him into playing that flank protection spider mine earlier in the game too, so it was kind of spectacular. It was like, sell out of the flank so that it turns and goes forwards, and blow up the tower. And he was just like, "What just happened? What blew up my tower? I don't understand." Yeah, sorry, sir. Your own minds. Here we are getting a double underground threat onto Hawkins Space's board. This is, of course, the problem with being the aggro player. You tend to have a ton of stuff forward, so you don't have a whole lot of stuff protecting your tower. And as you predicted, Play Archer is throwing the flank Typhoon back there. Which in this case may do well enough that he might not even sell it on round 1. On round 4 even.
Somehow these wasps are actually holding off these crawlers, so they're not going to be able to get tower. Not yet, anyways.
They did just enough. Crawlers into the fangs in the middle.
They did pull pretty much all the crawlers, yes. But it looks like it's going to be a win here for Hawkins Space on his side of the board. Maybe we're going to have to see how good the tower timing is from these Typhoons.
Is it a board win if there's still Typhoons alive? They do have to handle the level 3 marksman.
Looks pretty good. Oh, that's just a last shot. Imagine if that level 3 marksman actually survived and pick up all these phoenixes. That would be pretty sweet.
Alternately, imagine that Typhoon leveling. A level 2 Typhoon on your flank.
It'd be a super annoying flank.
It did not. The level 3 marksman did. Subsidized storms taken for steel. Now, I mentioned him being such an economic player. That is one of his things is he will commit into a subsidized unit when offered it.
What's interesting is that Till also took the subsidized storms with 2 storms already on the field. So usually you need to have three units of these subsidized cards in order to break even.
Right.
No, actually 2. It only costs 50, so 50 plus the 50 opportunity cost. So you need to have 2 units to break even, making profit on the third.
Making profit on the third, yeah.
So that.
He has to buy 1 more to make a profit. Steel Sane has already profited since he took 3 of them this round. Mass recruited for it.
The Typhoon got sold, as useful as it was.
been sold, I think, to fund the oil. One of the things I find very useful when playing an oil is to tell my partner to look where I placed it. That way they don't have to study my board to figure out where to drop it. If I ask them to drop oil, I want it right where it is. Just drop exactly what I just dropped.
Now, question for you: when you're playing 2v2 with your partner, do you open up your stream so you kind of like tell your partner with your cursor on the board, strategize on the fly, or do you simply just talk to them over voice chat?
So the rhythm that let's see how to describe this. The rhythm that Alpha Titan and I had was I would stream my side to the Discord, so he would be able to look over at my side. He has a 2-monitor setup, right? I'm streaming, so my second monitor is chat and all the Twitch controls. So he would check my side of the board on his secondary monitor, and then he would narrate what's happening on his side a little bit. Like, this is the dominant unit. These are the units that are surviving the early waves. This is what's going to hyperscale. And very much thinking, so we were very much thinking in terms of setting things up so that one, he would never be in a position where if I lost my side, he wasn't countering the units that were surviving. A lot of times that might be like, look, my opponent has gone into hyperscaling Mustangs, so our job becomes light the ground on fire and make sure the Mustangs die, right? So that he can clean up the other surviving things. Like, I can't beat the hyperscaling Mustangs once they've, got a huge level and item advantage. But you can beat them if I've made sure, like the surviving units off the board, if I've made sure to kill off a bunch of them. So, multiple amplifying cores for Till, Steel Stain, and Play Archer. One of the things I do wish we had as a feature is the ability to do a marker on the board, the way that or a ping on the board, the way that a lot of other multiplayer team games have. Be able to show where you wanted something. I want it from here to here, ping, ping. That would be really useful. We have done at least once where we had both bought the same spell. It's like, okay, place the spell, show me exactly where you want it. Great. I will put my version of the spell there, and you go put your version of the spell where you want the other one. As the quickest way to double hit somebody with the precision that the one opponent
Now, last round we saw that the Play Archers unit actually spilled over and helped finish off the Stormcallers from Till. And this has been a bit of an issue this round, or at least this game so far. It's just that the aggro player from Team Space Captain is not really getting to the tower, is not really pushing that momentum, allowing the defensive player to get out of that defensive position sooner.
Right. If you're going to
with the Phantom Rays,
you're going to be the aggro player, you have to have gotten this tower. Right? The our partner's opponent's near middle tower is a really important target. He's just not, like you said, he's just not getting there. He's getting there now. Right? His own units are, he's lost his tower before he gets to the attacking tower. So this attack is just a little too slow. Now, is it going to scale? It's got surviving Phoenix. Or not Phoenix, Phantom Rays even. With armor.
Phantom Rays, yeah.
Phantom Rays with armor. Fun mathematical fact. Phantom Ray with armor completely blocks Ignite. So Ignite Fang literally does no, 1 damage per Ignite tick against it. Hey, look at that. There are Raidens. Surprise, surprise. Play Archer took them.
Right?
Now, I was just about to say, I think the Raiden counters that Phantom Ray perfectly. I mean, 3 bolts, 3 in a pack. It is the unit to take to KO the Phantom Ray. Play Archer has gone immediately to double tact, range, and EMP. So what he's going for here is, even if I don't kill the Phantom, I'm going to turn off the armor, and that'll let these Mustangs finish it off. Of course, the Mustangs were doing no real damage.
I think everybody picked the Raiden from this unit drop, but they're using it very differently. So looking at Till's board, Till's actually using the Raiden as a support unit. He is building sort of an arc worm type of build with the support from Stonecaller just for the additional chaff here. Steel Sane is just doing what Steel Sane does, right? He's always a very strong proponent of arc Stonecaller. Instead of Melting Point, which is usually how this build ends up, or Worm, he's just supplementing it with the Raiden with a final punch. Play Archer using the Raiden to counter the Phantom Rays, and then Hawking Space.
Hawking Space
chain
with
but no range.
all the levels, and yeah, chain but no range. So it's a 90-meter range Raiden, and that will lose to the hyper-ranged EMP ones from the other side, right? Especially all of those Mustangs. So Play Archer,
Super awkward.
very much winning the range war there.
Oh, for sure. Very awkward because now with the Raiden on the board, those spiders at the front line gets popped super fast. And without the spiders, there's 0 chapter after that.
Right.
Ooh, this looks like a finishing round here.
It's very much a finishing round. Flat White get the job done. Till and Hawking Space just not able to leverage any early tempo against the strength of the Russian defense. Steel Sane and Play Archer get through at 3 wins.
All right, let's bring up the scoreboard once again. Let's take a look at so at the round between the 501, 501, 501, they did win against Salty Owl, which means right now 501 and Flat White and Woot's Minions are leading in the scene, with Woot's Minions potentially getting 1 more point if they win this round versus Noobs RS.
It does look like that game has finished. I think we're just waiting for that to get entered into the scoreboard, into the scorebook now. If Noobs R Us wins that, you've got a 4-way tie and 3 wins apiece.
We're gonna need to.
What are your tie-breaking procedures for this? You guys thought through the 5, 3, and 2s, right? How you were going to tie-break that? 5, 3, and 2s versus an 0 and 5.
We expected a potential tie on the 2nd and 3rd place. The 3-way tie is not something that we expected.
Well, you might need Stoney, or you might want
might need to start
Uncle Lazy to start
out.
prepping that tiebreaker. If Noobs R Us did win that match against Boots Minions, of course. Oh no, that match is not over. We can jump into it. It's way down there, though.
Yeah, it's
Round
they must
5.
have had a late start, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Alright, I am seeing round 4 of this match. The battle has just engaged between the unbeaten Woots Minions 5,700 hit points. Giant Specialist and Giant Specialist near side. Skay, unsurprisingly, is in a Vulcan Marksman build with chemtrails not yet showing any giants. Sten and Arctorius are an aerial specialist left and a supply specialist on the right. They were at 4,500 hit points starting round 4. It looks like Skay is going to win his side. He gets the middle towers in a way that will debuff Sten's units and allow chemtrails to win the left. Skay is losing the right, the far right, to a nano repair fortress from Arctorius. You can't turn this repair off.
I don't think there's anything that can kill this fortress this round.
I mean, this side of a melting point, what it does kill a nano repair level 2 fort. I mean, 4% of 8,700, right? Or 87,000. So you're looking at almost 4,000 DPS of healing.
And now at level 3.
Yes, technically a hacker. A hacker does. Hey, surprise, surprise, there are melting points on both sides for blue now. Shocking, I tell you. Ranged melter for both chemtrails and Skay. They are obviously both giant specialists, so pre-unlock, bring it out. Presumably they had unlocked it earlier. That is one of the tricks to 2v2. You've got one player as a giant specialist, you have that player go ahead and unlock the melting point pretty early, while your teammate can cover whatever your potential weakness was, but in foregoing the unlock that round.
So far, we've seen a lot of standard plays in 2v2. What are your opinions on mixture? Is it better to do standard aggro, or both going aggro in a 2v2?
I think both going aggro is far too risky. You're going to leave a huge vulnerability somewhere. So I think it tends to be one aggro and one standard, or two standard. At least I've never had the experience of having a partner who was super comfortable running hyper aggro themselves.
No, get a level 3 fort. Can this level 1 melting point finish the job? And indeed,
it could. Phoenix, the
6 unit drop.
Unit drop for Sten. And just to recap, that fortress is not in the hyperscaling fortress comp. So it does not have elite marksman, and range plus elite marksman would eventually allow it to outrange melting points. But since it doesn't have that available, instead it's in barrier, anti-air barrage, and fang production. Anti-air barrage and fang production don't really scale with levels, so that thing is not quite as dangerous as it could have been.
Looking at unit choices, we have Phoenixes being taken by both players from Noobs RS. We have a level 3 Wraith being taken by Skay, and then Chemtrail took something and sold it, I think.
The Phoenix are ranged for Arctorius, and he does run EMP on those. So I think part of the idea there would be ranged EMP, turns off range on melting points to ensure that that fortress outranges, or can outrange them. He takes range. Meanwhile, Sten, as the aerial specialist, has gone to double-tech Raiden, having had one on the board last turn, adds a second one this turn, and buys the range and chain for them. And Chemtrail's very quickly reacting with Fang's shield. This does seem to be the one real counter to Raiden, is they do not clear shielded Fangs and shielded Wasps very quickly.
Let's see how the Raiden does. I mean, the shielded Fangs are running into a bunch of Mustangs, one with level 2 with Raiden. The front line is dissipating.
Also gets one Raiden.
Okay. I'm in trouble locking onto the second one just yet. But it has nano repair, so not to worry.
Yeah, it is healing through that at level 2. Does not care. So, Woot's minions win around 6 of this. They're at 5250. The Noobs R Us dropping below 3000. Of course, Woot's minions, to recap, are 3-0. Noobs R Us are 2-1. If Woot's minions wins this, they will be in the driver's seat, capable of clinching the title with a win next round. If Noobs R Us win, we have a 4-way tie at 3-1.
I'm secretly rooting for Woot's minion to avoid a logistic challenge.
As tournament organizer, he's officially rooting for Woot's minions. As a caster, I'm officially rooting for Noobs R Us. Come on, this will be exciting.
I think Stan is going to need to put in a lot more chapter in order to get to that level 3 mountain. Because that is just one scary beast. On Arcturia's side, the fortress, scary as it is, I think it might have outlived its usefulness. And there's a huge chunk of cash that he can get back by selling that fortress.
Would be a huge 800 that you can throw into funding something else.
That acid is brutal.
One of the fun things about playing 2v2s with a really good partner is you wind up talking about those choices before you make them. So, for example, on this round, Chemtrails might have said, hey, acid would be really brutal against my opponent. I can't afford to take it. Can you afford to take it? To get Skay taking the acid. It's not what happened here. In this instance, the acid is straight from Chemtrails. But it can be handy to know, especially if it's like, hey, you know, what if you take the acid this round and I take it for, 2 rounds from now? He'll fight out of permanent acid.
Yeah, that was a very good acid. That acid alone killed that melting point on its own. But right now, I think Chemtrail's board is starting to show a little bit of weakness, especially with the addition of the third Raiden, just kind of helping him with the chapter a little bit more. If Stan continues just to double down on this Raiden, maybe get to 5 or 6 Raidens, and taking EMP, which he did.
And, yeah, triple tech
I think
Raiden and one
Chemtrails-
more Raiden.
I think Chemtrail is in a bit of a trouble here. This is a very scalable build, at least right now. I don't think anyone's really found a good solution to it. It just, once it hits critical mass, it's very difficult to stop.
What if we light the chaff on fire and add 2 more melting points? Will that stop it? Problem, of course, is that the EMP is delivered by chain, so even if you've got your tanking a tarantula or a fort out in front of the melting point tanking. You can have the chain jump the EMP and turn off the melting point's range. And it's going to spend forever walking into range again. So many of the key units depend on EMP. But, being able to chain EMP into the back line is really important. Honestly, thought it was going to kill Vulcan Marksman with the ability to chain the EMP from the Vulcan to the Marksman, fighting from behind it.
A lot of the standard, sort of the classic go-to builds are under attack because of chain, right? Like the Vulcan Marksman or Stoney.
Right.
These are just potentially unreliable if you get them right. So far, no lock-on just yet. Well, first lock-on. One of the melting point is chained with the EMP.
Two of them
The
are
second
down.
one is chained with the EMP. But
There's still fangs arriving. The shield fangs
not
are
enough
so
output.
annoying for the Raiden. The Raiden, sorry. And
I think the jury is still out on how to pronounce that word.
Well, my understanding is that the Japanese pronunciation is specific, but the way that it's translated to or written in English leads to the other pronunciation, right?
Yeah, like if you look at a Japanese dictionary or
Uh-huh.
like a Japanese source and putting the kanji characters in it, it is Raiden,
Right.
but because of Mortal Kombat, because how they translated it back in the day,
Yep.
this whole entire generation of people
Learned it
grew up saying Raiden.
exactly. We learned it
Pretty
the
much.
other way. Sorry. I mean, if they just spelled it differently, right?
Exactly.
Raid. I see raid. Let's go.
I see Raid. Well, getting down to potentially the final round here, we have Typhoon. So this is a unit drop round, I think.
Yeah, so we're getting the
We got
Typhoon's
triple
path
Typhoon.
clear for Sten. Triple Typhoon right out in front. Shielded on his own fangs now.
I remember last round here between Sten and Chemtrails, Cam actually had double abilities. He's got the acid and he's got the oil with
Right.
fire on board. So this turn, he has nothing. Let's see if he'll achieve the same level of success. Oil coming in from his partner, though, helping out a lot. And both Skye and Arcturus picked up the Scorpions with Siege.
Excuse me, is that a level 2 War Factory with photon coating?
Yes, indeed.
Why, yes, it is. And is this oil from Partner's Board to help light on fire the back line? Also, yes. So, Skye buys the oil, places it over here on Sten's board, and with the fire from Stormcallers, should light on fire a whole bunch of the chaff.
Mustang has AM.
Mustangs went AM. Cleverly done.
Yo, that factory is just soaking up so much damage.
And it's not bad
They
at
never
chaff
die.
clear either, right?
No.
That
Oh, here's
finally
fire.
gets lit on fire. And we're down to
Factory finally gets locked on.
2 Raidens there.
Not enough damage.
And it looks like Skye has won his side as well. Skye able to win his side with 150 left to help his partner. That will do it. Woot's Minions 4-0 on the verge of a title.
Thank you, Woods Minion. Help me dodge
Dang
the
it! Curses.
bullet.
Well, wait. Wait for it. Wait for it. Go take a look at the schedule.
All right. We have Woods Minion in the lead with 4 points. We have a second place tie between the 501, 501, 501, and Flat White. And then we have the third place right now with Noobs RS. There could potentially be a
Three-way tie. If 501, 501,
Three-way
501
tie.
beats Woot's Minions and Flat White beat Noobs Are Us, gets you the 3, 4, and 1 teams.
I am not out of this yet.
You're not out of this yet, organizers. No.
I'm chatting with Uncle Lazy on the side. It's like, dude, what do we do? All right, we are going to see our next group, which is Sacco and Arbiter into Entrails and Skay.
So I do have a good question from a first-time chatter. Welcome in, first-time chatter, much appreciated. Asking if is the new boat a counter to the Raiden? And it's big and tanky for an air unit, but the problem is the chain DMP. Boat has always relied on its techs to get things done, and if you can get the EMP chained to land on the boat, it becomes a problem. And the boat makes exactly 5 wasps. The Raiden with fork and chain and EMP would chain through the 5 wasps to the boat behind. So it turns off the EMP. Even if the wasps are shielded and survive the first shot, you've still chain EMP'd into the boat, made the boat, or turned off the boat's key techs. So EMP is a very, very powerful technology that that turning off opponents' techs is just really, really powerful. And if they aren't in techs that you need to turn off, then you're just using the Raiden to deal damage. As Toast says, Boat can work around that by using Photon. Photon prevents EMP from landing during the first 25 seconds of the fight. So that can make a big difference.
Let me see if I can. I'm trying to find the games, but I wasn't able to. So let me see if I can just bring everybody to the fold here. I'm missing Skay. I think they might have.
Forgotten Arbiter and Sacco aren't in a game yet.
Grab Skay. Camera, see if you can help me. Oh, no, I found it.
I'm going to grab a coffee real quick. I'll be right back. Ready?
Ready?
All of the settings look correct.
I think Arbiter is into the washroom. Back.
No problem. let's set the stage. We have 501, 501, 501. Sacco and Forgotten Arbiter, who were the pre-tournament favorites, lost their round 1 match. As you saw on Stoney's channel, lost their first match to Flat White, tempoed out in 5 rounds, unbeaten since. On the other side, Skay, Chemtrails, Woot's Minions, ironically named of course because they are both banned by Woot, are 4-0. If Skay and Chemtrails can win this one, they are your tournament champions, having gone through the full 5 matches, 5-0, undisputed heavyweight champions. If Sacco and Arbiter win this, then you've got either a tiebreaker between 501, 505, and 501 and Woot's Minions, or possibly a 3-way tie between Woot's Minions, 501, and Flat White, depending on the match between Flat White and Noobs R Us. If you had that 3-way tie, there wouldn't even be a good tiebreaker, because you'd have the situation where Flat White had beaten 501, 501 had beaten Woot, and Woot's Minions, and Woot's Minions had beaten Flat White. So, you've got a circle in your tiebreakers. So, I don't know what the plan is for how we're going to resolve that one if it happens, but I know the tournament organizers are ready.
You'll have to.
They know they're ready for it.
Figure this out. If there happens to be a 3-way tiebreaker, I think we're going to have to do a very small mini tournament and just get the three to play each other. Otherwise, there's really no fairer way to do that. So,
my suggestion, if you do that one, would be to require them to play the opposite player that they played the first time. So, if Forgotten Arbiter had been opposite Skay this round, then you'd have it switch up so that Forgotten Arbiter is opposite Chemtrails. So you had the mirror matchups not repeating.
Yeah, good suggestion. All right. So while we wait for the game to load here, let's give you a little bit more about the teams here. So for Team 501, 501, 501, when asked, do you work differently or together on your play styles? They answered that they both have a flexible play style. They can play standard or aggro competitively. So when they approach the game, they simply look at the board and make the decision on the fly instead of having something that's pre-planned. And Sacco and Arbiter, they've both been playing this game since May of 2023. So one of the really the old guards of Macabellum. When did you start playing, Amarak?
May of 2023.
Oh, there we go. And then Woot's Minions. Let's see, what do we got on them? How do they work together? Or do they work together? The answer is yes, but only a little bit, especially on spell use.
Yeah, and we just saw that in the end of that last game, right? Where the spell, cross-court spell, the oil was pretty key on that last round.
I think in 2v2, there's a much stronger emphasis on this sort of gut shot combination than in 1-on-1, because you have the potential of just taking out 4k or 3 to 4k damage in a single round. So when you're playing 2v2 with your partner and you feel like you might be able to get that much damage out, have a conversation before you even choose the ability call downs. Just say, okay, where can we exploit together in order to maximize the ultimate damage just for this round?
And the other thing to think about is if opponents are under 3,000 hit points, you are in 2 rounds to knock out, right? So it can be time to lone range speed for both of you, or lone range for both of you, in a way that it really would not have been on a 1v1 board. All right, the stage is set for this one. We know the stakes. If Woot's Minions, Farside Red, can win this, they are the unbeaten champions. If 501, 501, 501 near side can win, they have created a tiebreaker situation involving at least these two teams, possibly a third. Sacco on the left is a Typhoon specialist with a, looks like an aggro sledge arc crawler start, facing Skay's a giant specialist with Mustangs and, shockingly, marksman. You would never have guessed. Skay took marksman. So we know where Skay is going with this. Everybody knows where Skay is going with this. It's a carry marksman build with Vulcan best partner. On the right side, Forgotten Arbiter, a supply specialist, starting out. Well, you asked me if I thought double aggro was viable. These two think it is. Arbiter on the line with Steel Ball and Fang, and hasn't yet bought his other units. He's also going into a giant specialist, so double giant specialist, and Chemtrails, despite having what looks like a Arclight Steel Ball start, starts out behind towers, adds crawlers to it, and Arbiter adds the Arclights. Most players who play a Steel Ball aggro will add Arclights on round 1 to whatever the chaff was, in order to ensure that they have some chaff clear and get the Steel Balls locked onto the things that matter first. And it looks
I have
like
a feeling that this game is going to end very quickly.
this game
Regardless outcome.
could be a 5-rounder either way. It's true. If the game goes 9 rounds, I like Skay's comp, but I think I'm going to take the 501s myself, as if I were a betting
getting
man.
a very good trade.
Wait a minute.
Chemtrail getting a good trade because of the crawlers at the front, but the Sacco tanks are staying in the game and potentially able to clear the rest of the board here. Ooh, not with the tower debuff again.
All right. Round 1 goes to the Giant Specialists. With 7,500 hit points, they have 501s down to the down to 5,200.
I didn't know Giant Spec gives you that much more into hit points. Maybe it's the starting unit comp. I mean, that's a 50% more HP than your opponent.
It's a lot of hit points. Sacco takes the haste module with these sledges. Haste seeming a good idea to speed one of them up. Might also be going into something else. I would expect Chemtrails to, I would expect, Chemtrails goes Improved War Factory. It's 3 haste modules and an Improved War Factory. So this is something that Alpha Titan and I would talk through, and if Improved War Factory showed up on round 2, one of us would take it, especially if they were giant specialists, because you can wind up in a War Factory, the War Factory mirror in a 2v2, and just having that ridiculously buff War Factory is important in that case. Skay took the haste module, doesn't place it on the Mustangs the way that, most sane people would. Puts it on the round 2 Vulcan instead.
Round 2 Vulcan with the haste module is actually going to do wonders into these sledgehammers, and
it is
if
pretty
it's able
brutal.
to clear the most of the board, it will get a level, and that becomes a bit of a problem for Sacco to dislodge.
Right, and the key thing there is that may allow Skay to forego Scorching Flames early on. You may not need to go Scorch the way that you would. And Chad asks if they took an Improved Factory, but will they ever place one? It is possible. What you don't want to be in is, I've committed into War Factory and opponent has Improved War Factories. So it does also prevent them from dropping, so that's one unit taken out of the drops. As Stoney pointed out, the Vulcan on the left side just dominating that board entirely. It's halfway to leveling already.
Level 1 Phoenix trying desperately to kill everything here, and he might to miss the marksman.
Yeah, I've got all the fangs down. I've done my job. I'm a hero. Wait a minute. There are 2 Mustangs. Ow. That drops the 501 down to 4646. Wood's minions still at 7,500. Sacco gets the Typhoon drop from his specialist. Takes a Rhino Assault. Chemtrails with Photon Coating. Use that Rhino. The Rhino's going to be back center, at least provisionally.
So we know what Skay is going to do, and he's going to just double down on the Vulcan and the Marksman, potentially putting oil in this ASIM right there for the gut shot.
Right.
Now the question is, what will Sacco do? I mean, right now he has no large or anti-HP units that can deal with this Vulcan.
Well, Shield Foon. He's already sold one sledgehammer. He's got a haste module on his Typhoon, so that's why he saved it. There is, in fact, a Raiden on the board on the far right with the photon coating on it, so it can't be EMP'd.
The Rhino in the middle might potentially get to tower, depending on the damage from these two crawlers, which will both converge towards that single Rhino. Okay, range on the arcs. Still building the board here for Sacco. Still not committing into anything and just getting chaff and chaff clear. But I wonder if by the time the real damage dealer comes down, would it be too late?
Yeah, it is a tempo game in 2v2, and the 501 got tempoed out in that first match against Flat White, lost in 5 rounds, and with 3 giants on the board, they are in trouble again.
That's a lot of damage.
Rhino gets the middle towers. Yeah, it'll be more than 1,000. It's like 1,300 or so will survive this round. So that drops them down under, well, not quite under 3,000. They're at 3,200 now. So 2 rounds away. And this is a spot where Chemtrails and Skay legit can lone range speed from here on out in a way that Sacco and Forgotten Arbiter might not even be expecting, right? We have another unit drop. Or a first unit drop, I guess. Which, Skay is taking a Farseer. Arbiter takes a Farseer.
Sabertooth for Sacco, with extra damage into the Vulcans.
Yep. And some extra tankiness. And it looks like and goes double shot, so we're instant giant killer in our sabers. And it looks like they're positioned right next to the Typhoon. And I'm seeing a 4 gap here. I'm kind of expecting a Typhoon there, but no. Sacco goes for the cast style pull with Crawler and Sledge on the corner. Pull as many units from the flank as possible down into that corner, which would make space for a mobile beacon on the haste module Typhoon to get in on tower.
Actually, this pull is brilliant because none of the chaff will actually stand in front of that level 1 Vulcan, which gets 2-shotted by the Sabertooth.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is a spot where he mass recruited a Fang. I think I would, and took a tower health and such. I would much rather have seen him go high mobility and mobile beacon to make sure he gets that corner and tower rather than letting these guys go off to the corner and it's distracted in the wrong direction. If we had that mobile beacon, we'd be right up in here instead of heading off that way.
Okay, Sacco's plan is working. The Sabertooth is now on the right targets.
He gets there. Maybe he's making the right choices.
Oh, the tower debuff.
Yeah, tower debuff from the level 3 Farseer came in just at the right time. Now, Forgotten Arbiter, not to be forgotten, has a photon coating fortress over there, backed up by a level 3 Farseer. He actually got it into Skay's backline and hit the tower. Is going to win that first fight. And level 1 fort beats level 3 Farseer and levels itself up if it wants it.
Well, first of all, I think Skay definitely needs something in front of these Vulcans. Possibly taking range. I mean, the tank is just super annoying in the back here. It ties up all these units for so long. Now, nobody's really going in for the middle tower just yet. We have Woods minions with that level 3 Farseer potentially get into that, like as we saw last round.
Yeah, a mobile beacon puts that right in there, right?
Mobile beacon right in there, and there's really nothing there to stop it. And remember, Woods minion just need to win one round. One good round. That should knock 501 out of this tournament. Or not tournament, this game. They will still be number 2.
It does win the tournament for Woods minions to win a big round win. I think they need to win 2 at this juncture. There's not quite enough weight of giants on the board to swing 3,200. Sacco adding Raiden's onto his board with chain, so it's Raiden's ranged arc lights. We've hasted the saber. We sold out of that Typhoon to go haste saber with a Raiden behind it. We're relying on the arc lights for chaff clear. Relying on those tanks in the corner to distract for just long enough.
And Raiden is so brutal into this Sim City composition where everything is just touching distance from each other.
Right, and he's got that jump immediately. And gets
power.
The tower. Now, I'd swear we did.
Them over with these 2 Raiden.
I'd swear we did testing on the test branch, and Chain did not jump to a tower. I thought it. I think I've seen it in my 1v1s, and I thought I saw it here. Was that just that the 3 bolts, one targeted the tower, and the other 2 were picking different targets, or was that actually the chain jumping to the tower?
No, the chain actually jumps to the tower.
So let us dispel that rumor. The chain can hit the tower. And you just saw it in that round. So if that was something that was observed on the test branch, it was a bug that has been fixed. Rhinos for 3 of the 4 players. That's probably the best sell value. We saw Wraith used pretty well in one of the Woods Minions' early games, and it's going to be to tank the AA barrage off those forts on the front line. Forts will be producing fangs to slow down the Raidens. We finally get that mobile beacon I've been wanting all game long. It's gonna... And, ooh, it's a photon coating Rhino for Sacco. So that one should last long enough to get to the tower, even if it gets pretty brutally targeted. He's added 1 more Raiden as well. And just keeps throwing down fangs to slow down.
It's going to have some serious anti-HP problems here right now. The only unit that really does anything is that 1 level 4 Farseer that's being tied up in the back shooting sledgehammers. 2 snipers at the front beside the Vulcan will probably get immediately targeted by the Raiden and die. So there's really nothing to deal with these level 3 sabers, this massive Rhino, and of course the remaining Raiden on this board. So it requires quite a large pivot for A to salvage his board from now on.
Critically, this Rhino is tanking the chaff clear, keeping the crawlers alive. Crawlers and Rhino are still alive at this point, and nothing is ever going to target those Raidens. On Forgotten Arbiter's board, he's gone to just a mass of forts and absolutely thumping right now. Fort's good, and Arbiter does love to play them in aggro.
Oof.
We said this match
Ouch.
might be 2 rounds from over. I really still believe that Skay and Chemtrails had the opportunity to win that in 2 rounds on round 4. That they have let that opportunity escape. And I don't think there's a comeback on offer for them from here. We've got 700 hit points
Fire will
left,
help.
lone range, speed, etc. Fire will help. It will. But
Fire plus oil, but with Skay's board, I think he just needs more damage. And he's not really finding it. I mean, he can maybe pivot into a melting point and pray that the Saber-tooth doesn't one-shot them too early.
Skay just sold the sold one of his marksmen. So where is he going right now?
There's the melting point.
And Sacco took the redeploy. So he's got the ability to jump that Rhino over. Rhino going after the middle tower with a newly placed Raiden next to some shield forts. And going for the gut punch. Now, Skay did play around it. Adds a Vulcan and a Melter to the mid. So he's got that potentially covered, but still nothing is going to stand in front of that Rhino and stop it. Slow it down, I mean.
The real scary part is this Raiden getting close to the tower. I mean, one of them is level 2, but the chain could potentially spill over to the neighboring tower, disabling Chemtrails board.
That is brutal. As an attacker, I do have to say I love seeing somebody lining up for example, the Melters behind tower.
Oh, that Rhino is going to get tower. Oh, jeez.
I think Rhino's going to get the Melter first and then get the tower. Love it. Thump, thump.
Get the other tower. Oh.
It can't get the other tower only because Arbiter has gotten there himself with the forts. And 501 are running rampant. It may have taken them one match to ramp up to the speed of 2v2, but once they adjusted, that is a absolute thumping. It will create a tie at 4-1 between 501, 501, 501 and Woot's minions. Congrats.
Very well played. Losing the first 4 rounds and just having this impossible comeback. I mean, starting at round 5, maybe not round 5, but starting at round 6, and you're looking at the board from that point on, it just so many ways that 501 is able to abuse the Woot's minions.
Yeah, that was
both of his boards are just very solid. Like the Mass Fortress with fan production and shield defense looks to be a very solid answer to Raiden. Even if the Raidens are running EM on them.
Yeah, it's got a full triple tech Raiden over there, and this handled it. That was very nice. Well,
right. Let's see.
Do we get the three-way tie? What has happened in the other match?
Oh, we did get the 3-way tie.
Are you kidding me? That is amazing. Well,
let me put up the scoreboard.
Bonus.
Amarok, keep talking. Let me figure out.
Bonus timing. Let's go. We get bonus matches, everybody. So if you are a fan of this 2v2 tournament action, you gotta be happy with that. You gotta be happy with that. We've got 3 teams tied at 4-1. As we talked about earlier, Team Flat White beat 501, 501, 501 in the opening match. Let's show that one. That was up here. So that was the opening match of the tournament. I blame myself. I wasn't here to cast that, and that obviously cost. I think that probably really hurt Sacco and Arbiter that I they didn't have me casting that match. I think that was probably the cause of that loss. They got tempoed out in 5 rounds, right? Flat White just really took advantage of the timing of the just the way that a 2v2 can go if you snowball both sides, and did really, really well there to tempo and time them out. When 501, 501, 501 both had the better long-term scaling build comps, okay? So they did have the long-term scale. In round 3, Woot's Minions beat Flat White. That was probably one of the longer games in tournament, with the Skay's marksman board having enough time to come good. Play Archer's marksman board was the opposite to them, and they were really playing catty corner, diagonal across from each other, and feeding, each winning their side and then feeding into each other, feeding each other XP. And Skay's board just got to level 2 a round faster, and therefore was able to get up to higher levels quicker. And in round 5, we just saw Team 501, 501, 501 beat Woot's Minions. So there is no good tiebreaker between these three teams. I mean, you could say, here we go. This is how it's going to go. We will have rematches, not only rematches, but in the order you saw them. And wait a minute,
All right.
Are they going to be simultaneous? No, they can't possibly be simultaneous.
No. These are yeah. One team has to sit out because there's only 3 teams left.
Yeah. So
one team has
every
to...
caster is in the every caster's in every match, right? Because one team's
every caster's in every match. Yeah. So we're essentially just jump into. You know what? We're just gonna do joint.
Yeah.
We're just gonna do joint. We can cast whatever we want.
Everybody will be in those matches, right? Because they should be solid. And I do want to say big thanks to those that have given us follows over the course of this tournament. I'm going to take a moment to get this set out, but appreciate you guys from following me. I do want to give the shout out to Stoney's channel over on YouTube. That is Stoney Mechabellum. And Stoney, if you want to give the shout out to my Twitch, that is twitch.tv/Amarok81. So appreciate you guys. Anybody following me, please jump through, give Stoney a follow on the YouTube channel. He does, let me just talk this man up. He does some interviews with Bear Like, and I don't know, Stoney, do you have a background in journalism in some way? Because you ask some really penetrating questions, and you've gotten the man to give some answers that I don't think he planned to give when he was going into those conversations. So I've been really enjoying those your casts of those interviews.
I mean, I try to keep Bear Like at the edge of seats. Most of the time, I do let him know what I'm about to ask before time.
So it's not like you're catching him on
that. I'm not catching him completely off guard, but I do like to ask follow-up questions.
Right.
That sometimes he may not be fully prepared for.
It's the follow-up questions that made me think you have a background in journalism somewhere. Whether that's the school newspaper or something. But
the goal for these engine room talks is to provide more transparency from the dev team. I mean, I feel like Mechabellum, it is still a growing game, especially a game that has a lot of balancing, a lot of changing meta. So it's very important for the community to hear what the thought process behind certain changes are going to be. And also it's very important for the developers to see live on the stream where some of the community's concerns are. So if you like this kind of content, there is going to be another one tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Let me just double check on my channel. It's right now we're in daylight savings, so it's always like an hour off between me and Bear Like, and it's like when is it? It's going to be 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, and Bear Like is going to be joining me tomorrow. We're going to talk about Raiden for sure, about a few other things, and there will also be some voices from some faces that you may recognize around the community. So stay tuned and do join tomorrow at the Engine Room chat right here on this Twitch, and also on my YouTube live at 10 a.m. tomorrow Eastern time.
You've got the link.
And for now, we have added 3 more games to the bracket, so this tournament is extending a little bit. And in the meantime, let me just figure out how we can set up.
I'm sorry.
Instead of the
I'm
games.
so happy. All right, so the rematch here, we've got 501, 501, 501 versus Flat White coming up. I presume if you've got, you know which side is going to be which? The Flat White are on
Let
blue.
me figure that out. Give me a second.
The way you've got it listed, Flat White would be blue. I'm going to go ahead and set up all of our stuff here.
Just set up the channels so the other caster can.
Just to call out the other casters casting tournament games today include Poochie and Jaruski. Mizakot says, "What's happening if every team wins one match this time?"
Well, mathematically speaking,
We just do it again.
it's like a clockwise. It's like clockwise. Everyone beats the next team that they play and lose to the one after that.
Exactly. I mean, if they just replay the same matches. Now, remember, we should be getting slightly different matchups because, as suggested, we should have the. They shouldn't be opposite the same player they were opposite last time. So, and of course, every unit drop is going to be a little bit different as well. It really is about how you. Yeah, it actually, Zalex, it was a single elimination in the qualifiers. It started with 24 teams, and he knocked out a set of them to get down to the 6 finalists. Those 6 finalists have played a round robin today, and as we saw, 3 teams went 4-1, creating this situation where you've got 3 teams in a tiebreaker round. So first match here is going to be the 501, 501, 501, who apparently are going to be near side in blue against Flat White as the far side and red.
And what an exciting situation it is.
Indeed, this is going to be phenomenal. Bonus Mechabellum.
This was not expected. When we were planning this, was like there's going to be a tie in the second place, but first place, a 3-way tie.
Hey, I warned you. I'm just going to say I warned you to be prepared for the
did.
5-way 3-2 tie.
Fortunately,
warn
we
me.
are prepared for all outcome. Everything moving ahead smoothly.
All right, Jersey, can I find you on the ladder? What's your space? What's your ranking here so I can grab you?
Oh, I don't even know if I've managed. The season has not been kind.
Nor to me.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be on the ladder. What I can do is I can just send a message in public chat.
Sure. Let me just turn my public chat on.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. Oh, I see you.
And somebody even said hello back to me. Ribbon too.
Just grab a Poochie, wherever he is. All right. We got a party going on here.
All right. 4 casters, 3 teams, 1 champion.
The forecasters are here. We can tell the weather.
Oh, wait a minute. Dad's jokes granted.
All right. Well, 501 has just been on a warpath after that first loss in this tournament. It's been winning every single one. And Flat White Let's see. Flat White won this first one, his second one. Did not get the third one against Woot's Minions, but he got all the other games. So between the two, now especially considering the fact that 501 did lose to Flat White in the very first game, do you think this will be a revenge win here for 501, or do you think Flat White will continue his dominance over 501? Over 501. Any blind predictions?
Well, I'm just going to say we do a channel point predictions betting wagering on my my match, and there might be some heart betting, but 501, 501, 501 are 702 to 1 favorites. They've switched. The betting late betting has brought that to 80 to 1 favorites. Of course, the way that the Flat White won that was a quick tempo game, which
Something of a Rocky IV situation here.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So they won that in 5 rounds by getting an early tempo advantage, playing the spells that they needed to, etc., to ensure that they finished that out when the 501, 501, 501 were in the long-term scaling comps. We're into our match. Sacco will be near side left with Steel Sane opposite him. Forgotten Arbiter will be the near side right with Play Archer opposite. Play Archer takes the Marksman Specialist. We know he likes that. Arbiter took a Supply Specialist. Sacco a Rhino Specialist. They both have Steel Balls. Are they both going to be up front and aggro? And Steel Sane is in a Tarantula Marksman start as Giant Specialist. Sacco the Rhino Specialist, Arbiter a Supply Specialist, and Play Archer a Marksman Specialist.
All right. Now, we only casted 2 of the 501 games today. How did you guys, how did the games go with the 501 when you guys casted? I know, Drewski, you had one with 501 versus Salty Owl. What happened in that game? Did they go aggro? Were they going standard?
I don't recall specifically. It's been a bit of a blur, but I do think I've seen 501 going both aggro and standard throughout the day, not being tied down to any one thing. I think it's more just reacting to what is opportunistic at that moment. Of course, right now we're seeing them pick up on aggro across for both sides here.
Yeah,
both left and right.
Yeah, double aggro with the Steel Balls for each, 1 pack of Fangs between the towers to slow down any middle push. Steel Sane and Play Archer, as is the 401 want, come out in a standard and defensive formation. Steel Sane adding the Crawlers, and Play Archer added a pair of Arc Lights for Chaff Clear.
Now, this board is it reminds me of the very first game where 501 forced aggro, but just got reflected super hard. We'll see if Team Russia here will pull another rabbit out of the hat.
I do think, though, I believe Play Archer over there having the Sabers and will have next round the level 2 or level 3 Marksman. I don't think he's going to be too worried about level 1 Steel Ball coming his way. So, depending on what XP they end up with at the end of this round, I feel like they'll be able to defend that right-hand side of the board.
Left side looking great for Sacco. And in fact, they're going to get to outside's tower before this middle Tarantula gets into the center. Sacco's units debuff and protect the towers. Our timing might be halfway decent for this Tarantula, since it's going to be coming out of debuff in a moment. It'll get both towers, but is it enough?
It thinned it out for sure, but it looks like 1 Steel Ball is going to get on target, and that should end the first round.
And it does. Sacco and Arbiter winning round 1 there at 6,500 hit points. Steel Sane and Play Archer down to 5,900. None of the Steel Balls leveled. which is important, and none of the key units showing levels on the other side either.
Do have a
Speaking
unit
of
drop
key
now?
units, Wasps are entering the field.
Wasps with a Vulcan in front of them for Steel Saint. The Archer's taken the sledges. Of course, vertical sledges are a really good way to slow down a steel ball push. Sacco takes the Typhoons, and that will counter those Wasps pretty nicely. Sacco in my preferred aggro comp, Steel Ball, Typhoon, and Crawler. I love this comp. This is so much fun, and still have yet to figure out a way for that to beat Raiden.
And last but not least, we have Arbiter taking the Wasp as well, putting them defensively just in time to cover his flanks from a bunch of crawlers.
Nicely played there. He's going with the shallow flank Arclight, which I like.
I like both the shallow flank Arclight and that one in the center of Arbiter's board that's going to be able to peel off that center push, delaying it further, maybe even pulling it into the rest of the side.
Right, and we talked about the importance of adding those middle units in 2v2. Sacco adds a level 1 Fang right on the line to do the same thing, pulling Steel Saint's units from the middle towers over to the into the main fight as well.
Vulcan, however,
onto the spider.
That Vulcan shutting down the steel ball push on that left side.
Right. But now, under tower debuff, I think the steel balls might be able to do it.
Not with the unopposed Wasp getting to him, I think.
Gonna be close, but we'll see. Yep, got it.
They did, and the Typhoon should be able to clean up the Wasps afterwards.
Unfortunately, it's going to be doing it during tower debuff when the Saber takes tower here. Not quite in time. So Team Russia, flat white, winning round 2. 501, 501, 501 are down to 5,700. Flat white are at 5,900.
Portable shield going down on a steel ball that got leveled.
That is going to be level 2, and it is the one straight on tower. And Sacco has sold the other one. So just committing to the one that has level 2 abilities.
Arbiter being the only one picking up the nano repair kit, everyone else opting for the shield.
Play Archer's shield is on the vertical formation sledges that he's using to try and slow down Arbiter's push. Of course, those are going to be locked onto by Steel Ball and burned through, but it won't take twice as long, but it will take a chunk longer because of the way that Steel Ball damage ramps up.
We have our first Raiden on the field. We shall see if my prediction of the first Raiden getting the win.
Looking at Sacco's board, this looks very similar to the last game when he was going up against Skay. Almost the identical Vulcan placement. And now with the cast flank, that's going to tie up that Vulcan for quite some time, allowing the steel balls at the front just go straight to the tower. So this could be as we saw in the last game, snowballing out of control if you're unable to protect that front, even with Raiden.
And critically, the portable shield on the steel ball, it takes 2 shots to off the steel ball from the Raiden. It's going to take 2 more to knock off the portable shield. So it would be 4 shots per steel ball. And with the Raiden's 4.2 second reload, that's going to be like 16 seconds of time. Well, 12 seconds of time at least. If those steel balls are alive and doing their work.
And they are, in fact, doing their work.
Enough to get them through to tower. So really good choice on the portable shield placement.
And not to mention the sledgehammers are still alive in the flank.
Yes, the sledgehammers are actually still there, aren't they? Archer, though, having a significant force, surviving that initial push and now pushing back.
And the Raiden will clean up. So flat white winning handily in round 3. 501, 501, 501 down to 4,300. Flat white at 5,900. Sacco's Rhino arrives. He also takes the Rhino Assault.
Looks like he wants that Rhino to at least be effective for 1 round to get another tower kill. But he sold the Steel Ball to get the item back. I would suspect next round the Rhino goes away as well.
Sacco should be floating a ton of cash right now. What would he do? Last round he went with the double shot sabers, and it worked really well for him. We'll see if he will do exactly the same thing. And it's such a familiar game, right, Amarak? We got the 2 Vulcans at the front, we got the Typhoon, Arclight, and then all we're missing is just a couple of sabers.
We are missing the sabers. He did in that last game. He sold out of the Typhoon. Here he is just going right to the Raiden. It'll be Raiden and Rhino for the tower push. There's the mobile beacon for them.
All 4 players picking up Raidens now, and you also have multiple Rhinos on the back line there.
Yep. Double Rhino drop onto Arbiter's back line. One of them is going to get the Goomba Stomp on some Wasps. If you guys haven't seen this before, a Rhino dropping in onto the field does hit point damage equal to the hit points of the thing it's landing on, or its own hit points, depending, to both itself and the unit it lands on. So you can see that thing landed with some damage and killed a couple of Wasps as it fell through.
Probably not quite as many as he was hoping for, but definitely a good example of the art of the Goomba Stomp.
Yeah, it's much more impressive when you drop it on, for example, an Overlord or something.
All right, the level 2 Rhino got the tower here for Sacco, which means the rest of the board is going to fall for Steel Say. Play Archer, though, is winning his side pretty darn hard. So now it just comes down to who has more Raidens.
Well, and not just who has more Raidens, but who has better Chaff clear, because there is Chaff and Rhinos surviving for both players.
Triple Arclight, double Sabertooth, I think Play Archer may have this effect. Let's see. The level 2 Rhino.
Level 2 Rhino doing a lot of work.
Alright, here comes the Raiden face-off.
And it does go to Play Archer's Raiden, which will level. So, gold damage dealer for the flat white, and it's leveling to level 2 for round 5. Now, again, the 501, 501, 501 got tempoed out in 5 rounds. I don't think they are quite in knockout distance yet, but I think they are 2 rounds from knockout if the flat white put the hammer down. So we'll see. Unit drop. We've got 3 different units taken. Sacco with the Farseer, Stormcaller for Arbiter, and Phoenix to Play Archer. Steel Sin, are you going to complete the set?
I do think the level 2 Raiden is a significant development on the field. You also have Shielded Fangs for Arbiter trying to delay this push. He was the one trying to do the push originally. Rhino staying on the field, probably is going to succeed a second time.
That Rhino did some great work, and it is backed up by an AMD to prevent a on-the-line missile from slowing it down. And do know that Sacco runs power armor, which grants immunity to slow if he decides he needs that. You know, that is one way to make sure your Rhino doesn't get slowed down by sentry missiles, or EMP, or other. Well, I guess EMP does slow it, right?
But what about oil?
What about it? It does not get slowed by oil if you take power armor. So he has the ability to ignore that and get straight through to tower.
I think that oil is going to turn to fire right away, though.
Probably will.
It is. And we've got a cheeky flank at the back, but that's being defended by a Farseer. Indeed.
Farseer and the Phoenix were both part of the drop. Farseer placed to counter the Phoenix. Very nice.
I wonder if it's the right choice to get Phoenixes in the Raiden game. I feel like the distance between the Phoenix and the Raiden, once they get chained, it's just too close, and the Phoenix would just get popped up. as the Ridens engage.
I prefer the cheap EMP from the Farseer in this situation myself over the Phoenix, because whoever EMPs the other side's Raiden first seems to be the winner.
A huge comeback here from 501.
501 are the huge winner this round, with 4 Raidens surviving. They will drop Flat White down under 4,000. It is as close as you could possibly ask for. 3566 to 3570.
And the spells start coming out. Ion Blast for all 4 players.
Wherever your giants are, that is where this Ion Beam is going to be. Now, they should all know that. They should all play around it in different ways. So let's take a look at the ways they do that.
I think something significant out of last round was that the team with the Raiden surviving was the team that chose to have range. You'll notice Steel Sane picked up the chain, but not range. And all 4 Raiden survived, and survived convincingly.
Yeah, as in many other units, range is king. So take a look at the little mobile beacon that Sacco's got. He's going to be dodging a chunk of Ion Beam. He is going to be sacrificing 1 Raiden to it. For Play Archer, similar. For Arbiter, yeah, similar. He's going out and around, but the way that Play Archer has placed the Ion Beam actually will pick this up. At least the level 2 Raiden with Banana Repair is going to get some ion damage early on.
Promptly healing it off.
Probably does heal it off, that's true. And then the stationary defenders with some shield bubbles, which should help, but are of course not going to be any use protecting either the Raidens or the Phoenix.
If the Phoenix get caught in this beam, as it looks like they might, that's a pretty significant development, because they're kind of the primary damage to deal with those Raiden.
It also took out the level 4 marksman over there, and the Arclight that was clearing chaff for the Raiden. So really, really good choice of direction to have those targeted once the shield bubble went down for Forgotten Arbiter. Direction of your Ion Beam matters a bunch. And of course, the other thing to notice is that he placed it a little further over to the left than some people might have, and that is because Ion Beam does do splash damage. So his splash was hitting the shield even before the Ion Beam looks like it is.
We have something of a miraculous survival by Archer's Raiden, or are we going to say Raiden?
Raiden.
Virtually no health.
Pick your flavor.
I think my chat has decided it's Sparky.
Sparky, so that we can get off the argument.
There we go, Sparky.
Perfect. So 501 win this round with a single surviving giant. You've got orbital javelins up. Those should be taking out key Raidens. Steel Sane, the only player to opt for the enhancement module. Which goes to level and get out of a Vulcan and then level a melting point. So we talked about this earlier in tournament. Steel Sane, a very economy-focused player, and he does go ahead and take the optimized economy play over the orbital javelin. I don't know if you're going to have enough, how long you can sustain that. But if this game were to go really long, Steel Sane's economy advantage would play out valuably.
These javelins are going to be key.
Yeah, Forgotten Arbiter dodging his did take temp speed to ensure that they're out of range of that as quickly as they can possibly be. Even if Play Archer guesses correctly which direction he's going. Note he is also going to add 2 Raidens that are just out in the middle of nowhere, where you might not guess that they are. And there's obvious communication there, because as soon as he drops those in the middle, Sacco is mobile beaconing to the middle. I think he's adding his 2 and an Arclight to clear the chaff all to the middle. So that was clearly a decided play chosen out of their communal Discord call. They coordinated this to have the middle push to work around the orbital javelins. Those two did not dodge, no.
There was a little bit of a dodge on Steel Sane's side. He actually pulled back the level 2 Raiden and the Marksman, and it was just enough to make that happen. But with the center tower going down, clearly Team 501 is hoping for a 3,000 damage knockout punch right now.
They did both loan for range and speed, while opponents did not loan. Although did take range.
Question is, just how much health damage do they have on the board here?
Oof. God, what?
It's a lot.
It's 2,800 in Giants. And that is
it is
enough. KO'd by the 501.
All right.
Oh, congratulations to those of you supporting the 501. And they have gotten vengeance against the only team that's managed to beat them so far. If they can beat Woot's Minions in the final of this three-way tiebreaker, then 501 will be the champions. For Flat White, their next opponents are Woot's Minions, and they are hoping to see a victory in that to create a second round of tiebreakers. They need to beat Woot's Minions and then have Woot's Minions beat the 501, completely reversing the path of the first encounters between those three teams.
I just feel like we need a Sylvester Stallone speech at the end of this match here. This boxing match.
It's a long one. All right. Okay, everybody in the room here.
Spectator delay.
Is just now joining. We're in our tiebreaker finals. We had a three-way tie of 4 wins apiece. And now we're having to have 3 matches decide. First one went to Team 501. We're now in round 2. Flat White taking on Woot's Minions. With one more round to go after that. Perhaps a tiebreaker beyond. We'll see.
Well, it does set up the situation where if Woot's Minions can win this one, then they will have created a title match. That is the stakes of this one. If Woot's Minions win, they create a title fight between 501 and Woot's Minions. If Flat White can beat it, can win, then the 501 can clinch the title against Woot's Minions, while Woot's Minions would be simply creating a second best of 3.
In the rarest of situations, Flat White wins, and then Woot's Minions are pitted against 501, and then they win, and then we have to do this whole thing all over again.
We can be here all day. It's like baseball. This game's not over until somebody is the decisive champion. We don't go to like golden goal penalty shootouts, none of that. No. You're going to win this on the field.
All right, so let's talk about track records. Woot's Minions, they have been unstoppable all the way until the very final round 5, they were stopped by 501. Um, they were
And
stopped by 501 in a very similar fashion that stopped Flat White, with both aggro positions, both starting to pivot really hard into Raiden at round 5, and then within the next 2 rounds, they finished the game. So now they have both have been on the receiving end of the abuse from 501. What do you think they're going to do? We know what Flat White is going to do. They're going to put everything by the tower. They're going to get some stone callers, right?
and we know what
What do
Skay
you
is going
think
to
about Boots Minion? We
we,
know what
we
Skay's
know
going
what
to do.
Skay's going to do. So the only wild card is chemtrails. Last time these two faced, it was Skay's marksman against the caddy corner opposite Play Archer's marksman, and that is how they have set up again. So it might be caddy corner battle, and of course each of them was winning their side and feeding XP to each other, which allowed those marksmen to hyperscale. Skay's hyperscaled faster, but here you are. Play Archer's gone for the marksman specialist with 3 marksmen start, and Skay a aerial specialist also with 3 marksmen to start. Rhino spec and supply spec the other 2 choices. So chemtrails near side left, supply specialist with ball crawl. Skay, are you? You're not coming out on the line, are you, Skay?
Those are
No.
not assault marksmen.
No. No, they are not, but he expects the deep deploy from opponents. Might as well have the marksman up front.
Ooh, they're both going aggro here.
You know, the one thing we haven't seen is a double aggro push mid, which probably doesn't work at the highest level. I imagine that gets slowed down too much by oil, but it can really be effective in the middle tier 2v2s, where you get something like this mid. Also, Chemtrails, I appreciate that you are in the throwback Poseidon Trident formation. Used to run this.
Everything about this.
Everything in a line. This is Amarok, June of 2023. That is what that formation looked like. And, ran that until I discovered that it would all run into fire. So you might want your staggered a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, but there's no Sabertooth start here either to slow down these. These are all classic aggro starting units, but the Saber is in my latter experience, is what shut these down every time. None to be found.
Lion Tarantula get the last few units. Ooh, we got a steel balls coming onto the tower. And with steel balls still left over, I think Boots minions should be able to overpower these stone callers.
It's going to come down to tower timing and the artillery.
Oh, so close.
Boots minions winning round 1. They'll be at 6,000 hit points on the nose, with Flat White at 6,150. Having started with a few more hit points. Wasp Swarm, the clear tempo offer. And this is one of the things the Flat White will do. They're playing tempo from deep. And I know that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but if you are rejecting an attack, you can wind up doing a ton of damage if all of your units are surviving. Opponents are counting on hitting towers, and you're preventing it from happening. You can get a lot of hit point damage dealt to the bar and cause that tempo loss, and that's exactly what they did to the 501 in that first game. Here you see a double Wasp call-in on the same side rather than splitting them. Oh, Now we're
Not
splitting them.
anymore.
Right
I
when
like
you
to
say
be on
that.
the same side.
They're on the same side. They're on the same side.
And now they're on the same side again.
We do have Skay actually picking up an actual Wasp unit. I almost expected a tech upgrade or something, but it's round 2. Even so, that means more Wasps on the field. Late into the match, that might end up being the tiebreaker
Right.
late into this particular round.
And it could also, position him to have the teched wasps late game.
We'll see if those Mustangs stick around, though. Looks like they may.
And this is something that being the aggro player, especially both of you are going aggro, is just so difficult to prevent. That you have no idea where the double wasp is going to come in from. And you have to make a decision. Do you half-ass defend it, or do you commit into a defense with something like Mustangs? And this is the risky part of 2v2 that you were talking about earlier, Amarak, with both players going aggro.
Yep, this is exactly what I was thinking about. And
The best defense is to not have those happen at all. No Wasp deploys showing up at all.
But even then, you're looking at possible flank deploys, etc.
Mm-hmm.
So, Woods Minions down to 4,800. Flat White are in the tempo driver's seat at the moment, and we get the unit to drop. Fire Badger for Play Archer.
Skay and Steel Sane as well. And Chemtrails bucking the trend with the Fortress on the line.
We saw how effective that was for Forgotten Arbiter.
Here's that fire on the Crawler Auger line.
Yep, that's what I was worried about. I learned not to do this. I learned to do very staggered.
I'm curious if Skay is going to level those Wasps. Those Mustangs would deal with it whenever they cross to the other side. Oh, and we have a Raiden, our first one.
Do you know how we said we knew what Skay does? Skay is not doing what Skay does.
He is doing a completely different board here. He's actually playing the Raiden Fire Badger meta. It's I like it. It's almost like a Fire Badger Phantom Ray, which is one of my favorite boards. So Badger Phantom Ray, just put them in group of 3s. Badger Crawler Ray, Badger Crawler Ray, and then they just do their own thing in that own area.
And part of the reason that works so well is that Fire Badger and Raiden both have a 10 meter per second speed, so they work together beautifully. And of course, Skay is an aerial specialist, so the Raiden has extra hit points and does extra damage. It's up at 17,000 hit points, doing almost 6,000 damage per shot. And that will one-shot even level 1 Fire Badgers from opponent.
And surprisingly, right now the counter to that build is actually just Raidens. Raidens gets rid of the Fire Badgers super quickly, and without that efficient chaff clear at the front, your Raiden would just get stuck on lots of fans and lots of crawlers.
I do think there's a very subtle difference between the two boards, as the board will get reset here in a moment. Since they both have Fire Badgers, you'll notice that Skay's Fire Badgers are placed vertically, which I think is advantageous against Raidens, whereas Steel Sanes are horizontal, which can take the full blast of the 3-shot.
All 3,
Raiden.
Yeah. The horizontal was better against the old deployments, right, when you would have, you wanted to hit multiple different chaff units at the same time. You wanted the width of napalm. But yeah, they may not have adapted to that Raiden meta yet. Of course, there will be fire on the ground for all players. And Steel Sane taking advantage of the Rhino drop to mobile beacon to a completely unprotected tower. He is the Rhino specialist, and Chemtrail's obviously not thinking about that at all. This is something where Skay would need to call that out to him. And they've talked about how they don't necessarily coordinate things like this. They do coordinate the spells. Of course, the 401 players playing very conservatively. They've got shields up that will block some of those fire call-ins, where the aggro player's not really able to do that. One fire in the flat white half of the field. The other one could have potentially been blocked by a shield, but it's a pretty unlikely shield to play.
That is one trend I've noticed after seeing quite a few of these flat white games, is they tend to favor shields whenever their abilities are called down, whereas the last game with Sacco, they tend to just favor mobile beacon, whether it's a javelin, whether it's a lightning storm, just kind of get units entirely out of the way. It's an interesting difference between the two play styles.
Right.
If I were to guess, I'd say that's coming from a standard player's perspective versus a aggro player's perspective. The aggro player can't generally utilize shields as well because they're playing on the opponent's side of the board.
Right.
Whereas the standard certainly can, the full value of the shield, full area.
Steel Sane winning his side of the board, got middle tower. And Chemtrails winning on the outside with the surviving fort. And goodness, Skay still has a surviving Raiden. Again, you mentioned Raiden with range, surviving early rounds, winning range wars. And it handled that level 2 Rhino and stayed alive long enough to level. So he'll have 2 level 2 Raidens if he wants Raiden levels. He's also sold out of one of the Fire Badgers. Now we get a unit drop that you could be selling or could be adding to the board. Scorpions for Skay and Play Archer. Farseer for Chemtrails.
I'm not too sure how I feel about Skay's chaff clear. Now that he's sold out of a Fire Badger, I feel like he's going to need to either tech into the Tarantula or something along those lines. That is a fairly significant amount of chaff opposite those Raidens.
I think what he's banking on is at some point he's going to put 3 Raidens with chain and range. Raidens with chain actually chaff clear fairly decently. That's 2 shots into every chaff squad. Okay. So maybe that's what he's thinking. Just kind of use the Raiden or range Raiden to do that initial chaff clear.
Yeah, it's entirely possible.
He is adding more spiders though to help solidify the center.
And he teched range on him.
I think what he might be realizing is that with the Fire Badger Raiden combo, it can just be easily broken by some Raiden from his opponent.
Especially because he doesn't have much chaff of his own.
Yeah, no.
He has no
It's
deep
only
chaff,
4,
right?
5 squads.
He's even sold out of that Wasp rather than teching it.
Very interested to see that level 3 Scorpion facing off the forts. If it'll have the opportunity to reach the forts.
Being shot at by the forts. It's been shot at by everybody.
Yeah,
Nope.
it's down.
Never
Not
had a
much
chance.
chaff for that.
And that has all but leveled that one, the fort that got killing blow there. That fort's now level 2 if it wants to be. The fort staying for Chemtrails, looking very solid. And Play Archer, I'm sorry, Steel Sane went to AA Marksman, which should win, or are winning against the Raiden, but are not the right answer into the Mustang fort component composition.
At this point, do we think Skay is just going to load up on more Raiden and get the chain in order to reach those marksmen, or is he going to add in some of that chaff to distract marksmen?
I think it's keep loading Raidens. If I were him, it would be a Raiden,
Oil.
Okay, we'll have oil to light the
It is
ground on
oil.
fire. Sure enough. I was going to say, for me, it would be a Raiden tech, and a chaff every round at this point.
think he picked up the AoE on the Tarantula. Clearing out the chaff a little bit more.
All right, we got Spider, HE Spider into Raiden. Yesterday, I played about 3 to 4 games with Uncle Lazy, and I told him, I'm going to go HE Spider with Raiden. What are you going to do? And it turns out to be a very effective build, even if you know beforehand. So give it a try. So the way it works is that the Spider, of course, one of the best chaff clear units if you can get both of these attacks and if you can actually reach these units. Get rid of the chaff, Raiden comes in with range and chain, kills everything else, while the Spider may still be alive just because of how tanky. The only real answer to that is probably a War Factory, maybe a Melting Point, but this is looking pretty good here for Skate's board.
Uncle Lacy's comment is, it hurts. 401 are
we do have a bit
again
of a...
doubling up on one side. They've had to abandon the side that they hit last time, which is now protected by Mustangs and Farseers, going for a double call-in on Skate's side, where they'll
This is where I think Chemtrails should have been supporting the partner who does not have the Farseer to defend with their own deploy of the Wasp.
Yeah, a mid deploy or outside deploy, and possibly even recognizing that this was the correct play for opponents, a mobile beaconed Mustang from his side could have been really valuable.
However, the tower went down even before the Wasp could get to that tower, thanks to the Raiden's range.
Raiden's, well...
Not enough, though.
Woot's minions have hit
but...
both sides outside towers, and still going down.
Yeah, the Wasp really did a lot. I mean, without those Wasps, the Scales board was quite powerful.
Yeah, Chemtrails doing the defensive Wasp when you already have the defend. Really should have been looking outside there to see if the partner needs help or not. If Ion Beams, though, once again offered, I'm going to suspect all 4 picking them up.
But
they do.
It looks like Steel Sane is playing his on top of the forts, rather than supporting partner over the Raidens. Gotta wonder if that is a bit of a mistake. He is going to light the ground on fire. Temp speed for Skay may get some of these Raidens out of that beam. Certainly going to get this Tarantula out of that beam as well. Don't think it gets the Scorpion out, but it might get it out alive, just injured. And Steel Sane... I'm sorry, Play Archer has taken the Scorpion range, which I think is interesting in a defensive position. I think you probably want double shot or acid. Like dropping acid into the fort's way would probably have been more valuable. Skay goes for double armored rhinos with a mobile beacon. Nobody sees that coming. There is a missile that will slow... Well, maybe the missiles slow 1 or 2 of them down. They were supposed to slow other units down in the ion beam.
Wow, most of his units got out of the ion beam, so
Yep.
that was very well played.
It only hits 1 Raiden, while Chemtrails is winning his side really hard at the moment with ranged forts. So the forts now outrange the Mustangs just barely. Oh, same range, no. Forts and the Mustangs are the same range? Doesn't make sense to me. But at any rate, the Mustangs can get out front and tank some of those Scorpion shots. Play that's more often seen against...
more XP on those marksmen.
Yes. I was going to say, it's a play that's more often seen against the... against Melting Point than against Scorpion, but it does work the same way. So Flat White in control of this one. They're at 4,900 hit points. The Riding board for Woot's minions down under 1,000. They've got 900 hit points left. Again, if Flat White wins this and Woot's minions beats 501, we will have a double tie. If Flat White, either way, 501 can win that last match. They are the undisputed champions. Melting points for the Flat White team and Sandworms for Woot's minions.
Looks like Chemtrails sold the Sandworm, however.
Funding the offense.
The fire's off cooldown, so this is usually does not bode well for the aggro player.
See if that photon emission is going to be helpful at all on this new Overlord showing up. And Raiden's entering the field over on Chemtrail's side. Getting to shake things up, apparently.
Raiden with Chain, trying to get through and hit the Fire Badgers through some of the units that are defending in front of them. And possibly also be hitting the Scorpions. The Scorpions now have Acid Attack, so even if at the start of the round that might be hitting the front of the shield and dropping, but eventually it should be within the 15-meter range, because it'll be shooting at Mustangs that are only 5 meters away. Yeah, 150 meters for the Mustangs, 155 for the Forts. Towers go
down.
And Woot's minions are going to have a huge round.
That was very unexpected, because we both got fire, and you would think that the aggro player would be at a disadvantage here, but no. It's not over yet. We still got a level 3 melting point.
With
one tap
little
away
help.
from dying.
And those marksmen still getting some work done. They have saved a lot of damage, but it's about half the hit points off of Flat White. They're down to 2750. Woot's minions on 943. This should be the last round of the game, I would expect.
For either side.
Oil is off cooldown. No, the oil is not off cooldown for Woot's minions, but it is off cooldown for Steel Saint and Steel Saint only.
Skay and Steel Saint have taken the Wasps and played them opposite each other.
Woot's minions still have both oil from Tower available.
So that's where Steel Saint's oil is going to go, and it's going to clear up all this chaff here.
So Chemtrails did Lone Range Speed. Skay has not, and I find that one really fascinating, where as a team, I would prefer our economies to be in sync. Put the pedal to the metal and finish the game. There we go. We get the
There
load
it is.
now. And the Russians also out of sync, with Play Archer having taken Lone in range, and Steel Saint just in range at the moment.
How do you feel about these level 1 sledges up in the front row? Supposedly taking on the Mustang and the Fire Badger, but they're level 1. Over on
Don't they just
Skay's side.
die to a one-shot from the marksman? But maybe they
Yes.
keep the marksman from targeting the things he actually wants them to target?
Correct. Although some of them do have the photon now.
And let's see if the Scorpions on the left-hand side is going to do a little bit more work than the previous rounds, now with double shot, so they can kill giants fairly efficiently. But
long as
not
it gets
into
target before
Force
the town.
10.
Yeah, acid does nothing to the shield, right?
It's a very convincing round here from Cam. And for Skay, still hanging in there. Still got a
That tower about to
single
drop,
Raiden.
though.
Middle tower goes down. This is always frustrating as a player, where you're like, I was winning my side, but then this huge army comes from the other side of the board. Is it enough to finish?
It is a lot of giants still in that pack.
150 hit points away.
Wow.
Woot's minions almost get the job done. Flat White on their last 153 hit points. And Orbital Javelin is up. Problem, of course, is for the Flat White is those giants are so tanky that you can't just Orbital Javelin the forts out anymore. But if you coordinated 2 Orbital Javelins together...
Also looks, though, as the level 2 Raidens are in range, if there's no mobile beacon to get out away of it, you might get 2 level 2 Raidens, maybe a level 3 knocked out here.
And on the other side, you could hit a boat and a level 2 Raiden. This might even be a level 3 if you were lucky.
A double jab just to get rid of that level 3 mountain point. Jesus.
The dodge on the Raidens on the left. The Wasps are back.
This is
We will see.
This is the regular one with all 4 players having it, right?
Yes, and once again, we will see if there's anything done about it on the blue side, protecting those towers. Currently, you've got a missile or 2. I think they've had enough of those shenanigans. More missiles are being deployed.
Critically, of course, the mobile beacon is consumed in that dodge, so you couldn't throw down a mobile beaconed Mustang this time.
But on the right side, you have a Javelin going, they're mobile beaconing straight into it. You're going to have a Raiden and Overlord getting hit, although the Photon keeps the Raiden alive.
Level 3 Photon with the tower health and a Photon survives a Javelin. New information for me.
Exactly.
Ooh. It looks like Cam's board is just unstoppable, pushing through everything here, even with the fire on the ground. Like the Mustangs are so big that they're actually surviving through the fire.
It's a hyperscaling board, and it's gone to round 10, and it has hyperscaled. It's
Gonna be it.
Fort Stang with a zillion Raidens triple teched to back it up. And that sets us up with the final you all wanted, a championship match between Woot's Minions and 501, 501, 501, coming right up. Level 3 fort over here did 250,000 damage over the course of the game. Gold damage dealer. Who's the gold damage dealer for side this round? Might be one of the Mustangs. No, it's the level 3 Raiden on Skay's board. It did 362,000 damage, so 1/3 and did 63,000 on that final round. For Flat White, they came so close and just didn't tempo it out. And I do kind of wonder if refusing to loan that early to tempo it out, if that was just they are both a little bit more used to 1v1, and possibly a loan to finish on the round that they dropped these guys down to 9,000, or even the round before that, if you thought you were going to get the W. All right, looks like the 501 will be the far side. Congrats to those of you that had Woot's Minions in that one.
Definitely a lot of effort going into all of these matches. These are some seriously tough fights, though we have certainly seen just about every one of them ending with Raiden on the field. I am curious what you guys' thoughts there is a little bit more pressure when it comes to a tournament like this. And now that you get to the finals, how much of it is just going to come down to which side has less fatigue affecting their decisions?
I mean, usually we don't run tournaments this long, but when we do, having good stamina is definitely an important component, just like in any sport.
It is a difficult thing to maintain the highest level of concentration for what will be going on 4 hours. This match will finish at the 4-hour mark, and that is really tough. Like it's something I've noticed in my streams. I tend to have about a 2.5-hour window of really good performance, and then a 2.5-hour window of poor performance. Like that is my stamina window. Like 2 hours I can maintain, but I can't maintain the concentration for the full 4 hours. And that might be one of the things separating me from having a substantially better MMR, for example. Kind of insisting on playing 8-hour streams. And so I'm interested to see like which of these players has that kind of stamina, you know?
So it's really 6 hours of poor performance. And at that point, you got your 2 that you're good for. And then you just keep streaming for an additional 6.
Well, no, it tends to go in kind of like a wave. It'll be like 2.5 hours good, 2.5 hours bad, 2.5 hours good, and then when it starts tailing off the second time, I'm done. So there's usually a dinner correlated to that second wave of good performance. But you're not wrong. You're not wrong that the stamina and fatigue are going to matter. As we saw the last time these two teams met, the 501 came out aggro. We saw Skay's defense in standard. And we'll see if he runs the same thing or if he's committed to something different this time. Winner of this match is the tournament champion. We are in the final. Both of these teams, 5 wins, 1 defeat on the day. Winners take home a $150 prize split between them. The loser of this match will be taking home a $100 prize split between them. And Flat White have already secured the third place prize, a $50 split, $25 apiece. Skay will be near side left Fire Badger specialist with Fang and Stormcaller. Partner Chemtrails, a Typhoon specialist, on the right with Ball Crawl Aggro, already up on the line, as you can see. Sacco, a training specialist with Sabertooth and Arclight. We have not seen a whole lot of Sabertooth in this match, or in this tournament, right?
Not a lot.
They're up against the same opponent from their last game, so it is going to be Sacco versus Skay, Chemtrail versus Arbiter.
And it looks like both teams have taken a similar approach, one player coming out aggro, the other one holding the middle with storms. That is what I talked about preferring as a team. And when Alpha Titan and I were playing at the 2000 MMR level, we were 2000 MMR in 2v2, of course. We were playing this formation frequently, with a Stormcaller covering mid, and one player playing aggro, the other player playing back. And you kind of get a race.
All things goes according to plan.
Yeah.
I mean, this board should just rotate counterclockwise.
Yep. And at that point, it will matter that Chemtrails is doing it with faster units, right? The Steel Ball and Crawler ought to be able to get in a little bit faster than Saber and Arclight. We'll see if he pivots to the Fort aggro that he ran previously. We'll also see what Arbiter's defense is.
I'm very curious to see whether or not the Sabertooth ends up being of a significant force here, if it levels, if it gets to the point where it actually gets to see the new secondary armament coming out there, or if it just gets sold to make way for more sparks.
Woo, we actually have the spillover Stonecallers getting through the middle tower. I thought for sure Scale got the first round in the bag, but that is until the flanking Stonecrawlers came into the play.
So Arbiter
Yeah,
winning the
Arbiter
middle,
actually-
and that wins the round for the 501. They're at 5,000 hit points, and Woot's minions down to 4774.
Fire Badgers adding to the field now. Some good choices available to them. Marksman showing up for Chem.
And Skay, right? If that was what Skay wanted.
They probably could use some marksman.
Rhino
for
for
Sacco just
Sacco.
continue with the aggro, leveling up too with the training spec.
So he's made
With
that
no
level
marks.
2. I like
Okay.
it. So he held the round level 1. He held the training spec on round 1 to be able to use it more effectively on round 2. I like that play a lot.
He also picked with Phoenix, which puts his opponent in an awkward position. Are you going to counter that Rhino, or are you going to counter the air?
All right, nothing yet from Arbiter. But looking at his board, he might benefit from. I guess he's decided to choose the Mustangs. I was going to say he might benefit from the Marksman as well.
So Mustangs, 1 extra arc light for Arbiter. For Skay, flank Rhino and distraction Crawler, along with 2 Fire Badgers, 1 from his specialty and 1 purchased normally. Of course,
Power upgrade as well.
Chemtrails has the Typhoon coming next round. Arbiter has the Farseer coming next round.
Very good pull, getting all his units back,
The
but still.
entire team getting pulled there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you aggroing your back corner, sir?
And now we got the crawlers getting straight to the tower, which means all these units going to be fighting under debuff and the constant barrage from Stonecrawlers.
That is a really nice play from Skay. And he set it up with 2 different units, right? One to start the pull, and then the second one to complete it.
He was not anticipating the Rhino to be level 2, though, from that training specialist. So the Rhino still manages to get through and just is chewing up everything in front of it.
Not Rhino, the real MVP.
Remember, this is only round 2. Be facing a level 2 Rhino is not at all what you want to be doing.
And
We got Nano Repair Kit, and guess what unit that's going on to?
it is already on the Rhino, and the Rhino already has a mobile beacon. Chemtrail's also taking the Nano Repair.
I don't think I realized that that Rhino drop says photon emission on it.
Is there a translation issue there?
It's all in English, but
Yeah.
it is the
Translation
It is-
because English is not the first language this game is written
well,
in,
certainly.
so it's a translation
Uh,
issue. He's going to use this mobile beacon, the horizontal mobile beacon, and the reason you do these crawlers horizontal like that is that the, or vertical to the tower if you're thinking from the face of the flank. But the reason you do it this way is that the missile will miss the last couple of crawlers off the back. The sentry missile doesn't hit the whole pack. And you've got, this pull has become very popular as a way to redirect a whole bunch of aggro. And you can see, like, the arc lights, the phoenix, the saber, they're all involved in that. And that is going to ensure that a lot of units are able to get out in front of the Rhino and potentially slow it down. So Sacco's answer is to flank himself. I'm going to pull all of your units to the corner, sir, and have a straight open line for my mobile beacon.
And that is very open indeed. Nothing in front of that Rhino.
Absolutely
I'm
nothing to
very
slow the Rhino down.
surprised. In order for the little elbow-shaped mobile beacon to pull, you can't really risk having your own units in front of the tower that might instead pull them back, right, to redirect them back to your side. And so that means the tower stays open. I'm very surprised. The tower did not get an upgrade.
Yeah, but an upgrade against a level 2 Rhino, I was only going to buy it 2 punches, which is 1.8 seconds. Might not have been worth the 100.
He didn't know at the time he was going to get flanked, though. He thought he had something to support.
Yeah, he thought he was going to have his units in front.
Yeah, so in this tournament, we saw Sacco, at least the games that we play, we casted. Every single time he put in the crawler and sledgehammer.
Mm-hmm.
And in this game, he didn't even have sledgehammer to begin with, right? So he has to unlock the sledgehammer, put it back here. He might be onto something. So for those of you that are watching, that are wondering how to use an effective flank just to tie up as many units as you possibly can, is that going to be an arc light with the crawler? Is that going to be typhoons?
Yeah,
Sacco thinks it's going to be sledgehammer crawler.
That is the cast pull right now. Cast debuted that about 3 or 4 weeks ago. It's doing very, very well in tournaments. He's using it as part of a sledgehammer full line, but it works really nicely because, of course, you've got the crawlers out front. They move faster than even an upgraded sledge, so they will move far enough away that the missile hits the crawlers, but not the sledges, so you can't just missile out the sledges. And then you've got 5 different bodies back there, so even if there's something that does large single target, it's not going to take out the full pack. And it does pull a ton of stuff and can distract them for a long time, leaving tower vectors wide open for either straight down the middle or corner shots like this. It is surprisingly effective, and it's often followed by a secondary shallow flank up here to pull the units that have run down into that corner up into this one. So,
yeah, it is so annoying. Cass actually used their army in the season final on both flanks.
Yes, he did. I cast that match.
All right. Sacco is playing a very conventional game. He sold both of his sabers, just swapping them out with level 2 rhinos, and now he's putting another one straight into the middle tower. With fire, should guarantee a lot of dead chaps. But this rhino is still going to be stuck on the crawlers for a little bit.
Other significant developments, though, we do have the double wasp flank happening by Skay.
And a new level 2
retreated
rhino. New level 2 rhino up the middle going for the center towers.
Slowed down once again, though, because his outside tower went down.
Hey, rhino no punch flying things. Flying things, your turn.
Arbiter got his side of the board. He was doing riding into a bunch of typhoons. And of course, nothing can kill this level 2 rhino with nano. So there's going to be another huge chunk of HP.
And Farseer will eventually take care of those wasps.
I think the momentum here on this turn is not insignificant because they not only won the round, but they won it by pivoting into new units as well, putting them ahead of this game for the next shift in momentum. Since you've added in the ride-in into the field, the extra center push with the rhino, he's not just having rhinos to sell out of them.
Yeah, there's multiple problems to answer. You're seeing double melting point drop from Skay and Chemtrails, and Skay's answer to the rhino up the middle is going to be a war factory. So he spent 200s to unlock that, and is going to have War Factory v level 2 Rhino in the middle, and level 2 Melter v level 2 Rhino on the outside. Whichever one of these you want to come after, I'm going to play defense. Sacco's answer to that Wasp flank is a Wraith, level 1 Wraith. He does not run 8-gun on it, so Shielded Wasp eventually should win this. Shielded AA Wasp eventually wins it, but it's good enough for now. A He's
All
got
right, looking at the arbiters. I am a little worried about Cam's board right now. He did sell out of that level 2 mountain point, and he did adding items himself. He is running these steel balls, the typhoons, all of which are very vulnerable to the riding, especially in the later rounds. And he doesn't have a lot of rounds left, right? He has maybe 2 to 3 rounds. If he doesn't consistently win or get into a very comfortable, stable position with his front line.
Right before this round started, I clicked on those steel balls. They were less than 200 damage between the two of them. So those steel balls are, perhaps they're having some value of costing a shot cooldown from the Raiden, but they're not doing any damage, that's for sure. They could safely be sold.
Well, the
Speaking of
War Factory hard
another
countered
round.
that middle rhino, but does not shoot up. Would you like some experience for your Raidens? Come get it.
I wonder if this is the end of it. I mean, we got 2. Yeah, I think this is enough.
That's 600 in the Wraith, and what? 1,000, 50 in the...
Yeah, and 300 in the Farseer. That is GG. 501, 501, 501 are your tournament champions, winning a solid 6 games in a row to close out after a rocky start against Flat White in that very first match. Congratulations to you guys getting the vengeance on Flat White in the 6th match and conclusively staking the claim to the title by beating Woot's Minions in the 7th match. Woot's Minions came oh so close after going 4-0 to start, and unfortunately couldn't complete it with their first match against the 501. Did set up the deterministic final. We had the winner of this one was going to be the champion. Huge congratulations to all 3 teams that made it to the tiebreaker, and to the tournament organizers, Uncle Lazy and Stoney. Thank you guys very much. This has been amazing. Really, really appreciate the work and effort that went into this.
And thank you. We always have your back, and no, you always have our back, Amarok. Whenever we ask you to helping and do some casting, and of course, shout out to Pastor Drewski, shout out to Apucci. Just your dedication to this community, and also to esports in Macabellum. It's very much appreciated.
Well, thank
And
you.
thank you for all the viewers who are spending their time on their Saturday afternoon, possibly skipping your tourney matches, the European tourney matches, to watch this tournament. Thank you very much for your support. And of course, as you've heard from the last Engine Room talk and also from the patch notes, that there will be 2v2 tournaments in Season 2. So we definitely are looking to do more of these prized tournaments. One is just to find out what crazy strategies are lurking among the population from these top players, and 2, hopefully we can use some of these games as tutorial examples, because so far a lot of the 2v2 games are very much casual. Even the ones that are at high level, which some of which you've seen today, are more or less played at just 2 1v1 games, right? There should have been a lot more interaction. There could have been a lot more cooperation, and that is really where a team sport shines.
Yeah, that is what I was going to say. Is I didn't feel like this highlighted the best 1v1 players playing very well at the 1v1 level. On the 2v2 map, right? But it did not highlight the best 2v2 team interactions that you can get. And I think that there's still room to explore the high end of that meta. Lots to explore, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah. Jersey, any last words?
Certainly. I thoroughly enjoy the 2v2 meta. I'm excited to see what comes of the tournaments, as you guys were just saying. But I've always enjoyed the fact that when you do have games that, even if they are 2 matches of 1v1 side by side, the fact that your hard counter to your opponent might be itself getting hard countered by your ally's opponent does mean that you need to be thinking a little bit more of the 4D chess. How am I going to counter that other opponent at the same time as still dealing with my own? And that kind of gives this a little bit more variety
It does.
than a straight up 1v1. I've always enjoyed it.
I do think it's a little unfortunate that we have it on the shortly after patch day final, and that we had the qualifiers were conflicting with the end of season tournament for season 1. So I think we'll probably do a little bit better job of scheduling that next time. Just
Sure.
in terms of,
And also, we weren't expecting as much of an impact or this much of an impact from
yeah,
this new patch. I
Yeah.
think a lot of players are still figuring out how to deal with Riot and how to play with it. But hey,
I think we
it
do
makes
need
for some very exciting games.
I think we do need to make sure that we're thinking about that in terms of new units when they come out. It's very, very difficult to balance them, right? So
Oh,
if we
absolutely.
remember when Wraith first came out, when what else was initially problematic?
Wraith actually
that was
was
before my
laughed
time.
at.
Yeah, Wraith was laughed at the
uh,
highest level. That's true.
It was very much not used whatsoever for the first several patch runs of it.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, and there really wasn't much of a change to it directly. I think it was the meta shifted, and suddenly
No,
somebody tried
got
it in
buffs.
aggro.
Hold on. Cat Samu and I had been running it in aggro, and figured out how to run it well in aggro. And Cat did most of the work on that, and then taught me how to do it. And so he and I were running it in aggro, and then it got buffs. And as soon as it got buffs, all of the top players grabbed the same aggro formats and started using it to push the aggro. But it wasn't getting used at the highest level until it got some substantial buffs. And it got two buffs in a row, and each time I was like, no, it's perfect where it is. It was exactly right where it was right before those 2 patches. And the reason I'd say that is because you could make it work, but it took skill and effort, right? And I think that's where I want every unit to be. I don't want any units to be yes, just slap this down in this format and you win games. Let's get it to let's get each unit to have a niche, to have a role, but to make it really shine as your carry unit, you have to have some skill to pilot it, right? Like, that's the difference. We talked about Woot's boat aggro, for example, right? Like, not everybody was running that, and there's a ton of skill involved in what he was doing. So, or Skay's,
Right.
Skay's Vulcan marksman build, right? Like, yes, it's Vulcan's spawning marksman is one of the very first builds you spot when you look at this game. You're like, yes, that sounds great. Running it at the 2,300 MMR level, like, that's skill, right? He's mastered that, and that's exactly where it should be.
I do like the new unit, the Raiden, being able to be a potential tool to counter something like a Vulcan marksman, where normally you cannot reach those marksmen, but now you can.
Right.
But I think today, and for the first couple of days since the patch, what we have seen, even after a 20% damage nerf to the Raiden, it is in the classification of a unit that you can just, as long as you buy enough of them, slap them down, you're going to get pretty good results, and without much effort.
So, we were talking about this on my stream yesterday, and I'd love to throw this out to both of you for thoughts, and possibly to have it in the back of Stoney's mind for conversation with Bearlike tomorrow. Raiden has a pretty slow turning radius, and the unit icon makes it really clear that this thing should be shooting forward. I wonder if the right debuff is not numerical balancing, but just making it this powerful, but only in a very narrow firing arc. Narrow that window, and so the counter to it becomes hit it from every side, and it still counters Vulcan marksman with marksman behind the Vulcan, because the way that the fork will jump out from the Vulcan or out from the giant that you hit in its fort or something.
So I like it. Obviously, it would need to be tested just to see if it's even possible.
Right.
My thought would be then to piggyback on that, if that were the baseline way that the unit were to work, I would wonder if the ion tech then makes it to where it can now fire in a full 360 degree, because currently ion is bad.
Pucci did the math on ion, and it actually only costs it one shot.
Very interesting combos here.
But yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I mean, writing is definitely going to be a pretty big topic in tomorrow's talk. And speaking of tomorrow's talk, so we're going to have our episode 2 for the engine room chat with Bearlight tomorrow on this Twitch and also on my YouTube live at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So see you there.
All right.
And with that,
on our channels,
and
let's
anything
put the
else?
link to that, if you don't mind.
Yep.
Pastor Drewski, throw out the link to youtube.com/StoneyMechabellum. Stoney, what's your Twitch handle?
It's just Stoney Mechabellum.
Oh, Stoney Mechabellum on that as
All
well.
in one word.
Coolio. No, I get not found. I get channel not found when I shout out that.
Underscore?
Underscore, yes. Stoney underscore.
That
Let's
works.
see if that
Okay,
works.
excellent. There you go. So you guys can follow those developments live on either of those channels. And really good luck with that. I appreciate that you're doing that. I love that that's becoming a regular feature for you, Stoney. And again, huge thank you to you and Uncle Lazy for putting together this tournament, and to congratulations to the winners.
Absolutely. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for the invite to be able to join in. I appreciate you.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you everyone for showing up, and thank you for watching it. We will see you on the next one.
All right. Cheers.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
For those on my channel, we are continuing, and as you have probably been seeing on the on the view, hey, we are Speed Specialist Ball Crawl. Let's go. We're into a Rhino Specialist with steel balls. We're not even buying chaff. Float the 100 so you don't ruin the symmetry. Love it. Yeah, we'll ruin the symmetry. What could possibly go wrong? Look at this. We've even got the chaff on the right side. We got the one extra chaff on the correct side. Yes, we will put a bet up. I didn't want to do that while we were in a shared chat. This fellow crushed me the other day, if I remember. Ooh, Imp Tarantula. Elite Sled. I'm gonna, you know what? Elite Speed Tarantula. Let's go. Let's go, Elite Speed Tarantula. Yeah, improved, sorry. Improved. Improved Speed Tarantula. You think you ran into that guy last season? Cool. Well, he's gone heavy armor steel ball. That is a good choice, but if we can get steel ball locks against it, it won't be a great choice. Well, he will get the lock. He does not get the win. out there. That's hilarious. So he got a steel ball to lock onto this improved tarantula and couldn't kill it. Loving that. Loving that for us. So let's see. I did want to give some shout outs and thank yous for follows to Smith of Lies and Firemaster Bill. Really appreciate that. Also, resub with Prime from Diagroth. Thank you guys very much. Really appreciate y'all. Let us add Mustang. So close to leveling it. Oh god, 10 hit points away. You are not wrong. But we leveled this. Let's us run this guy. And also lets us put down a front rank, assuming there might eventually be a riding on the field. Let's start adding some fangs. You're doing 12,000 damage. You can have a level, sir. Okay. We took the 4 marks. He's flanked in 2 places. Now this looks like the cast mobile beacon, L-shaped mobile beacon, as an answer there. That poll did very well. Yo, Bimpy! Welcome in. How are you? I am sweltering in the heat of the GPU after helping to cast the Rust and the Furious finals. Huge congrats to Arbiter and Sacco. Whoosh. Okay, we want... repair level 2. Mana repair goes over here, right? That one comes down this way and it costs us a problem this turn, but... No? That's coming out. Okay, level 2 Rhino. Good cast. You caught it from Stoney's stream in part? Nice. Yeah, mines do work very nicely against Steel Ball. He's added Rhino against Steel Ball and Mustang. Wasp against Mustang. I am confused. I think it works this round. Does it? It's not a bad one-turn thing, right? Especially if he can convince me into more steel balls and then he goes riding. Right? And he did clean up the Mustangs. Okay, it's not a terrible round. It probably delays the, Probably delays the Raiden by a round, which might be all he was going for. The OG canonical answer, it's true. But I don't think I want Charged Phoenix into Raiden. He did sell it. We kind of knew he might sell it. That's fine. That means we missile out, I think, the Wasps? Maybe we hit the Fangs instead, but either of those is fine with me. We're going to have faster moving Mech Rage Tarantulas. He is into more things that Raiden don't answer. Arc Marksman was the what gave you all the losses in Tourney. Okay, love it. So this beast is faster and dealing zillions of damage and basically heals through whatever you're throwing at it with the absorption module. And I think we're going for this. I expect the ground is on fire, right? I would assume he's taking something that takes, that does ground damage, does fire here. So we are going to wind up with the Tarantulas for chaff clear, the Raidens for single target damage. Shocking, this guy does his mobile beacon. Double tap on the on those guys, and now he's that's fine. We've got Phantom Rays out in front to tank whatever AA you've got. Did actually hit us. That's funny. He hit us from the flank because I forgot about it and mobile beaconed around it. That's hilarious. Oh well, my bad. F indeed. And I get an F in chat forever. You're not doing anything anymore. You guys are chaining now. Mustang with range for that. Perfect. Perfect monies, right? The minus 200 IQ play. Exactly. Exactly. He's gone to AA on the marksman. We don't care about that mobile beacon when we have a Mustang on it, sir. Our Mustangs have 135 meter, our Raidens have 130 right now, which is a little frustrating. That was a fun tourney to participate in. How did it work out for you, Yakamaru? Yeah, that Absorb Spider is just getting double shot now, right? He missiled out the chaff to, I think, win this. Yeah, nicely done. I said we didn't have a match. Yeah. We go down hard on that one. Regular tourney just ended with Woot the champion. So Woot wins tournament, Woot's minions lose tournament. I'm not sure how to feel about that one. Alright. Set record 0-1. We dropped to 1546. So minus 12. L1. It does occur to me that I need to eat a lunch, speaking of hungries, and playing not hungry. Minions need to study their master more. A sneaky melon, I believe. So yeah, we're going to run an ad real quick and jump ourselves out to grab a sandwich, chat with Kiddo for just a moment, because I think they have Friendo coming over. The OG Friendo. They have had different Friendos over recently. We will be right... we'll be right back. Of course, we are going to be casting the America's Weekend Tournament Week 87, so we'll get to see Raidens in action. And also, did Woot win that tournament with boats or with Raidens? That is the question. Won it with Hacker Mustang? Wait, what? With Hacker Mustang? Wait, what? Are you kidding me? Do I have to go watch this final match? Do I need to go cast this finals match?
Hi. A wild kiddo has appeared. Hello there, sneaky melon. I love that username. It's funny. Hello, Toast. Zalax. Hello there. Sleepover was good. Am a rock. Sounds different. Snake melon? What? Snake melon? Sneaky melon? I don't know. Anyway, it's his little pebble. Wait, that's cute. They just can't fool me. He's just pretending. Yeah, guys, I'm actually Amarok. This is just a voice changer. No, actually, this is my real voice, and I always use a voice changer to have a deeper voice. This is my actual voice. Yeah. See, now you all look like fools. Sounds about right, yeah. Like, there's like two people that sound about right. Exactly like right after each other. For someone. Whoopsie, my voice changer turned on for a bit. You know what? I'm gonna tell us something only Amarok would know. Only something that Amarok would know. Hacker Typhoon is the best. Anyways, I'm gonna turn the voice changer back on, guys.
And that was Kiddo.
No, it wasn't. This is a voice changer.
Uh-huh.
Oh, there's a person.
I think Kiddo's friendo is there. The laugh, right? It wasn't. But they are having a good day. For the record, I do not use a voice changer. Still fun, though. I did know one Mechabellum streamer who was using a voice changer. Thank you for request a Uh-oh. Kiddo claimed Hacker Typhoon is the best. Now I'm required to run it. HDD Stew Sour is very, very good. Alright, where is Shirajirajir? We're going to run Typhoon Hacker and see if it really is the best. Something Demon says, hi, chat. All right. I think you might actually be right there, right? Unfortunately, we are in Tarantula. But I think we're selling out of the Tarantula into the Typhoon, right? Round 1 is all about Chafford. Oh, wait a sec. You guys go before towers, don't you? They're in no chaff. Wait for it. Wait for it. Surely, exactly. I love how nobody has supported the streamer here. Oh my god. I'm throwing my points away, but what the hell? I mean, you bought the strat. Half hit points? We're below half hit points. What are you guys even talking about? Moonworm is a strat. Nope, we're not allowed to deviate here. We had a plan. Follow the plan. Made a 2,500k during the tourney, so a couple hundred won't hurt. Perfect. surely we are going to win this. Pretty sure we've got this from here, right? Oh shoot, not you. I know, the 50s was for range. I believe in streamer, but my points say otherwise. GG's. It's a scaling comp, though. It should work. Okay, two mistakes. Two mistakes in that. Slaying demon has slayed us. One of them was selling a spider before the spoons even showed up. More than two? More than two, perhaps. But one of the things I was noticing on that one of the things I was noticing there, is if the round one marksmen are just outside of and behind tower, they protect that flank. So if I put those round one marksmen here instead of here, they cover that flank. And then selling the spider before the typhoon even showed up, I was thinking I would sell whatever the drop unit was. So it was like I was going to sell a singleton drop plus 2 spiders to have fully funded round 4. And then so the second mistake was not actually following through with that once I'd kind of committed to it. So like here I could do something like, you know, take the Phantom Ray or something. Pivot to pressuring the other side. Yeah. So like here, you know, let's just say we take this, sell that instead, and then we're on like something like this, right? Maybe it's even, we don't even need to be back, right? Maybe it's just right up there. Whichever one gets the shield shields the other one. And we've still got some chaff clear over here. We've still got something that, that buys some time. We've even still got a... we're 100 towards a thingy. Then we sell this next round as we build out more of these, or we cover the flank a little bit. I mean, we haven't covered the flank at all. So maybe round one... We could even have done like round one fangs to cover a whole lot of shenanigans later. But like even this, I think, does better than what we actually did. What are we hacking? I mean, we're hacking because it was a requested strategy, so it doesn't matter what we're hacking. We're here to hack. We're here because hacker was the requested strat. So yeah, we push a lot further through just with that change, right? Like we've come a lot further through that board with just the one change. Oh, I just joined it. Didn't know it was requested. I mean, opponent did almost max our benefit in the hacker by going no chaff until for round 1 and 2, or didn't buy chaff until round 2, I guess. But we still, so we don't lose round 3 that badly, as badly as we did in the regular game, and then round 4 if we've got that flank covered. Anyways, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Don't think we played that one well. Now we are facing Hobnoblin. Cheers from Bratwurst. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all the bits and cheering you do, sir. It cheers me greatly. I should turn down my own game music if I'm also in stream. Oh, do you want me to turn that off? I mean, I can turn it off and you guys can have your own musics going. What do people prefer? No, keep it? Okay. Not needed for you. Okay, got it. More starting sabers. Okay, Hobnoblin has sabers and fangs. Okay. I'm just getting a little annoyed at it. Right. You, off. There we go. There we go. I'm done with it. It got so repetitive. It's like I'm hearing there's a beat in it that is actually in this game Kiddo used to play when they were so little. There's this like World of Zoo on Nintendo Wii, and I'm like, oh my god, it's this game, and like it's terrible. Like it's literally the game where kid zookeeper has to clean up the poop. And it's hilarious, but not tremendous. And being told to play it for kiddos' entertainment over and over. This one little beat that's in the Mechabellum music is dramatic for me. Yeah. You can just watch Amarok's stream on the side. But yeah, I've always figured I turned the music off because it was... Okay, have fun. I turned the music off originally because the YouTube strikes. YouTube copyright strikes were... not copyright strikes, they're not copyright infringing, it's just like they were demonetizing. And I was like, I'm not monetized, but I don't want to be demonetized if I ever do get monetized, so... You know, like, no, let's fix that. Improved firepower control Raiden for later? Sounds like fun to me. Oh God. That's it. Somebody make sure Yakamura never gets to talk to Bear like. War Factory, Vulcan, and Farseer also had their sounds reverted. No, someone should make sure he talks to Bear like. Oh dear. Now I'm worried. Yeah, okay. You've gone flank crawlers. We've gone flank crawlers. Merry Christmas. Everybody goes flank crawlers. And basically the front happens almost exactly the same as it happened last time. And you have leveled this tower, right? Surely you have leveled this tower. That is fine. Ooh, we still have an arc light. We still have an arc light. If we can take out the big things... We can't take out the big things. Oh dear. Yes, we took out the big things. All right. We win. This would just be a slowed down. Love it. Love it. Very silly. Oh, perfect, right? We take you easy. Hello, Willy Wrap. We'll take that. Take that. I think we're alright without it. Oh, you have gone drills! Oh no. You have the full chain, too. Alright. We get to 304, right? If I take the 15. We get to 318. We're going to have a really good time out there. 158 gets to 316. We get to 318? I'm doing this right, right? Ooh, little arc light, go! I don't actually want yous. But... but, if we were gonna not take anything to deal with stuff, it would be this, right? You guys just have some corners to go play with. Yeah, 318, he's doing 158, becomes 316. So he doesn't, it takes 2 shots to kill us. So, unless he also takes it. Okay, repairs and anti-missile, okay. I love it. One ball is like, yeah, I got this. Yeah, go get the AMD. I love it. AMD down. It did not work out long term, but it worked in the short term. More speed, more things, and a follow from Heroic Billy Bishop. Thank you, Heroic Billy Bishop. Much appreciated. Alright. Let us sell first. Which one? You actually did better. Okay, first this one. But we let you do the extra damage. You mind getting that quickly? Oh, they did mind getting it quickly. The opponent is into many healing sabers. Turned off range for the healing sabers? Okay. I swear, whenever I see one of your boards, I always have to wonder, how the heck did it end up this way? I love it. The Rhino did great. He doesn't have range. He didn't double tap him. As soon as he double taps him, we can sell back out of it, right? But meanwhile, the Sabres are feeding a lot of levels to these folks. Somebody gets sold to do chain. Somebody gets leveled. Somebody starts existing. Sounds like a plan. Now, I fully expect he should have countered this. You two can go be level 2 against that thing. We'll get through it in half the time. He did double shot the Sabres perfect. There's nothing else to double shot them against other than that one Rhino. Sure. Sure, the Rhino gets deleted. You are not wrong. But just wait for it. We're already winning. Now we turn off techs. You have to be here, right? We take that. We take that. We take that. Eventually we're selling this steel ball, right? Yeah, everybody went crawler. Crawler duplication, which is why we have... we are winning because we have attack and tower health. He does not have... And he's cost control, so we should win heads-to-heads. Turning off the techs. he has leveled the tower up to level 4. So what he's thinking, every time you level the tower, it reduces the duration of the paralyzation. So he is figuring mine, if he got mine, would be 9 seconds of debuff, and this one is only 3 seconds of debuff. So that is why he is completely abandoning that tower and thinks it's fine. It is probably not fine for him, but, you know, each their own. You guys mind helping me break some bubbles over here? Clone range speed. The tower got taken out by a Foon missile. So leveling it was going to help. Yeah, okay, got it. It needs more. That was also partly because he had that pull. But yeah, we need something on the ground to prevent the Foon missile from getting all the way through. Got it. Yeah, Foon missile will get it again. And that has been painful. Okay, got it. So we need to... might have finished out if we were handling that. But yeah, level 4, unstoppable at this point. OP. Yeah, I mean, nuking 5 Typhoons in one shot. Yes. Okay. You've been seeing less and less Raiden play? Well, congratulations to those of you who took Amarok at... I really shouldn't be paying these out, right? Either direction. But you guys took him at 1.01 to 1. Slaying Demon was the... Oh, wait, we didn't take the... We didn't take... Yeah, you two. You've been using Marksman more? Yeah, I feel like we should be able to... Like, I almost want to develop a... What is the right Raiden defense here? Like, we can go out onto testing grounds and, like... Let's do this. Let's just fight ourselves on tower range. On tower. We're just going to start with a ton of cash so we can kind of buy into some stuff quickly. Yeah, EMP I think is really important. I don't know if I really want to do this, but like, what would we be doing? We'd be building out a board. I don't know, maybe our guy is tower attacking left. Just pretending he's on the line. He doesn't care about the second round line. Oh wait, I should have moved these, shouldn't I? Okay, never mind. Let's just jump. Forget this. Let's just jump out back on the ladder. Never end up clicking it because if your marksmen are targeting them, they're dead soon anyways. But that's the thing. AA worm with regen. That's interesting, right? We can swap this for anti-air. Get in close, anti-air them. Strike. And mech rage to get there harder, right? Huh. And then Overlord. What if Overlord is now... something like that. In fact, what if it's something like that? Yeah, saving a board state, like it's one step away from saving a replay, right? But yeah, because then you like, let me just put this into testing grounds, and then testing grounds should let me choose whether I'm resetting the round each round to try a different, it should be like when you do a community challenge, at the end of it, it's like, do you want to fight that round again? Like, sure, just reboot it. Set it back up the way it was. Typhoon. I bet you are now this, at least. Farseer's still right. Alright, the other stupid thing I was thinking... we want shield and EMP, right? The shield AA EMP wasp gets in close, turns things off. EMP is super cheap, right? Nobody's running it. Fortress. How do the carry forts into that? Ooh, does the order of the text make a difference? Sort of. So, your mouse is out over here on the field of play, right? The first tech you usually want is range, and range was all the way over here, that is a lot further your mouse has to go, and over the course of games, that is going to cost you a couple of rounds where you've failed to click on the right thing because it took longer and you ran out of time. being able to save yourself just a little bit of time, a little bit of mouse movement is it's good for your wrist, it's good for your body posture, but it's also, yes, the worst misclick should be furthest away, right? Like if I click here but release the mouse here, right? And that sometimes happens because you clicked, released, and moved the mouse, but the way that the game understood it was click, like it started garbage collecting and doesn't figure out what the mouse position for that mouse click was until you're back over this thing. Like it's just a Unity, the way that C++ does garbage, not C++, C# does garbage collection, right? So this is a Unity C# game, and that's the way that it does. That's the way that it works, right? Like it does, every now and then the game will garbage collect, and you might miss a click. There's not really anything the developers can do about it. So we're going to try a couple of different techs than we had been running, and apparently we are at 1544. So 1 into 1544 is minus 14. And we're on a streak of win 1. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking there, is like, if you're playing this, and it's like, the number of games where it's going to make a difference is really, really low. But if you're playing, 3,000 hours of it over, so let's say that's 2,000 hours a year, saving some of your body on the mouse movement matters, and not making, it'll make a difference in a couple of games, where I win a game that I might have lost, or win a round I might have lost. Matchmaking or predictions are up. Matchmaking is up. We just match-made. There's no matchmaking up here. Mike slid down into my face again. Why? Why are you like this? Okay, we'll hope that's better. Okay. 60 seconds. Game is not going to get an undo button because of the way that it was written, which is unfortunate. I mean, Pearlike has not come out and admitted that, but I think he's in the boat of it's a feature that is heavily requested and he personally wants, and if there were any way to do it well, easily, his team would have done it by now. So that's kind of my feeling. So Pelisek is a giant specialist. So we're going to expect the Raiden. Yeah, that is the exact quote, Bratwurst, is that the lead dev would have to do it, and he was blocked due to other work. That other work has had priority, right? But it's just undo the previous round. Opponent didn't win that, right? I mean, it's one of those, like, the fact that it's gonna, I mean, maybe not, because, like, but, like, it just kind of indicates that we've got, maybe one senior engineer level on that team, and the rest are relatively junior developers. Thank you, Zalex. Yeah, and remaking stuff will never be pretty. It's always rough. What do we want here? We get a marksman. We add Farseer, maybe, for the free MP later? It's just the way that knowing the way that code and refactoring works, right? It's like if it's easy enough to do, it's easy enough to do, and if it's completely spaghetti around that feature, then it's going to be rough. And seeing things like that bug where the the flank was suddenly here, like that is one of the junior devs came in and changed something and just didn't understand the implications of it. I think that's probably one of the new hires, right? And that kind of indicates that what's under the hood might be messy enough that it's not trivially understood, right? Let's just up the damage for burning through these things. And don't forget, integration testing is a huge, big hurdle for any dev. That is also true. Like, and game development in particular has a you wind up with a whole lot of compatibility testing you have to do, because it's not just does the game do what it's supposed to do, right? It's yeah, the integration testing is what rules you guys at work. I mean, it's not just does this component of the game do what it's supposed to do. It gets all the way to like, does this work on this graphics card? Does it work on this graphics card? Like, I've had stuff where it was like there was some stupid gateway computer. Like, this is back in the 90s. I don't think anybody cares anymore, but there was some stupid gateway computer that wouldn't the install program wouldn't work on. It worked on everybody else. It worked everywhere else. But this one stupid, and we literally wound up with code that was like, detect this model of gateway computer and do something different and stupid from totally different from what everybody else's install is doing in order to make it work on this one stupid computer, Yeah, it was awful. This is in Unity. I got that postcard too. Behold, exactly. Exactly. This would be the round to hit this side, wouldn't it? Telecec's not that creative. This Arclight isn't going to be fighting from far enough back. Oh no. $400 phone bill from AOL. Oh god. I just remember being like, wait, AOL can't get to Usenet? Like, what? But like, what are you doing? Reinventing the internet over there? Yep, pretty much. We've gone for reinventing everything. Your ICQ number was only 4 digits? That's brilliant. Old farts. Love seeing the average game in this is like 40. It is. It's the old farts who can't click fast enough for StarCraft 2. You're not wrong. We're really showing our age here. It's true. It's true. It's a haste module to Arclight? That's the key Arclight, folks. Take out that Arclight and we win? Why not the Saber? Why not the Saber that's gonna level? What are you doing? What are you doing, sir? Why? I'm so confused. Oh, you're gonna missile out my fangs. We're not at knockout, are we? I'm so confused, guys. Oh wait, right. If only the Phoenix could have gotten in Okay, no, he's actually winning, right? Almost. Yeah, almost. We've taken out the Phoenix on the right. We left 3 fangs alive or something like that, so we lose the round, but still, like, it's so close. Get video games out of cereal boxes. You know, normally I do advanced power system, but you are advancing into me with those, right? Right. It's gonna be something like Fang, and Fang, I think. This Fang might belong over here. Good enough. Oh, you're going to have repairing tanks in the acid. Excellent. Do you remember bringing your, not quite as aged as you guys, though I do remember bringing my assignment to school on a floppy drive back in 3rd grade. Yeah, love it. Alright, my guy's gonna spend 2 rounds in that acid, and our shield survived. Look at that. One of. Not all of our ancestral shields, but this one did work. Shields for Grandpa. Exactly. Exactly. Don't forget Grandpa's shield. We're just going hog on shields now. I'm so glad we added the more arc lights, because they are going to have a good round. And the Phantom flank getting the job done out there. Note that they are level 2, so you can't missile them out. You'd have to drop 2 missiles to slow both of them. And yeah, they're getting the job done. And all the shields survive. It's not even close. Thank you, thank you. We have reached Bronze 3. We're making it... We're talking about our age. We're gutting through the Bronze Age. Let's go. Promote to Bronze, yay. But coincidentally, plus 14 gets us to +0 for the day. Perfect. And we have a new emoticon. Ooh. Frying a steel ball. Frying as it drives. Loving it. Ugh. Do not want that emote. Additional rules. Base hit points 10,000. That could be interesting. I remember the Bronze Age. That was about when my back started hurting. Love it. Love it. You whippersnappers got to have floppy drives and tape drives. I had to bring my homework to school on a rock. Uphill. Both ways. It's so long ago we didn't even have snow. Right, we have Major Mac. Speaking of Macs, I have also just reached Bronze 3, even though I have the feeling I lose 70% of the games. Back when tablets were stone. Love it. Uphill, both ways, in the snow. So we did something like 12 and 10, and then 11 and 14, and then 2 and 2. So we're at like, hold on. We're 23 and, no, 20. Oh, we are 25 and 26 for the season. There you go. What do you youngsters do when you run out of paper and have to use a slate? Kids these days can't clean a slate without getting chalk dust all over themselves, right? Do you kids even know how to use a slide rule? Sorry. I think we're playing Mechabellum, but whatever. Mechabellum, Civilization, close enough. Alright. We're going Speed Sabers on the line. Let's go. It's a build, right? I know, we're generations from kids breathing chalk in school. It's true. Slates! Kids, they're learn to use a clay tablet and stylus like your Potter did. Love it. It's just budget for its day. Wait. Ooh. Woke up with frost on the inside of the windows this morning. Short vacation in the woods with no electricity or water. Yeah, that's a little rough. Is the OG roughing it, right? Oh, Typhoon. Typhoon, I love you. Typhoon Saber? Typhoon Saber, right? Typhoon Saber this? Sure. You can bring everybody into the middle of the field. The Typhoon can do extra damage. We'll probably wind up selling the arcs eventually. They were a round 1 by... Okay, he's taken the storms. We don't have AM on our sabers anymore, so it's sort of reasonable. Lose both towers, win round 1. Sabertooth start good. It's true. Go get those early hit points on people. Complete draw. Love it. Absorbing. We will have absorbing things here. Is it the level 2 that absorbs? It probably is, right? You are still doing very good work, but... Let's add the hit points now. Oh, first Raiden on the board, I see. Well, we will definitely be selling the arc lights. A thunderbolt! No, we are doomed! Life as we knew it is over. There's 3 of them now. Lightning rod device. Nearby enemy ridents don't do damage. Oh my god. Oh my god. That would be amazing. Lightning rod unit. Those spoons are doing work. It's true. Holy smokes. Do you believe it? We got another one. Let's see about that. Alright, you're gonna try to missile out the AA for a bit. Spoons are having a day. Half the board is on the flank. All right. Or do they? We just went for exactly this, right? Mm-hmm. That's why we've got the photon boat now. Photon boat with 48,000 hit points. That'll do, right? Yeah, we're definitely buying it now. We pushed through the Rydens to get the tower and drew the Rhino away from the from our tower. That's amazing. And that was a heck of a round. The absolute hard counter to Fang carry is Raiden spam? How so? Chain doesn't kill everything. Are you convinced that your guy played perfectly? Would be the question there. Well, how about you have the 49,000 damage? Sure. Yep, OG counter to Rhino was Boat. Boat still a counter to Rhino. All right. Can't just spam Raiden and win, sir. We won that game on the round 3 drop. Whoa, a party of 58 from PC Space Goon. Thank you very much for the raid, sir. How are you doing? So we have been welcome in first time chatters, GJ7070 and Hypergig, PC Space Goon, last playing Mechabellum, and joining the group of folks that raid on over to other Mechabellum streamers. Much appreciated, sir. And a follow from PC Space Goon. We must go reciprocate over there. Nimwen, thank you for joining us. How you guys doing? How was your stream, PC Space Goon? We have just beaten Raiden Spam. So look at this. This guy just goes 8 Raidens and, oh, by the way, a Wreckage Recycling Rhino. We have beaten it with, admittedly, triple absorb module AA Mech Rage Typhoons. Lots of robots, lots of beep boop. Most excellent. This is normally my cast. He wasn't running EMP. Oh, so I took the photon for nothing. Well, c'est la vie. We were still running. So that one is a W for us. That gets us to 3-2 for the day. If those of you joining are wondering what is our record and all of that, we are plus 19 for the day on a 3-game winning streak. Did a bunch of community 2v2s. Very nice. We do our community 2v2s on Friday and then make Saturdays a tournament day. So I'll be doing the neutral perspective shoutcast of the weekend tournament 87 Americas coming up in about an hour. Until then, we're on ladder. And what else is there to know about channel? We are family friendly, so Automod may, yes, lightning bolt smacked. So you guys may every now and then run afoul of Automod, but apologies for that. And we do unfortunately have ads coming in about 6 minutes or so. So I would normally run them between matches, but since you guys have just arrived, you might be the bane of Automod. You and Automod may now. So Hypergig, what you want to know is this command. All right, it's bang 1984. There you go. That's for you. That's for you. And of course we've got that one up. So about me, for those of you that don't know me, I am the voice of Mechabellum, among other things. I've been playing the game since May of, maybe it was late May, early June of 2023. I think it's May. We know he won't be aerial or giant. And Fangs beat Raiden, so we are taking Fangs. All right. So I've played about 3,400 hours, although admittedly some of those are casting. I've been doing the neutral perspective casts since, what would you say? I guess since week 26. So it's 61 weeks or so of that now. I found I really enjoyed casting, and wasn't a genuine threat to win tournaments. So, you know. Opponent has no chaff, so we're going to prevent him from getting a chaff drop on start by taking that. We are also aerial specialists, so we can do fun things like busting him around with an air unit at some point. We do a Gamba. For those of you that are here, tell me you're a programmer without telling me you're a programmer. Fair enough. Fair enough. I just out airspec and airspec. You just out airspec and airspec. Dun dun dun. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, let's. Are we anywhere near a recommended formation? Of course not. Of course not. And is opponent aggroing the side we're defending? Of course not. That would have been way too easy. Well, guess what, sir? We will add some chaff clear, and then we'll see whether you're going air or ground. So, Hypergig, you arrived, you missed the previous discussion, which included the quote, how many of you remember saving to tape drive, to audio tape drive? Yeah, that's my background. I'm actually a former game dev. Transitioned from game development to security software. Well, software security, I guess I should say. And then from there to streamer. One thing leads to another. We will be able to hack you elitely later. But for right now, let's just slow this push down a bit. And we're going to add an arc light. Yes, one, I know. We'd get more of them if we were... We hadn't... Well, that's probably fine. We'll be take a step on you. Okay. There we go. Rhino? What kind of man throws a rhino at his enemies? Let's see, what else? We've cast the Launch Clash tournament when Mechabellum first launched, so you may have heard my voice then, if you were tuned in on Steam or YouTube, or here. And part of the curator program, so if you're tuned into the channel, if you want to give a follow, and PC Space Goon, Hypergig, thank you both for the follows. So if you give the channel a follow, we do get the chance to preview some stuff on the development branch. Usually the embargo lifts a couple of days to a week prior to the launch, so we got to play around with, you know, the Raiden in an even more broken form prior to the launch of this season. Now, I do expect opponent is going to invent flying sometime soon, if not this drop, but we're still building a long-term board, so we're going to build our chaff clear. We've put these on the side away from the marksman for now, so they don't get insta-targeted. Thank you. And I need a fang down here. We'll see if opponent figures that out. Oh, opponent is going for the Distraction Crawler and took the level 3 Phoenix. Now, I love level 3 Phoenix as a counter to Phantom Ray. He should win that one, and we'll probably sell out of the Phantoms just to fund something better. Opponent's only got 4 chaff units on the board, which makes Raiden very good, especially with these chaff coming in late and not being able to be shielded. So, opponent not really respecting the aerial threat Raiden possibility. We could also just hack front here, because opponent is not throwing enough chaff up front either. So, what you gonna do, sir? Maybe we just leave. Are we really going to be handling level 3 Phoenix with a level 1 Fangs? Okay, that's a choice. You'd finish off the... Yeah, that actually kind of works. Go level 1 Fangs. They got the job done. Look at you two heroes. 1+1 reinforcement. Now what are we doing? Round 4, super supply? To fund our giant addiction later? That is probably the choice here. You guys got one of the Phoenix. It becomes that. Hack for 400 over here. And we'll do that, make sure he doesn't invent flying and hit our flanks, now that he has Phoenix unlocked. You have no chaff further over, right? And this, I suppose, could end up shielding the Fang eventually. Okay, so we're covered against wasps, we're covered against chaff, ground chaff, we're covered against ground single target, so his only real hope is air single target at this point. I'd be very embarrassed if he came out with a Raiden right away. There's just enough chaff getting out in front to ensure nothing latched onto our hacker. Now he's sitting there facing his own tarantulas. Perfect. Without extra support from chat, I have fallen and they have got your tower. Do not worry, we shall get them next time. Well, thank you to the mods for the valiant effort fighting off the raiders. They have arrived. They are viewing. There's nothing we can do about it. I bet if he started saying racist stuff, they'd leave. Yeah, but he's a moderator. I'd have to ban him. Nimwin, thank you for the follow. And, appreciated. Ooh. That will handle the air single target. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. I do apologize. There was just, not really a way to delay that one. We won last round. This guy was the gold damage dealer. This one was the hero. And the fangs off the back line keep being the things to finish off these leveled Phoenix. So we're going to give them a level and let them have a slightly better day. We will commit to the hacker. We have one on each side. I think we missile out the thing that you're going to put down as chaff in front of them, right? And if you don't, we'll hit that one. You hate on Baller, especially when they deserve it. Wait. Much as I love the level there, maybe we take it. We needed to have a different chaff arrival timing. He might missile that junk out. Reasonable. If he does. I don't know if he's clever enough to think of putting chaff on that side to prevent the... Oh, you're going to have a shield. Okay. That doesn't last as long against the leveled hacker, does it? Oh, you have hackers too. I see. We're going to do this in the classic hack-off, huh? Alright. Hacker v. hacker. Did you tech him yet? Okay. We will find out what you know about Hacker Wars, sir. Hackathon, exactly. An honorable hack-off. We've hacked your hacker, sir. Turkey is done. Gonna finish dinner prep. All right, man. Thank you. Have a good night, and thanks for being here, man. Appreciate you. Shield airdrop, good. Sure. Let us have shield airdrop, good. No, Mew. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Okay, so we are... How are we going to win the hack-off? We're going to have enhanced control, so that when we get control of a unit, We put it back up to full health. If opponent is not in enhanced control, they are going to have some trouble. And now we'll take the extra hack speed, because we do want that. You want to be hacking as quick as possible. You probably want a... Well, you didn't take Elite Hacker. This is unfair, isn't it? It's highly unfair for opponent. Okay, well, he's shielding again. We're just going to get better and better at breaking that shield, though. So... Oh yeah, these are big, aren't they? Level 4 would be 80,000 hit points. We'll be in under the bubble. You didn't take the bubble. You bought it. Sir, did you buy a bubble but not take the drop bubble? Arclights, you were supposed to be clearing the chaff for these poor guys. They're going down and they got hacked now. Well, that Rhino drop was really good from opponent. Really nicely done. Excuse me, you. Over here, sir. I'm doing shields and shield bubbles. And I think you guys are kind of the anti-air, right? We'll sell this next. We did that just to move the level over. I want the level breaking the shields that he keeps putting out there. In fact, if there's no drop this round, maybe we're going here and here. He's got one of them up to level 2. But he's still buying the regular shield bubble, which confuses me. We keep getting it back to full health. It's amazing. And we've hacked the hackers. Oh, by the way. Well. Her face is amazing. Got him. Hello, thank you, Fastenberger. You just might as well just range chain them, right? Add one more hacker for this fight. Why not? We've already got Fang's shield out on the board, so even if opponent is going to the extra... Oh, and we're selling you guys. We've been planning to sell you for this turn all game. And that is pretty much perfect monies. Alright, like it. Make it so. Multi-hack. Your hacks are going to be much slower. Also, your Raidens are under-teched and outnumbered. Yeah, we have some giga hacking going. We've got a level 5, a level 4, a level 3, and a level 4. And I was going to stay out of the Raidens, but it gave it to us, and the opponent was already flying, so we are aerial specialists, so ours are just better. So we're basically in the boat of our hackers are better than yours, our fangs are better than yours, and our Raidens are better than yours. What else do you have, sir? I think multi-hack was kind of bait for this guy. He's got a dream, a song, and negative hit points. And we have the most American of hit points. Oops, Fim? No, I meant to say Fun Mirror. Well, congratulations to those of you that supported Streamer, paying out 2.26 to 1. Stealing rocks from other people. That is the thing. We wager rocks here. Who does not want more rocks? Of course you want more rocks. Things you should know before entering the wagering arena are Streamer is very streak-based. So tends to either win or lose in succession. It's very rarely win one, lose one, win one, lose one. It's always, win 4, lose 3, or vice versa. I think we have also just achieved a winning record for season. We are like 27 and 26 for the season. So, that is the information you guys needed to know. Just to run through text for those of you who are joining, we're running Ignite Portable Shield Fang as kind of part of our anti-Raiden groupings. We've got AA Marksman, but Quick Reload. Just better get Stream. It just works. That's also true, especially if Streamer loses one. Just keep betting against Stream. But also, yeah, if you just bet opposite the way that folks are tending to bet, you tend to turn a profit. Of course, we're running AA on Mustangs. And what are some of the other interesting things? This is experimental. We're going to try electromagnetic shot AA Wasps. So hopefully this grouping will be enough to disable Raidens and win against them. I actually wonder if it becomes... Is it this order? That it's that order. Okay. Phoenix, if we get them on the board, we want them EMPing the Raiden. For Raiden, we've taken off ionization and added electromagnetic shot. In fact, I think the way that I'm playing this, I think it winds up being that Fork is the last thing I'm going to take on a Raiden. Overlord, we're going to try some photon emission to turn off things like that. We're also going to be making wasps. So possibly even like that. Maybe even like this. So I've lined things up right to left, so the thing I'm most interested in taking is to the far right. The next thing over is the least likely to be taken. Now, when I actually ran these guys against Ryden, it was... Barrier was the last thing. It was kind of this order, but I think Barrier is still first in my heart. All right. Let's get ourselves back out on the ladder and queue up again. We have an instant match against McDominate. We have faced them before. I don't remember the outcome. Speed Fang. Now, Bratwurst just said that he thought Carry Fang doesn't work against the Raiden. Oh, I think it does. We'll find out. If the opponent allows us to carry Fang, they are elite specialists, so we would get all sorts of bonus levels into things. We're going to do our usual... Can we disguise the fact that we're Carry Fang for a round? Okay, opponent is deep. Added level 2 crawlers. Okay. So if you're relatively new to the game, Carry Fang has kind of an art to it. There is a hard counter, and it can be difficult for opponents to counter if they don't take the right choices. Unfortunately, Crawler is a pretty good choice. And level 2 Crawlers beat level 1 Fang pretty easily, so we in trouble early. He gets the counter if he wants it. We're going to take Electromagnetic Impact. And we're going to see if we can slow down that pack of Crawler. Improved Spider, too fun. I know, maybe I should have taken it as speed spec. Missed it. Maybe I should have taken it. Okay. So again, we're just trying to make sure we disguise it a little bit. Subsidized Stangs. Sure. So he's prepped if we do go Mustang. He'll have 250 cost level 2 Mustangs against the Carry Fang, so we might need to get out of it now. Or at least delay it another couple of turns. But what is happening is he's feeding levels into the Fangs. So we're trying to just disguise and wait a turn or two. He's gone crawler, replicate. And took the storms. We hit tower. So your tower, your crawler replicate turn was probably supposed to be pretty good against us, right? Like, okay, he's in AA Wasp as a defense. Now the question is, does he think he's got this covered? Does he think he's got it covered? I do hope he thinks he has it covered. Mech Rage for those guys. Alright. Did you just get... No, you just have them at level 3 on the line. We don't have rapid reload anymore. What am I doing? What have I done? Let's just do extra damage, shall we? He has tried a triple tacked crawler defense against the There is the correct answer to triple tech crawler. Range and speed. And we will go ahead and put a crawler on the line. That is to pull all of these guys away from the line. It was also, we had a bunch of levels, and we went from plus 12 to plus 36% on our attack. And we also missiled out this pack of crawler. He's also, he let the foot off the gas temporarily to put those crawlers down. And then that, all of this, oh, also the pulls. We have these kind of crazy pulls that pull his crawlers way out, which allowed these guys to go straight into tower. That's a 4-tect now, 4-tect crawlers. They still die to a missile. They will also die to the wraiths. But yeah, the fort stops the whole train, right? It just provides a buffer. It's sad because he knew. He went. He took the subsidized Mustangs. He knew the right play to take, and then he talked himself into something else. I mean, against crawlers, this might actually be right. We care about the range. You know what? We don't care about the range. Upgrade all. Range and speed. That whole group needs to get to tower. We won by missiling out last round. We are going to do it again. From here, I think. Why from here? We're trying to missile out the crawler on the flank without getting drawn by the crawlers that could be right here. If he's wise enough to drop those. We also want to go 8-gun for you. I don't know if extra hit points matters. But we'll go ahead and turn off all the replicating over here. The drop is going to be really good for him. Those flanks are excellent for him. Adding the wraiths on the flank, very good for him. He's also gone range on the wasps. It's 2 towers. Great set of choices for him. But we're in the 8-gun wraith now. That 8-gun wraith is going to level over here in a moment. It's going to mitigate a lot of damage too, but eventually it dies to opponents' armored wraiths, right? A lot of hit point damage. That was a good choice for him. Okay, but we still have a bunch of monies. We have anti-air worms. Nobody expects anti-air worms. Lone range speed. And I think we've probably hit the point that we want extra hit points on, whatever the heck we can get extra hit points on. Yeah, even the high-level rhinos are struggling against degen beam wraiths and high-level fangs behind them. And the 8-gun wraiths just feed off of the slowed down Yeah, let's give McDominate the heads up on how to play that. So luckily the defenses were in my head. So he wanted to know if it could work against the fangs, but yeah. Oh, yeah. So yeah, it was. That was. Let's see. 2 rounds, then blocked by Wraith. So yeah, all the little things made huge differences, right? And that's the sort of thing where, 3,000 hours. I mean, I guarantee McDominate doesn't have the time in seat that we have to have just been through this many iterations of it. So 4-tech Crawler is always going to lose to the 3-tech Wraith. And in fact, if you get into a Crawler mirror, Degen Beam for the Wraith is huge because it slows down the enemy and keeps the Crawlers, slows down the enemy Crawlers, slows down their damage, turns the corner for who's beating who. But here we had 8-gun. He did not. He had gone armor, so all the other techs were more expensive. Armor being the right tech. Worked. Oh no! so close. No great. Well, maybe replay. Sell Storm. If you win it that way. This one like this. It's worth studying the see how they would have turned out in instead of the Rhino. Maybe, but it's level 7 Rhinos. They're amazing. Level 7, level 4. It's just bonkers. Yep. Because I want to know. Guys, fun. I love, this is the other thing. This is the thing I love about this community. And I'm sorry, I'm not talking to you guys. I'm talking to him. But it's the thing I love, right? Like, you get people who are a total gentleman, like McDominate. Like, McDominate loses this game, and it's a close one, but he had fun with it. I had fun with it. We're gentlemen about it afterwards. It's just, you get to the higher levels of this game, and it's just like that. It's amazing, and I love that this community is that way. I love that we've built a community. We've been very, no, it's not that I don't like you. We've been very intentional about building that community at the highest level. And I know public chat can be ugly, right? Like, sometimes, but at the higher levels, I think it's pretty clean, right? And like, even the one spot I know that it got rough between some people, they have smoothed it out. They've smoothed it out of the community eye. It's stinky like good cheese. All right, we are on a 5-game winning streak. Hey, McDominate, man, love it. That was a tremendous game. So much to it. I'm actually going to post that. Hold up. First off, I've got to let you know there is there's a Mechabellum, not the one that not the public one. Whoops, hold on 1 second. 1 second. I have to disable streamer mode to get this thing. So there's a Mechabellum Discord that is open, invite only. But it's for folks like you who are a absolute gentleman, win or lose. Totally, just talked you up. Like, if you watch this back on VOD, just talked you up, and like, I just loved playing against you because of the amount of thought that's going on there. And yeah, it's the people who refuse to learn that tend to be the most toxic. But no, like, so this is for folks. The rules of the guild are really simple: no racism, no sexism, no homophobia. Be a gentleman, win or lose. Real simple, right? We don't have too many problems with it. But there's a replays thing in there. There is so you can share replays and take a look at the things. And there's a whole lot of people that talk strategies, etc. There's tournament information. There's just, yeah. But the other thing is, if you ever want to play 2v2s, there are some 2v2 booths in there that are just available to anybody, like there's just some voice channels that, like, Team Alpha, Team Bravo, Team Charlie, Team Delta. Go ahead, just join a team and chill with a partner, whatever. So it's just all set up for you guys. Nobody has to figure it out. Yeah, man, you're the kind of guy that we want there. You should find the invite in your whispers. And of course, if you've got a buddy or two that play the game and they're the same sort of chill approach that you are, then please just feel free to send them the link and invite them, as long as they know the rules and they're chill the way that you are. That is fine, and that goes for everybody else who's a member of the guild too. If you've got a friend who plays the game, let us put the good people in the guild and boot the ones that ain't good. Simple. It's simple. Anyways, I'm going to put this replay into the replays folder because I think that was a fun one, and I think there's plenty of folks that might. Oh. Let's see, where is my replays folder? There it is, and McDominate v. Amarok. Put that one in. You can go either way. So there we go. You'll find that game's replay if you didn't wind up with it saved or anything. So yeah, similar to you. Then for so Vanguard season, I peaked at 1826, and season 1 I finished at 1820, peaked at 1884. So mostly learned just from getting your ass beat enough. That's fair. That's fair. So this season, obviously we've been reset. We're grinding back up to the 1800s, both you and I. That's oh hey, I was world rank 80 in combat power. That's kind of cool. And world rank 157 in insight. Also kind of cool. Yeah, not the highest of levels, but pretty high. Yeah, 3K hours. 3K hours. It's a fun game. It's really good. It's really good. And there's just so much to learn. There's so much to learn about it. I just absolutely adore it. Friends? What are those? No, you are friend. You are friend, Toast. We agree. We all agree. You are friend. Alright. Game. Game's willing to let me click here, but not on matchmake. Okay, I think that might be the signal to restart the client while folks are seeing an ad anyways. You are friend. Ooh, Tourney Reg open. It is time. It is tourney time. And that will be end of us laddering then. Where the heck is that phone? Have any of you seen my phone? Anybody? Anybody? Nobody's seen my phone. It is making noises at us. All right, which one of you jokers put my phone on the floor? Yes, that is the official tourney registration open. You haven't seen it. Okay. All right, so we're done with ladder. We will be into tournament time. Now, the question is, are we entering? If you haven't done a tourney yet, by the way, McDominate, for example, tourneys are kind of cool in that they're open to the general public. There's no cost to enter. You can enter all the way from our MMRs all the way on down to, Neuron here has probably has more neurons than MMR. There's 91 MMR there. But if you take a look at them, they wind up split into groups. They are split by MMR, seeded by MMR. So you get... No, I don't think you own my phone. But yeah, we should probably go back to streamer mode for tourney. Good point, good point. You don't want to hear all the dings. But yeah, if you took a look at this, like, if you found Rookie Group 1, if we went and found Smile Teeth, Treeth, whatever, these are not names that you're going to recognize, right? So, and then the mid-level, intermediate, these are some people you might have met on ladder. If you're not recognizing them, then that probably means you'd be up in the advanced group. And the advanced group are, includes all the way up to the very top. Very top of the thing. So Woot, Mondkind, Reven, Godius Prime, right? These are, solid players, right? But I recognize names all the way down into, Rakamakaphon and Yakimaru and I will run into each other on ladder, McDominate. So, Sneaky Melon and I have run into ladder. So we're legit shot to come in the top 20. You're going to have a bad day where you go 0-3 and you're like, what? Why did I even enter? They are 7 rounds, so you're only out after 3. If you've gone 0-3, you're forced to abandon. Somebody can go 0-2 and abandon if they chose, if they wanted to. So it's very cool. So various folks at various levels playing the game, but this would be generally, my guess is the 1300s to, I'm going to guess like 1300 to 2500 for the advanced group 1. Well, I mean, but here's the thing, right? So the way the tourney is seated, in the top group, so round 1, tourney is everybody's 0-0, right? The first half of the division are matched top versus bottom. So let's say there's 100 players, it would be 1v50, 2v49, 3v48. And then below that, it'll be 51v52, 53v54, 55v56. So that gives you the opportunity to win, even if you're to go 1-0, even if you're one of the worst players in a particular group. Then you wind up with oh, hey, look, I was the number 99 seed. I won my game against the number 100 seed. Now I draw the number 1 seed. Then you lose. Okay, fine. Now you're 1-1. And from there on, it's, you're no longer likely to come up against the top players anymore. You're much more likely to be playing players a lot closer to your level. And then, but yeah, tourney is almost 3 hours. It can be like 2 hours 45 to 3 hours and a half. And it's actually exhausting to maintain the mental focus all the way through it. Don't recommend doing it on a empty stomach and all of that. And I do recommend jumping in on these. Yes, right. Then no, you don't actually. Saishu Heki. No, you do not. Heiki. Saishu Heiki, you do not face the number 2 seed then. But the midweek tournaments, these are 4 rounds. So that tends to come out less than 2 hours. And it's much smaller groups. So you're really guaranteed to have a bunch of folks that are right around your level. So you never have I got curb stomped. So like Mr. Quackham said, the low MMRs are grouped together and then higher and higher and higher. So like Bimpy won the group that I was in last week. We came 3rd, half of the 12 seed. So Mike Tyson and I were 11 and 12. And, I beat him in the first round, came 3rd. He lost all 3, unfortunately, but came 10th. So, Saishu Heki, think of all the minor points you could get. True, but not really. Yeah, okay. Yeez's Illuminati Godius Prime have entered. C. Mully, Jin, Beware of the Fog. Man, I still feel like we're going to have 2 groups, right? This will get up to above 128. It'll split into 2 groups. So it's likely to be 2 groups of about 80 or 90, I think, today. But yeah, folks at our level would be a decent shout to get a top 20 finish, McDominate. If you just stick it out. Don't quit until it forces you to. Of course, don't have to. I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying it's a possibility. It's no cash, no skin off your teeth, just time and being a willingness to lose. But you can work. One of the things that's kind of neat, especially if you're this self-taught, you're not watching a lot of content, sort of thing. The that will give you the opportunity to see somebody who is at the top of the game, what they're doing, right? I thought I was doing badly. Then I see the guy with, yep, with one MMR. Ah, true. Now, when he says acid rain, he's not talking about the opposite of basic. Yeah. T-Man now the top seed. Yeah, it's. I would say that's where I did a bunch of my learning before I started uh, interacting with some of the more top players. A lot of my learning was play the top players, lose the game, study the replay. And that was before we had the ability to replay rounds. I'd just literally sit there and study the replay. He is talking about the rain we stopped from happening. Wait. I know, I thought he was talking about the psychedelic. All right. Yeah, we just restarted the server, or we just restarted the client, so we should be in very good shape for this. People who are nervous about Tourney, do you think you can beat that one MMR guy? If so, then sign up. But I mean, right now you'd actually be in that group with that guy, but later, later on, you'd be matched with somebody. All right, now you've got the favorite. Now I legit think this is a tourney for Apucci to win. And I will explain why. It could be Sacco's new Smurf. No, it is not Sacco's new Smurf account. I will explain why when we come back from ad. I am going to check in with Kiddo real quick. So we'll run ads. I'm going to run the long ad, and that way we don't get any interruptions during round one. Round one can be kind of long, but we will be back for the in time. Have you used the new unit? I have, yes. In fact, I'm thinking of part of the reason I was running Carrie Fang against you is I figure Fang is one of the defenses against it, against the Raiden. So I'm actually in the curator program, which means I got to see the new unit for about a week before you guys did. Actually 2 weeks, but we could only show it to you guys for a week. And it was very OP in its first format. It got nerfed a bit on the branch, and then obviously got nerfed again right after it came out. But love the concept. I think it is very, very strong. Things that I've found that beat it. I just beat it today with a full Carry Typhoon game, and I think Carry Fang with Portable Shield can work against it. I'm trying anti-air sandworm is one of my one of the things I'm willing to try against it. So yeah, my bar is experimental for how do I beat it at the moment. Oh. All right, so we're gonna run the 3. We're gonna run the 3-minute ad. We'll be back in time to start this tournament. So wait, guys. If Full Carry Typhoon beats Raiden, and we did test that, we did play it that way, is Hacker actually a good answer? Fang for the chaff, Typhoon for the big air units, and chaff clear, and then Hacker for the shield and causing things to target the wrong stuff? Actually, we threw it out as kind of a joke, but I actually wonder if Hackerfoon could kind of work as a anti-Raiden comp. When do we get Air Spec Hacker? True. Right. Welcome back to those of you that saw the long ad. I appreciate that. It lets us run through all the way through round one without having any interruptions. Do appreciate that there are 90 of you here. Thank you so much. We're trying to break the 70 mark as an average for a month. So it really, really helps to have a large viewership like that. Much appreciated. Appreciate you guys sticking with us. We are ready for the third of the we're ready for the third tournament against this. McDominant says, I've just been running this replay back, trying to figure out that round 9. I might just be too cooked. Wraiths are getting so much value. Yeah, Wraiths cook for protect Crawler, but a lot of people don't know that. So, oh my goodness. Zoxon versus Sob, Arctorius versus Magic the Magician, C. Mully versus Sparty. These are too good. There are so many good games. All right, I want to do C. Mully against Sparty. Oh, thank you, Toast. Appreciate it. Of course, we're doing C. Mully against Sparty in part because we know they're both veteran players. We know both of them, and know they will give it a good game. Either or both might show up in the Can we watch a round of the one MMR player? As Sparty says, no, I'm on a monstrous losing streak. Perfect time to turn it around. On camera. You got this. Channel point predictions are up. Sparty's in for 10 on himself. Bet a zillion. Look, we all went down a big bunch. I went from like 1820 to the 16-somethings. I started today in the 15s. In before one of them dies on round 3. Hey, I've got a good track record of picking the long ones. But Llama Prob, we can go check the one MMR player after perhaps after the top division finishes. Welcome to round 1 of Weekend Tournament America's number 87, the Raiden Fest. This is a festival of the new unit, I believe. And good luck to C. Mully and Sparty, who are... C. Mully is near side blue, Arseer specialist. Says he'd been on a winning streak, but he hasn't played anyone that he's recognized as over 2K MMR. Of course, before the season reset. Not a whole lot of people have made it back to 2K MMR yet. And Sparty, far side speed specialist, says he's on a terrible losing streak. Thank you very much, McDominate. I appreciate it. Says I've got to run. GG's. Appreciate the kind words and advice. Good luck on the games. And you are exactly the kind of gentleman that I wanted to run into on ladder, sir. Gentlemen win or lose, and then sat and chatted with me about the game afterwards, talked through some of the stuff that we were thinking about, and like, this is the kind of camaraderie that you develop at the high end of a really good game like this, where Sparty and C-Molly know each other. They're chatting here, they're chatting in our channel chat. Speaking of, let's turn chat off so that we don't spoil the result of this match. Sparty is a longtime member of the guild, and the guild, we are very conscious of the... Oh, Toast has gifted a tier 1 sub to McDominate. Thank you so much, Toast. Really sweet of you. So Sparty came runner-up in Advanced Group 2 this week, a mini tournament 87 European mini tournament. So obviously was playing well at the very end of Season 1. Season 2 is... Season 2 has been a different story, he says. He says it's been a rough go. C-Molly coming out on the left side with the Sabretooth getting through to tower, and working from left to right, it looks like. Farseer Specialist will come later. Sparty's Speed Specialist, but from deep, playing from deep. I like that. A bunch of players do not, but I think it can be really valuable. If you win a side, you get to tower and might get the tower debuff, which is exactly what Sparty does. A normal speed, 6 meter per second Fang and 7 meter per second Arclight would never have gotten that tower in time to save the back line here. Toast says there was someone who got to 2K MMR spamming phantoms. I wonder how that guy's doing now. Wince. Yes. Breaks is pretty well still. All right. Deployment module for C-Molly, so he can redeploy out of this unbalanced attack side. Sparty thinking about it. Shield airdrop, always very good value. And that is, in fact, what he took. The reason that is good value, if you're new to the game, it's a 50,000 hit point shield. It costs you 100, 50 in price, but also 50 from not skipping. So it costs you 100 to get a $50,000 shield that comes back every 3 rounds. You were going to pay 100 for a 40,000 hit point shield, literally a weaker shield, or you're going to pay 100 for that at some point in the game anyways. You might as well have one that comes back all the time. For C-Molly, the deployment module was used to create a pull over here. There's also a crawler deep in the flank to create a pull. So he has created this opening, this huge opening that he can drive a saber through, a hole so big you could drive a tank through it, which is pretty much exactly what the man is doing. So in theory, getting to tower quicker. Pulled this guy who died to the storms last round, pulled that Sabretooth away. And the storms have been doing basically nothing but shooting at moving crawlers and missing all round. Still a Arclight as well. So now C-Molly winning the left side and coming over to win the right. There's nothing that has made it to tower. So he fixed that tower with by changing the pull here. That was these 2 units changed the pull and cleaned up over there. Now you get your first unit drop. C-Molly taking the Sandworm. Phantom Ray as a cell. Sparty takes the 4 Marksman drop. That is one of the few packs with that many deploys that remains after the in Season 2. They really reduced the number of high unit count drops. So, for example, I used to play around the Fang drop a lot in terms of round 2, trying to get a 3-unit Fang or 3-unit Crawler drop. Now that's a 2-unit drop. It's not quite as valuable. So this is a 4 units of Marksman Just getting that many units on the board early can be super valuable, especially if you are facing Sabretooth, and especially if you're facing Sabretooth that might be jumpy anywhere on the board. So he's got flank and middle both covered. We've talked in the past about covering angles, so he's actually got a marksman covering each of the angles to tower, but this angle is still really wide open. Despite the addition of this set of fangs, we're going to be able to push the worm right through it with a saber to back it up. Sparkies have officially carried Unreal Chaos to 1,000 MMR. However you say it. Raiden, however you say it, it's a Sparky. We got it. And the Unreal Chaos reaching 1K MMR. Congratulations, sir. It's a big milestone for any Mechabellum player. I remember I kept getting stuck at 970, 977, 979. I was so mad. But like I'd get super close and get dropped again. Bunch of good items. Barrier possibility for the worm, but both players take the haste module. It's going to be a hasted sandworm. Holy smokes. That's a 21 meter per second sandworm, sir. It's up against a 14 meter per second. That thing is almost as fast as a crawler. The 14 meter per second fortress that Sparty has. He will play flank defense and come over to the front if needed. But C-Molly wins. He has the first Sparky. He's got a Raiden on the board. So you can see he is also, note, C-Molly, also a devotee of the Amarok style of moving your techs into about the order you're going to want to take them on. So again, that's minimizing mouse movement, right? So he's got the ability to mouse down to range first, then EMP, then chain, and only if he's deep into them is he going to wind up in fork. He says that's just by chance. But it is about the order you're likely to take them in. You might take the chain before EMP, but as we saw in the Rust and the Furious tournament earlier today, the top players having a heck of a lot more luck when they went with range first on the Raiden rather than allowing them to have their short range. And that's, they are fragile up in the air. You're not an aerial specialist. It's 1,500 or 15,000 hit points. It can go down pretty quickly. And here, Sparty does get that done with the marksman as the answer. 4 marksmen bringing down the Raiden when it got stuck on the fort. C-Molly skips all of these. Cooldown, Elite Wasp, Smoke Bomb, and Elite Steel Ball. I don't see the Steel Ball on this board. Sparty takes the smoke and places it on, that is interesting, places it on the far side. There's nothing there, right? This deploy Raiden is not there when he places this. So he's literally placing the smoke on this guy and hoping to stop this Farseer for a while. Weak shield on that side, strong shield on this side. And for C-Molly, he sold one of the sabers that had the deploy module on it. Puts the deploy module on the Raiden, so poor man's jump drive, and jump drives them over. So it's a bit of a Woot style boat. I show attack on the left, then I jump to the right. Aha! But Sparty playing around it has a shield there, has the smoke there. Obviously has the stronger shield protecting what he knew was being attacked, but didn't neglect the weak side. The shields have held. That poor Farseer really arrived far too late out of the smoke to get any real value. And Sparky wins round 5. Seamully down to 1454. Sparky still at 3700. So, advanced power system if you wanted to speed up, and Lightning Storm, always a good choice. As Sparty's going to take the Lightning, throw it down on top of the Thunder God. The Steel Ball production line is the other thing I think Seamully would be considering, putting an item on a giant. That is generally a strong choice. We talked about him having a jump drive Raiden. It's not really a jump drive, of course, it's a deployment module, but he does use it to pull it back out of the storm, and buys another one on that side. Generally, once a player's gone into Raiden, you're going to see them taking one Raiden and one tech for the existing Raidens, and that's kind of similar to how you would have played Giants for a while. Many Giants kind of work that way. The play is one Giant, one Chaff, and a tech for your Giant. They sold out of the other Sabretooth over here. So it's down to just the Haste Worm, who is being mobile beaconed. Now, note Seamully is doing a very subtle thing, but the worm is right on the crosshatch left of the starting point of this, starting circle of this mobile beacon. So he put the front left crosshatch right there, and that is where the worm will end its movement. It will be literally right in front of the tower. Of course, the tower is in its way. I think it has to attack the tower, before it will finish its movement. So it gets the tower by virtue of being taken straight to it. That's letting the Raidens do a lot of work. The fort's standing tough. And does Sparty have the answer to the Raiden? Seamully says he is 15-4, hard forcing Raiden all patch long. He's 15-5 now. Sparty gets the W. So here you have seen parts of a build that could stop it, right? So this is a well-played forcing Raiden approach, right? He's got some chaff clear. I might have wanted to have 2 more arc lights for clearing chaff, but this is a reasonable forcing Raiden build. He's got a Farseer backing it up. But Sparty tempos it out before they have time to come all the way alive. Also has the forts with tower health, so 50,000 hit points, 100,000 hit points. They are forts from Standard, seem to work. He says, I figured I'd see a lot of Raidens in the tourney, so I decided to go Standard forts before the game started. Very nice. And Standard fort does seem to stuff it. Now, do beware that the chain will jump from your fort to your tower, but as long as you're sitting at the point where you've got some chaff in front. So it really does become, in my opinion, it becomes a chaff war. And I said before tourney that I think Apucci may well be one of the favorites for this tournament, and that is because he builds such exquisite chaff wards, and he's got the chaff timing of Fangs down so well. He's one of the very few people I know that runs Fang off the very back line, and we know that Fang with Portable Shield is a really strong counter to Raiden. How strong is it? Look, Fang with Shield is strong enough that I lost a game to Raiden, took a look at the replay. Literally, I have no Fangs on the board. If I replayed the last round and bought 3 Fangs and gave them Shield, it was enough to beat the Raiden carry board. So he says, I knew that Chain would screw me sooner or later, but I couldn't turn down the 4 marksmen. He was going to go, his plan was to go AA Barrage Fort, as well as the aerial on the marksman. I have also changed to this exact tech loadout that Sparty's running, and I think I've got it in almost the same order. but brought anti-air barrage back onto the bar for playing right in defense, and also brought Fang production back onto the bar for playing right in defense. So Sparty and I, at least, are thinking in the same direction. Let us check in on some of the other folk playing. Is Apuchi still going? Let's take a look at an Apuchi board. Bellicose Drake says anti-air barrage from a fort is 2.2 volleys for level 1 Raiden. So, Apuchi is the far side red, is running the Raiden, and has them triple teched with fort, range, and chain, and is running that into a zillion sledges. So Jimmy Jeeb near side running a carry sledge board that looks like a solid carry sledge board, but he's not doing the old cast pull out here. So but Jimmy Jeeb has enough marksmen on the board, and they are EMP aerial spec marksmen, so they are 30 meters extra against the Raiden and then turning off its key techs. Once that's happened, those they aren't blowing through these sledges quite quickly enough. Both sides take a laser sight. For Apuchi, it's going on the top Raiden, which is level 3. That's out to 135 meters now with the triple techs, reducing the range, of course. So Apuchi is running one of the builds we think is very strong for the Raiden, which is basically ranged high explosive ammo Tarantula and triple tech Raiden. For Jimmy Jeeb, he's added more sledge. He's just throwing more sledge at it. He has a lot of fangs, and I do think Shield on those fangs would be buying a whole bunch of value. Apuchi has not unlocked or hasn't taken EMP on the Raiden, is still running ionization. Now, I think that's actually intentional. Apuchi did the math on ionization and said that it, worst case, costs you 1 shot. He did the math. It's like, the worst case, it costs me 1 shot in killing something. So he'll add some shielded wasps. The marksmen are the only answer. We know Jimmy Jeeb didn't add any new marksmen, so shielded wasps will be the protection for the Raiden, much the same way that you would run shielded wasp as protection for your fleet of boats. And of course here, the protection is supposed to keep them from getting EMP'd. 1 has been EMP'd, 2 have gone down. And there was a flank pull over here that worked halfway decently. But you can see here the spark, those 3 shots were aimed down into the sledges, and then the shots jumped to the tower. So Apuchi wins round 8, drops Jimmy Jeeb down to 636 hit points. Yeah, there's some discussion of, so Sparty says he knows that Apuchi's running ionization in case of a big war factory. Not running EMP is risky, yes. And Toast asked if people are running factory in this meta, but Saishu Heiki says yes. Toast points out, haven't seen a single one outside of Free For All, but we've definitely seen a level 2 war factory in, we saw one today in the 2v2. As a tank for, I think it was a tank into a riding board. So it was running photon, so that now it would be interesting to know, does photon protect against ionization, or should it? Poochie does get the W. Took him a minute. Jimmy Jeeb tries the late pivot to the Typhoon drop with AA and Barrier. I have beaten a Raiden board with a whole bunch of Typhoons, but it was much earlier, much more planned, much more itemized, and a different set of techs than he took. So, Apucci through to round 2, and I do expect when he gets into these the late game Raiden mirrors, he's going to have a much better chaff board than a lot of people do. You can see how good his chaff board is here. But it is not as strong in the fangs as I expected it to. So, we are through round 1 of this tournament. We'll go down the list of winners. For most of us, some of us will be seeing ads. Nokpubka beat Pops, T-Man over Blunted Baboon, Yeezes, Dachshund, Arctorius, all the favorites getting W's there. We'll check this person's name in a moment, but I don't have the phone handy. So Democracy Officer loses. River Skende beat Stardust. We saw Sparty beat C. Mully, one of the few upsets at that higher division, in the higher level here. Whooped beat Captain Schmebulark. Hikikomori, Beware of the Fog with wins. Sten, we saw in the Sten's had a long day. Started started tournament action. What would that be? 7.5 hours ago. So he's had a long day. Loses to Beware of the Fog in round 1. Jagras Slayer beat Jin. We've got another name. I don't recognize this one right now, but beat Nuke War. Godia's Prime with a win. Skynan upsets Illuminati. Dolmont 2.0 with a win. B-Man. B-Man, one of the big names in Chinese streaming of Mechabellum. Always a very polite player. Beats Clarence Bodecker. He's the number 6 seed here. Hikokishi and Apucci with the wins. Further on down, how do we call this one? TT beat Omni Ripper. Mega Space Hero, formerly named Mega Space Player, I believe, gets a win. Panda Express with a win. Other folk I don't know. It's the win against Rockham. Tricked, Rakshman, Tigazoo, Billy the Kid, Via, Fish Cop, DT Bizarro, Vigil, Nico Archangel, our very own Godslayer, who is frequently in chat. I know you're around. Well done. A Mega Space Player says, my handle didn't have enough cheese in it. So now you've added more cheese. I get it. Well done, sir. Well done. Grandmaster Wookie, Breton, Mitch B6, Nitro Soldier, and at the very bottom, Luffy, your reward for beating Poopmungus is, I'm afraid, not a match against Apucci. It's a match against Nokpopka, the number 1 seed. Right. Let us take a look around. Arctorius against DT Bizarro could be interesting. Mega Space Hero draws Sparty. We could just stay in the Amarok's chat version. Rakshman facing Whooped. Billy the Kid against River Skende. We will take Godslayer against B-Man. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We're into round 2, and I've just put the channel point predictions up. We've got Godslayer against B-Man, 38 unbeaten. We'll go down to 19, then it'll go to 10, 5. And from there, we'll either have 3-2-1 or possibly 2-1 or 3-1, depending on how spoiler matches go. It'll take us a minute. But for now, 38 unbeaten, 19 matches. Welcome to round 2 of the Raiden Festival. We saw the Raidens defeated in game number 1 by Standard Forts. Forts from Standard. Unexpected victor. In round 2, we've got the number 30 seed Godslayer against the number 6 seed B-Man. I picked this match because I've played Godslayer many times. They are a solid player. I've been playing the game a long time. Have a really good handle on the fundamentals, and are likely to be able to give B-Man a game. Godslayer, the Amplify Specialist, brings up the triple sledge, triple arc start. Looking at a no chaff start from opponent, and with arc lights, chose to forego chaff of his own and just run the sledges up front. The arc lights are positioned to cover various flank cheeses and arrive late. So, interesting. And he unlocks Crawler. We'll see who is adapting better to the Raiden meta. And I am interested to see if the 201 version of this is as Raiden heavy, or if the Raiden is not dominant the way that it is here. Is B-Man committed to the Raiden, or will we see something else? Godslayer starting with all 3 sledges right up on the line on the left side. Nothing in front of them, so a bunch of them got in under the guns and go down to the Stormcallers. But Godslayer able to get through to tower on the left. And we'll push from left to right with these amplified SMAMP core, small amplification core. Gets the round win, drops B-Man from down to 3,800 down to 3,220, 5,000 to 3,220. We get a round 2 drop. What is Godslayer going to use to keep the pressure on? And what could B-Man do to answer it? Godslayer takes the 1 level 3 marksman. So that's interesting also, right? Your marksman specialist is a level 3 marksman. And the way that the drops have changed, the round 2 drop for marksman is a level 3 marksman. Sledge together strong. And also interesting, we're going to run triple crawler from deeper. And they are set in a way that they may or may not filter through the sledges. Are they just far enough back that they run into the first Stormcaller volley? If so, that's very unfortunate. But they are far enough back that they don't die to a sentry missile, which is what's being used there. So I love to run this crawlers right behind the sledges, of course, to filter through. That's what I was worried about. That first volley is perfectly onto them. Unfortunate. And B-Man willing to spend 50 to drop 4 out of the 5, so about 160 value in his missile. And used a shield. Now, this is a vast experience playing this game, Shield. There wasn't much on Godslayer's break board that is good shield break, and B-Man just went ahead and shielded that side. I used to run a tremendous, I thought it was the best build ever, Sledge Aggro. You guys will remember it. It was right up on the line, and then right down this flank, and it comes after this tower. And it was, at my MMR, it was really good. And Doxson ran against it, threw down a shield bubble for long enough to get a fort out, threw down a shielded fort in front of it, and my sledges never leveled. So that sledge build is all about getting levels into the sledges. That was why the missile out here, this sledge, there's nothing really targeting it. So the missile on the line here was aimed at preventing this sledge from leveling. It was only 380 away from leveling. So you ensured that that wouldn't level, and then let these two just waste their time against the shield bubble. The shield never goes down. The storms have plenty of time to do their work. Now, B-Man's got a heavy armor Farseer on the far side. There's a fourth sledge and two more crawlers. That crawler would have eaten the missile if it was repeated, but the missile this time would have been aimed at this pack of sledges that was super close to leveling. It has, in fact, leveled now, and the other two haven't yet. Heavy armor sledges go down pretty quickly to the Farseer. And again, these sledges don't have the shield break to punch through this. They can sit here all day, and every shot they're taking there is a shot that is not putting XP into them. So they fall just short of leveling, 931 hit XP there. As B-Man gets the far side tower, comes around and gets this near side tower. So this is the canonical way to shut down sledge aggro. The sledge player absolutely has to have some shield break. For Godslayer, that shield break looked like the level 3 marksman, but he hasn't broken through in 2 rounds, so B-Man's ancestral shield survives into a 3rd round. Grandpa's shield. Let's go. So, B-Man takes laser sights. Godslayer also takes laser sights. And keeps committing to the sledges. Here it is. This is the build I'm talking about. Here we go. And this shallow flank pulls out of the... Oh, there's two more sledges coming onto that flank. So that shallow flank pulls chaff from back here, opens things up for this sledge to get all the way in there. And now he's into 7 sledges on the flank. It looks like a mass-produced sledge game, but it is not. These are full-value sledges, some of them with amp cores on them, well, small amp cores, one of them with heavy armor, 5 items in the sledges. He's got to be committed to them. But what he hasn't done is gotten attack into them. You're going to run this kind of build. The only way to get through this shield is basically to do something like take armor piercing or something else. You've got to get through that shield earlier than Godslayer is doing right now. And this is just feeling like our the flank pull has also pulled the unit that was supposed to go to the tower. So a little less than effective there. B-Man doing a really good job defending this. I think this round we'd have been better off putting the 250 that we put into that one extra sledge would be better spent as 300 on mech rage, or possibly 200 on armor piercing bullets if you had better chaff clear to go with them, but we don't, so you needed the armor piercing to bring this shield down. We still aren't doing that. The ancestral shield holds. B-Man's ancestors are proud. Godslayer down to 2200. B-Man on 3200. But double tech. This could be a double tech round. We could do 700 to double tech those. Smoke bomb would go on top of them, but 700 would be mech rage and the plus 200% damage. So you'd have your attack interval reduced, you'd have your attack interval increased, and then you'd be in full damage to break that shield. Meanwhile, B-Man adding wasps. Wasps will be up above. We've got another heavy armor. We have 6 itemized sledges. Okay, we're adding some dedicated shield break now. What we do not have is dedicated upshoot outside of the singleton marksman. So Godslayer solving last turn's problem with the storms onto the bubble, but B-Man giving him a new problem. Now the Mech Rage at least gets the sledges through that smoke pretty quickly. And there are still crawlers alive. That's working a lot better. Now the shield is down. The shield break did its job. Now Godslayer's getting to work from left to right the way he's been envisioning all game long. This was the build the way it was supposed to go. Can one level 3 marksman standing in smoke handle this many wasps? This was always my favorite part of this build, is when the sledges just drive away from your wasps. So many people would try wasps over them, and as long as there was a little bit of upshoot, it wasn't sufficient. But this round it is. B-Man at 3,200, Godslayer at 1,600. I just love watching my sledges drive away from wasps like that. That's absolutely correct. A good observation from Escape Velocity Nova on chat says, as the aggro player, it's really not good if you're the one trying to solve last round's problem. You need to be the one creating them. You are exactly correct. So, Godslayer takes the Raiden. So we've got double Thunder God showing up. And this round has really let the sledges level. So we've got level 3, level 3, level 2, all with the small amplifying cores. For B-Man, this was an old school solution to the... Holy smokes, sir. Why? We are going flank Raidens into the wasps that have anti-air specialization. It hasn't been taken yet, but they leveled last round. This is like the Defender's dream spot for it. Like, a Defender might have bought these to place in answer to your Raidens. And also takes the oil off of tower to slow you down in the oil. Which is kind of funny, because he's also going to slow down his own Rhino. That's an armored Rhino. Oh, we've lit it on fire. I see. So, armored Rhino, flames on the ground. The flames take care of the chaff. Rhino gets to go punching sledges. Rhino used to be the answer to Sledge when a Rhino one-punched a sledge of equal level. 2 of the Raidens are down, but the level 2 is still up. And the Ancestral Shield has been restored. Level 4 Marksman back here. Remember, B-Man also took the leveled Marksman, and it has been feasting off of the leveled sledges all game long. So B-Man wins round 6. Godslayer down to 557 hit points. You know, I thought he was likely to... one of the folks most likely, I should say, to achieve the upset in round 1. But this is a bit problematic. He takes the crawlers on the line to distract some shots from the wasps. The wasps will be leveled and shielded, so level 3, level 2, both wearing energy shield. B-Man could afford to aerial spec them if he was willing to give up a deploy. He's not. He also could loan to finish out with aerial spec on them. For Godslayer, instead of taking armor-piercing bullets to punch through the shield and Rhino quicker, he takes range. While that is correct in the range war, I don't think it's correct here. I think we've needed armor-piercing for a while. And so for me, this would have been... like, my old version of this, it was... fangs in a lot of the places that Godslayer has crawler. And the reason for that is so that I can throw Fang shield on them and not worry about them getting missiled out. And also works as the anti-wasp, right? The sledges have taken care of the ground. The Fangs sit behind to handle the wasps. Here, though, we've got the chain punching into the wasps. Now, we've talked about shielded anything as being a good answer to Raiden. You can see how many shots it has taken to bust through those wasps. And here we had a whole burst of Raiden shot onto a single surviving wasp. Now, however, now they get to tower. They're going to get great value off of taking down leveled things, but this is a level 2 tower. It takes a while, but the shield is down. The Raidens are super close to leveling. Sledges are storming across the battlefield, and in this late encounter, range enhancement absolutely mattered because that allowed them to engage the Stormcallers from 150 meters away. And I do kind of wonder if B-Man needed to loan range speed and aerial tech these to prevent the board from getting out of hand. Godslayer will drop the nuke not on the front lines, but deep, where it will be taking out some of the later arriving chaff and some of the key damage-dealing units. The level 5 marksman, the level 3 storms, level 3 arclight, and in particular the 2 itemized units. And B-Man here is my answer to all of the world's sledges and the Raidens. I have an armored factory. Armored war factory with 484,000 hit points. Now, you guys asked, why is Apuchi running ionization? Here is why. If Godslayer gets a turn to react to this thing, he has ionization on the board. However, he's got 557 hit points. He has to kill the War Factory. Otherwise, it is GG's, because the War Factory will do 600 hit points of damage to his health bar. So that is the thing to watch for. Is he able to take that down? It's outside of the nuke zone. It is taking damage. It doesn't shoot up. Note that the Wasps did handle the Raidens this turn. So they had no real upgrades. War Factory does eventually go down. Raiden got through it. But the units on the ground in trouble. There's some Wasps alive. Sledges survived, surprisingly. A whole bunch of those leveled sledges survived against the War Factory. I'm not sure armor was actually the choice for B-Man there. So he's down to 3 and change. He's not going to win this. I'm not going to win this on this round at least. And Godslayer, I think, has a shot. I'll take a wager here. I don't know if we get that in time. He didn't even lose the round that B-Man put the War Factory down. So, B-Man down to 1290, Godslayer on 557. You get a unit drop. Now, Typhoon is a good choice for both of them in that it handles the Wasps for Godslayer. It handles the Raidens for B-Man. Neither of them want it. It'll be, while the smoke is back up, it'll be Fire Badgers for B-Man, Worm for Godslayer, and Godslayer is sending that Worm at the weak side tower, level 1. Nothing doing out there. No mobile beacon, just trusting it. Buys the melting point for the War Factory that he knows about. The War Factory has been sold. So what is B-Man's pivot at this point? Interesting that Godslayer did not go to ionization instantly. Yeah, here's the War Factory. He has a tech in it. We knew it was going to be on the board. So he puts the War Factory on the far side, where the Worm is going to have a bit of a problem. Now that War Factory is going to be a mobile beaconed right onto tower. go in, get the tower debuff, come over and get the other tower, while the rest of the fighting is still happening. And B-Man is missiling out the crawlers just like I said might happen. Of course, that's why the line of crawlers on the line instead of line of fangs can matter. It can be really important to be able to throw down the shielded fangs into whatever. It's a little risky onto Stormcallers, but it can help. So, left side, the sledges are still alive, the melter is down, there's one Raiden left. Raiden has been aerial specced by the marksman and goes down. Everything's stuck in the storms. This time it's GG's. Godslayer gave it a heck of a run. Drops B-Man to 1290. But B-Man, the 2000 MMR player, does beat Godslayer. Wow, what a game, you two. Well played. Godslayer, that is a tremendously good accounting of yourself for a player against B-Man. Now, there are some earlier in the game moments. I think we could have put the tempo pressure on a lot harder with armor piercing, but haven't even tried the Raiden text yet, so I should probably get on it. Really, I think this one was Mech Rage and armor piercing gets you into that tower much, much earlier in this game. Godslayer only lost because I bet on him. It's probably true. Probably true. Speaking of wagering, we're going to pay out those of you who backed B-Man at 1.136 to, or 1.36 to 1. And we'll find out if I actually lost insight on that, or if I was, I was too late. All right, there are only 2 matches left. Mega Space Player versus Sparty is one of them. Is that match still going? It is. Look at that. We'll jump into that, see how it's going. But yeah, Godslayer, there's a couple of things. Let's say, take a look at that, because I used to run that aggro with sledges all the time. So you might take a look at it at the VOD after tournament, obvious, for comments. But C. Molly says, Sparty's build just got online. Oh, hey, Sparty, it's standard fort. It's standard fort with barrier, anti-air barrage, and fang production into double tap, secondary armament, Sabretooth, with a nuke up for both players. Nuke coming on this kind of congested left side and outside of the shield bubbles. Yeah, selling the worm to make a melter on that side would probably have helped a ton, yeah. For sure. That is a level 3 heavy armor fort, and I don't see a melting point on this side. That's going to be a bit of a problem. And that thing is getting beaconed. Unfortunately, kind of beaconed into the nuke, but I don't think you even bust the shields. At 120,000 hit points of shield, it'll still have shields up. That's going to keep this fort alive in under the barrier. That barrier doesn't go down. Now it goes down. But, these forts also kept alive by one of the 2 shields went down, but the other one was still up. So that worked really well. There go the AA barrages. This isn't against Raiden, it's against Phantom Ray. But punch, punch, punch. Here come the forts. The fort is going down to the double tap sabers. And Mega Space Hero XH gets the W over our first round winner, Sparty. So 1470 MMR with the win for Mega Space Hero. Well done, sir. Nicely played. Sparty looked like he was online. And unfortunately for him, doesn't quite get it. Mega Civ says, go Mega. So we're fans of the Mega players. The build here was Sabertooth Mustang, so Saber Stang, with shield in the corners, shields. There were 4 shields across the middle to protect against the nuke. The nuke did hit some things in the corner. There was a bunch of stuff down there, but not all of it. Not all of it goes down. The AA barrage did handle the Phoenix, the stealth cloaked Phoenix, but by then there were surviving leveled sabers. It was a level 3 heavy armor saber that survived over here and was gold damage dealer for that round, dishing out 175,000 damage. So that is our round complete. We'll run an ad and be right back. For those of you that don't see ads, let's go over the winners. Nakpubka beats Luffy, the number 1 seed continuing. T-Man, who's the number 3 seed coming in, beats Mitch B6. Yeezes, Dachshund, Arctorius, Godius Prime, the favorites, all getting W's. Where did we put that phone? Did we put it? Here it is. Black on black. Well done, sir. Let's figure out who that is. You're going to make it this far into the tournament. You deserve to have your name read properly. Oh, that is God's Domain. We saw them do very well last week. They came 10th in this tournament last week. Tricked, who was 27th, beats Beware of the Fog. Nice upset win there. Jagras Slayer over Panda Express. Skynen beats Lushiki. We saw Mega Space Hero XH beating Sparty. Ikiko Mori gets the win over Sharia Law, perhaps. Whooped over Rakshaman. Rivriskende beat Billy the Kid. We've got Mathematical Genius Simo beats Fish Cop. Dolmont 2.0 over Bijul. B-Station Shark Rookie beats Godslayer, as you guys saw here. Hikokishi over Breton. And Apuchi 2-0. I mean, Nitro Soldier came into this as the, 87th or 88th seed in this tournament? And is, 38, we had 76, right? So it would have been like the 73rd or 74th in this one. A little further down, some of the favorites that lost in round 1 have recovered. C. Mully and Sten getting W's. The player Quack beats Stardust. Jimmy Jeeb has recovered from that loss to Apuchi with a win. Becca Mellum gets a W. Blunted Baboon, the bye. Yeah, secondary arms tech is kind of nice. It allows them to chaff clear, and it targets separately from the main guns. So you can have it clearing the chaff that might overrun you. Pubka remains the number 1 seed here. Whooped versus Arctorius could be a very good game. We've also got Rivriskende against Gotius Prime. Skynen against Apuchi. Dolmont 2.0 versus Hikiko Mori. Let us... Maybe we should take these 2. Nah, we'll take Whooped and Arctorius. And now Dachshund. The reward for a win is a match against Dachshund. Good luck, sir. Right, our round 3 match. We will have the have up in just a moment. Channel point prediction up for that one. And welcome back to those of you that saw ads. Our round 3 match is going to be one of the streamers, Whooped GG, will be the near side blue. Arctorius, who you guys saw earlier today as part of the team Noobs Are Us in the Rust and Furious tournament. Rust and Furious Noobs R Us came in 4th place, just outside of the money. That is Sten and Arctorius. They're both here in this tournament. So Arctorius, our side, of course, much more well known as a 2v2 player than as a 1v1 player. You'll see him on the ladder in 2v2s all the time. Whooped near side, fortified specialist with fangs and stormcallers. Says he's been caster cursed. Indeed. But you can also bet on yourself, so, or bet against yourself. Arctorius is no longer wearing the Noobs R Us badge. Didn't go back to his old one, has gone to this, but Fire Badger Specialist with Steel Ball and Arclight. So the same way that 2v2 has a different tempo than 1v1, that can make it a little harder. So Arctorius's 1v1 MMR is a little bit lower than his 2v2 skill, and that part of that is because of the difference in tempo between the two. It's just a little bit harder. If you are heavily used to one, you don't have the same sort of sense that the game is about to end, or you sense that the game is about to end a little too early, and can get yourself into economic trouble. So that's a little bit of what can happen to somebody like Arctorius, who plays a lot of 2v2, comes over and plays some 1v1. That's a unique formation, sir. Steel Ball up front, where it can draw the Stormcaller fire, keep the Stormcaller fire off of everything else. Nope, he's backed out of it. It's Steel Balls from Standard. And Whooped, looking at a board with Arclights and Steel Balls, went ahead and took the Crawlers. That guaranteed that Arctorius had no possibility of a chaff drop on round 2, and gives Whooped the formation of chaff that he wants anyways, which is going to be the 3 later arriving fangs behind the storms, but they will arrive just in time to keep the Steel Balls off the Stormcallers. And the storms, yeah, there's not much left in terms of Crawler for Arctorius, and the storms get to target the Steel Balls. Hopefully, there are storms left to target Arclights. Oh no, it's not working. It's not working! Power down! SOS! Go cast somebody else, Amarok. Whooped at 3918, Arctorius at 4900. Redeploy, shield airdrop. Whooped is a fan of the Scorpion, so he's taking mass-produced Scorpion right on round 2. Mass-produced Scorpion, if you don't know it, drops the price of a Scorpion from 300 to 200, but decreases attack and hit points by 20%, decreases the range by 10, which is about 10%. 9%, really. And Whooped doesn't go to the Scorpions yet, goes for triple Arclight for Chaff Clear. Still building the deep board. Arctorius setting up for a mobile beacon crawler that can do the distract your Stormcaller's first shots. But here's a spot where I don't feel like you get a ton of value for that, right? Where it's not like that first volley is landing on a bunch of stuff. What this does do is pin the Stormcallers a little deeper, and if you mobile beaconed across, you'll pull this stuff, right? Which can open up some interesting angles for mobile beacons onto the other side if you got a double mobile beacon. Or a redeploy, which he has. So he'll be able to do something like mobile beacon this and redeploy the Steel Ball up to about here, where it doesn't do a pull and winds up going straight to tower. In theory. In theory. We'll see how all of that plays out down the line. For now, it's also a Fire Badger flank shallow left for Arctorius. That's pulling a bunch of chaff, which is going to help a lot for this round. Getting all that chaff out of the way ensures that the steel balls coming in from that side only lock onto hard, high-value targets. You can see how there's essentially nothing left until they get all the way to these fangs. There was nothing left but high-value targets for them. And Arcturus has won round 2 as well. Whoops, dropped to 32.59. 4,900 to 3,300 or so. You get the unit drop here on round 3. Double Wasps, double Phoenix are the free options. That 4 Marksman pack is super good, and there's a level 3 sledge. Why not 2 level 1 sledges instead of level 3 sledge? Interesting. Well, 4 Marksman it is for both players. The number of deploys just too good to pass up. And Arcturus has sold out of the Fire Badgers now that there is likely to be an answer to them. Oh, did he sell out of them or did he redeploy them? Aspero says redeploy feels like one of those abilities that varies between good to amazing. If it were a tower purchase, I'd easily spend 100 on it. Probably 2 out of 3 games. It is a tower purchase in free-for-all, and I do kind of agree with you. I think it is one of the highest skill drops available in terms of the number of crazy and or good things you can do with it. It's just amazing. And for Arcturus, what he's done, he didn't sell this Fire Badger. He's moved it down into the flank. Now, if you don't know, redeploy, jump drive, anything like that that moves a unit, as long as you don't place it on your board, you can move it anywhere else on the flank that you need it. And what he has done has gone from that shallow to deep with a slow arriving Fang. Now, Whooped has gone for his mass-produced Scorpions as the answer and had that positioned where he really didn't care which side of the flank you were coming from. But it does mean that that pull is much deeper, and that opened up this tower timing. There is a diagonal. You can see this big gap. Now, he doesn't have units coming into it, but again, that's something he can do with a redeploy followed by a mobile beacon, so he can exploit that. Unless Whooped handles that corner faster. Not going to matter, because Victorious is winning the other side faster. And has 3 surviving marksmen to 1. Arcturus has won the first 3 rounds, drops Whooped to 29.59. So clever, but not devastating use of that this round. Improved firepower control, taken for Arcturus. The shield airdrop taken for Whooped. Those are both very, very good choices. What are we putting this on, sir? Whooped committed to these Scorpions. You can imagine attack coming on them shortly. But for now, it'll be range on the arc lights to ensure we have sufficient shaft clear. And 3rd Scorpion right in your face, sir. Hello. I'm here now. So that ensures that these Fire Badgers and the Fangs over there are doing nothing but targeting 19,000 hit points of Scorpion. Even with mass-produced and reduced by 20%, but then buffed by 15%, they are pretty beefy. Tough to kill. Okay, you're going to put them under a 50,000 hit points of shield bubble. Do you at least put it so that the 50,000 is covering tower from the other angles? Cancel. Put it here. There is one of those mobile beacons I was talking about. So you've got the ability to flank pull. And here comes the mobile beacon. So, right, there's going to be 1 Fang and possibly 1 Scorpion in the way as these level 2 steel balls come storming into tower. Scorpion shooting the crawlers. That 1 Fang was a hero slowed down the steel balls. These Fangs arrived just in time. But level 2 steel balls are your chaff clear. Hold the line. Hold the... Oh, they did not. And here is actually, if Whooped were to offer me a rebuttal, here is why he didn't put that over the tower, to ensure that it doesn't go down to steel balls. So the shield will survive to next round, even if the towers did not. Whooped at 21.99, Arctorius at 4,900 still. Subsidized Stangs. Okay. So it's a Scorpion Mustang build at this point, with range on the Marksman and the Arclights. Another Scorpion added, along with a Crawler from that side. So this will position much, much better to stop the same mobile beacon. Whoop answering last turn's problem. But Arctorius has a Raiden, has a item on it, has intensive training, debating between what does he want to do. Is it attack? Is it a level? It's going to be a level 2 improved firepower control Raiden, dishing out 19,306 hit points. Now, he's taken attack, Whooped has taken defense, so the Scorpions are 19,675. They are just barely going to survive this as first shot. And but of course, if two beams target the same Scorpion, it goes down in a single shot. Arctorius uses the redeploy to put both steel balls on the same side as the Raiden. So that whole group is going to come from storming in on this tower. Two new shields for Whooped. Those are protecting the towers this time. So he's feeling a lot more confident about being able to delete the steel balls. Is it going to work with the Raiden? With the Fire Badgers sold out of that corner, no point in feeding XP to the Scorpions, right? With the Fire Badgers out of that corner, the corner is dealt with much more quickly. Now you've got a packed clump of steel balls getting hit by, yes, even if these are mass-produced, they will still delete your pack of steel balls if it's taken any damage. The line holds. The Raiden, the only survivor to get through to that tower over there. There are still some marksmen trying to handle it. And they do. Round 5 goes Whooped's direction. Now, Arctorius has won every round except this one. Whooped just did 1,200 damage. And Arctorius down to 3,700. Why? Mass-produced Scorpion still does full hit point damage to the bar. So 200 cost to slap them down, 300 hit points damage to the bar, 50 points less than a giant. So really nicely done there. These two surviving made a big difference. Now Arctorius has ranged and taken 2 more. He still has 650 to spend and 2 steel balls on the board. Also could redeploy one of them over here, whether it's a steel ball or a Raiden or even chaff. No, it's going to be redeploy the steel ball to up the middle. That's going to prevent this clumping that he had where the Scorpions were deleting things on clump. He's going to just send them straight up the middle. The 400 became mass recruit. Wow, how did you afford... Oh, you sold the Rhino. Okay. So that's how he afforded the triple Raiden and a tech for them. Sells Rhino. Unlocked the sell the round before to sell the Badger. For Whooped, he kept the level 5 Rhino, so it's coming out of the corner. Now, we've heard, but didn't really see it in the 2v2 tournament. But we've heard that the Rhino is actually a pretty good tank for a Raiden only. I think it does not work into the steel balls, because they should get to do a ton of damage to it, and do. And that'll almost level those steel balls, right? But now you're at... It's not actually a Scorpion Mustang build, it's a Scorpion Marksman build, which Jump should handle. Chain coming from the mass-produced Scorpions to the mass-produced, or to the many Marksmen, should handle that, but Arctorius doesn't have chain yet. Can and will, and now has enhancement module as well. Whooped has the possibility of either enhancing and selling out of mass-produced Scorps, or orbital javelining where there are things stuck together. Always really risky to take orbital javelin into somebody who has redeploy, because he can jump things around. So what Arctorius is going to do, mobile beacon here, and presumably jump the other one. This one got intensived, so it was able to level and intensive. Gets it up to level 3, that's 60,000 hit points. Not quite enough to survive the orbital. Whooped does have his shield again. But yeah, I'm expecting the Jav either here or here, and I think Arctorius has played around it correctly. Oh, he puts it here. There is the redeploy. You can see that one marked on. And Arctorius using speed and range. Took speed, which he hadn't taken last round. I do love that when we have a big unit that you're aiming for, you know your opponent's going to be aiming for, and using it to help this unit clear if that was the target. Whooped does go for the clear target, which was the one that could get up to level 3, and that is, of course, the one that has been redeployed over. He says, my Jav whiffed so hard. It's sad. Now, this is the most dead marksman. That marksman is finished, bro. Done. First guess was best over here, yeah. Partly because there wasn't any good way for him to save both of them super quickly. Now, these are now ranged EMP chain. So the chain will jump from Scorpion to Marksman and EMP or kill the Marksman. But Whooped has that covered, brother. Those Marksmen are now ranged, AA, EMP, Tech's got turned off for the Sparkies before the Sparkies could reach the Scorpions and the backline Marksmen. Game happening so quickly, my commentary is lagging. I apologize. Now Whooped gets the Mustangs. Remember, he has the subsidized Mustangs, so he can just spam out 3 more of those, or elite recruit 3 of them for $750, $850 for the price of elite recruit. So you could wind up with like 5 leveled Mustangs here. Instead, he spends all of it on leveling all the marksmen. That's pretty wise. And what else did we just drop? More Fang? I think it was more Fang. Fang there is new. And yeah, Shield Fang. Shield Fang's so good at slowing down the chains on the Raiden. Of course, Arctorius, aware of that, desperately trying to prevent it from happening, goes for a Sticky Oil Bomb and a new Vulcan. So Sticky Oil Bomb, Vulcan to ignite it, and Shield, played perfectly by Whooped GG to cover the potential oil. Arctorius throwing down a bunch of shields up front. He has sold out of one of the steel balls. Has the other one on mobile beacon over to this side. If the chaff had been burned, this would be a good spot to be aiming. The chaff will not be burnt. Now, Arctorius' answer to the many marksmen is shielded wasps. So the marksman will spend a lot of time targeting those wasps. But also the fangs are a pretty good answer to the wasps. They outrange them, and they are also shielded. So shield wasp loses to shield fang, and I think we're back down to the same battle we were at last round, which went Whooped's way. Is that what happens here? These guys are still alive. Now that one's EMP'd. That one's EMP'd. And Whooped GG. The line has held again, sir. Is it enough? It is. The 300... The fact that those mass-produced Scorpions do 300 damage to the hit point bar, enough to leave Arctorius at -10. just enough. Arctorius, really well played. You pretty much had to go shielded wasp. Yeah, you did. So you'd had such great tempo pressure with the steel balls and the jump drives. Well played, both of you, man. Nicely done game. That Jav dodge was just brilliant, Arctorius. It was particularly fun because we saw where he put it originally, which was to target these two, and then you jump drived, redeployed off of this spot, and he was like, "Nah, I'm gonna go for the greedy one. I'm gonna go get it." So well played to both of you. Of course, Arctorius, as we said, really fabulous on the 2v2 scene, obviously putting together a ton of pressure on the 1v1. And here is a defense to the Raiden that we hadn't seen before, but making it work. Whooped has gone with the mass-produced Scorpion to have enough chunkiness on the board, right? So the Raiden takes 4 shots to burn through a level 1 mass-produced Scorpion. That's pretty solid, right? It'll survive a single thing if it's the only thing targeted. It'll survive 4 if it's being multi-targeted. Adds the shielded fangs, which countered the shielded wasps as it turned out, but are also really good against the Raiden. And the answer to the Raiden, triple teched marksman. He really committed to it. Took the 4-drop marksman when it was offered, but has built a bunch more. So it's 2, 4, 7, 10, 12, 13, 16, 20, 23 levels of marksman along the back line there. And I did manage to miss the arc lights appropriately. So 9 marksmen do counter for Raiden if you have enough chaff clear. Would be the lesson we take there. GG, both of you. Well played. Arctorius, congrats on making it to the finals. 4th place as part of Team Noobs RS earlier today. We got to cast a couple of your games. A lot of fun to see you guys in action there. I was really the spot where you guys were. Was it you? Everybody was 2-0, right? You guys had gone. Oh, you lost to the 501s. So it's like the spot where you had gotten back to 2-1, and you're up against Woot's minions. I was so rooting for you guys to make it like, yes, going into round 5, it will be 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. Or at that point, it would have been 3-1, I guess. So would have been amazing to set up the round 5, or even because then if you win that one, like, you can create some crazy tiebreakers for the final. So would have been, it was a weird one. Fun game. Okay. Other matches. T-Man, who was one of the top 3 coming into this, appears to have not readied up against Jagras Slayer. Might have had a disconnect issue, possibly. God's Domain loses out to mathematical genius Simo. Number 1 seed Nokpobka beats Beware of the Fog. We saw the epic match of this round, Whooped versus Arctorius. Congrats to Whooped for winning that one. B-Man beats Tricked to get to 3-0. Yeezes over Pikokishi. Mega Space Player, with the upset of the round, gets the victory over Dachshund. Well done, Mega Space Player. Huge win. Godius Prime beats Rivruskende. Dolmont 2.0 over Hikikomori. And Apuchi beats Skynen. You've got 10 left, unbeaten. Jagras Slayer against Dolmont. B-Man against Mega Space Player. Nokpobka against a mathematical genius Simo. Godius Prime against Whooped. But we will be casting Yeezes v Apuchi. The Magician says, I am completely lost with this patch. Raiden. Just build Raiden right now. Yeah, I think a lot of people are. A lot of builds that used to work have been pretty hard countered by the Raiden. And there are... Okay, so... Right, so Mega Space Player just won a game against Raiden Spam. Our first round match for... first round match that we cast was... Yeah, Big Nuke goes hard. The first round match we won, or we cast, was also Mega Space Player. No, it was, excuse me, was Sparty against C. Molly. So Sparty had an answer to it. So a whole bunch of options that are really strong there. We're gonna run our ads. We'll be right back with Apuchi v. Yeezes, and I'll put up the channel point predictions. Of course, if you are in tournament and hearing me, please don't forget to ready up and given the option. I really hope that's not what happens to T-Man. It was a conscious disconnect. Mega Space Player against B-Man. Good luck. Go get him. You're on a roll, man. You've got this. Whooped v. Godius Prime. Nocpubka versus Mathematical Genius. Jagras Slayer versus Dolmont. We will be in Apuchi versus Yeezes. Come on your way. Oh no. Nico Angel says, oh no, I get to play Doxin again. Please send help. Thoughts and prayers, Nico. Thoughts and prayers. You know, this screen should have the wagering button so that you can blind wager before you've even seen. He destroyed you in round 2. Okay, Doxin, very, very good. You are unlikely to you're unlikely to throw something at him that he doesn't have an answer to, because he has played so many different angles. So find a spot and just settle in, play your game best you can do. Save the replays and study what he does afterwards. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. Channel point predictions are up. We have Apuchi versus Yeezes. And Apuchi currently about 5-1 favorite in the betting. Wait, Doxin didn't ready up? Oh no, Dox. What's going on, big dog? Doxin handing Nico a W. All right. Welcome to round 4 of Weekend Tournament America's number 87, the Raiden Festival. We are actually enjoying watching Raidens lose, as we see different versions of countering them. Whooped answering them with Masked Scorpions and Marksman. We've seen Apuchi run them to victory. We've seen Godslayer almost get some sledges all the way to a W against V-Man underneath them. But, and we've seen, let's see, we saw Sparty beat C. Mully with the forts from Standard. Near side, Apuchi is a Amplify specialist who's gone with the small amplifying core on the Storms early against a giant specialist with Sabretooth. So you gotta figure Apuchi is looking at Yeezes and saying, okay, giant specialist, you're probably gonna run the you're probably gonna be able to slap out the Thunder God early. Runs his things from deep so they don't get killed by the arc lights. Yeezes adds a pair of crawlers, one in front, one behind, but also doesn't put one up, because he doesn't have the 20 meters from the front line available. Doesn't put one up front, so the Storm is going to get a decent early lock onto one of those, one of the key units. In fact, one Storm splits off to the left to tackle the arc light. while 2 are targeting the critical unit up the middle. But, uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Scooby, we got problems. Yeah, Storm goes down in a single shot to a Sabertooth, and Saber's going to win the front. Abuchi, of course, is split, so he was pretty evenly divided, didn't pick a side, and has Storms hitting tower, turning around, handled the crawlers. There's no tower debuff, but it is a smart amplifying core Stormcaller, and those are able to burn through 3 storms, surviving, burn through the Sabertooth. And one of them can level if he wants it. There's also intensive training. There's also an improved firepower control system. I think those 3 would be the options I would consider. I love shield airdrop. I'm not sure that I would take it against these 2. And extended range Vulcan has fallen by the wayside. Apuchi skipping all of that to be able to start funding the potential answers to a Raiden, if that's what you're expecting, or being able to level this guy. Yeezus took the intensive training for Apuchi, still building the chaff board, adds 1 Fang in front of the left side command center, so we're not going to have that situation where the storms are distracted by or unprotected from the sabers. And adds a chaff clear arclight over here. That chaff clear arclight is going to handle the shallow flank crawler. Yeezus is put down. It's a... where did that one go? I think that one's just the new one behind tower. Levels over here, and levels the far side tower. Apuchi went ahead and took the level on that far side Stormcaller. Gold damage dealer deserves promotion in Apuchi's world, and no, might as well. That will help it burn through a level 2 tower. It's only got 23,000 hit points. We do almost do 1,900 per shot. We've got 16 missiles. I think the math works out there. Level 2 storm beats level 2 tower, right? These storms have been very distracted, but they're fine. Oh, they're not figuring it out. Never mind. They've landed a couple of shots on the sabers, but they've been very distracted. These are like ADHD Stormcallers. We've seen drunk Stormcaller pilots. These are just the ADHD Stormcaller pilots. Yeah, intensive training is expensive and very, very valuable, exactly as you said, Sparrow. But those leveled storms, Apuchi gives the promotion to the gold damage dealer. They survive. They are gold damage dealer again. They're halfway to another level. Holy smokes. Round 3, unit reinforcement drop. You've got a Scorpion, a Sandworm, a Melting Point all offered, or a pair of Fire Badgers. Now, Apuchi does not have Chaff Clear, aside from 1 Arclight, so there is a possibility he spells out of that Arclight and takes the Fire Badgers. You could see that. He's going to think about it. Yeah, I like that choice for him. He took the Fire Badger. Now, he says, oh no. We have seen... Wait. He sold one of the Fire Badgers and goes for the flank Fire Badger. So he's not committing to Fire Badger. He's kind of committing out of them to fund a Raiden with an Amp Core. For Yeezus, it'll be takes the Sandworm drop, uses Giant Specialist to unlock the Raiden, drops the pair of them together, funding that by selling out of the Sabertooth. So we've seen Sandworm Wasp aggro, now we've seen Sandworm Phantom Ray aggro, now you've got Sandworm Raiden aggro. But remember how I said at the start of this cast, I said I thought Apuchi was one of the favorites to win this tournament, and I said the reason why is the chaff boards he builds. Look at the quality of Fang he's got down. We know Fang is a good answer to Raiden. I think he's got the chaff board to win this. And if he just holds steady to a, I will keep building some fangs, I will shield the fangs. As I keep going, I will build, each round I'll build one Raiden, one fang, take a Raiden tech or a fang tech. I think he's got the build to win this. That far side tower remains level 2. The storms will eventually take it down. Do they do so in time? That's pretty good timing because the Raiden deletes the Raiden head-to-head. So Pucci wins the Thunder God face-off. If we wind up with 3 surviving storms again, I'm going to laugh. No. Worm eat. Worm eat storms. No storms survive. Thunder God eat worm. There we go. I meant to go all in here, but no, not on those odds. Jesus takes the heavy armor. I presume that is going on the worm. Interesting that he didn't go for super heavy armor. Besides, the 80% for 50 is better than 150% for twice that. Well, it costs 100, right? 80% for 100 versus 150% for 250. Anyways. Zap. Worm not eat. Zappy no good. Worm not eat that. Like a dog learning not to bite bees. Come to think of it, I've had dogs that never learned not to bite bees. So. You do. Jesus has done the same thing we just did. I haven't run this yet, but I changed the bar before this tournament to include AA and Strike on Worm as a possible Raiden counter. I am interesting to see this. I'm very interested to see this. Will EMP hit the worm? No. The worm should be underground by the time the EMP arrives. EMP, all your spells arrive on about the 5th second of the match. So they start coming in a little bit before that, but the animation takes a moment for them to land. And so that worm was underground before the EMP hit. But we've got second Raiden. Nope, does not get the job done there. So Raiden Worm win this one. Raiden with range for Pucci. For Yeezes is able to get the job done. Raiden Worm, folks. 3,600 for Apucci, 3,750 for Yeezes. Raiden's turning speed is painful, and I kind of love that. I think that might actually be the solution. I did suggest this to Stoney earlier, but that perhaps making its arc of fire just really narrow and relying on the turning radius to be the limiting factor might actually be the fun way to play this, because then it plays great into a standard v standard board from distance, but becomes problematic if you can surround it, hit it from different sides, use mobile beacons to distract. Apucci is steadily selling out of the Stormcallers and now has all the Imp Cores available. So he used the Imp Cores on the Stormcallers and to great effect tempo-wise to kind of blunt Yeeze's round 1 and round 2, well, round 1, 2, 3 attacks. And by round 5, he's completely out of the Stormcallers into Amp-Cored Raidens, and really planning to use those, having the advantage in the air. I think his plan is to use that to effect. The Raiden and Worm are getting mobile beaconed to the far side tower to try and dodge the jab, but the jab is coming at the top Raiden, not the secondary one. Apucci has been leaving that Fire Badger out there all game. Finally been countered by the Sabertooth out there, so forcing a deploy for that back line really helped, because now it's 2 Rydens to 1. And of course, remember, Apucci still hasn't shielded these Fangs. There's a nice Fang build happening here that really will win the Raiden v Raiden. This is why I think Apucci is the favorite to win a 9th tournament title today. I do also think Mustang Raiden is going to be a popular build at some point. Using the Mustangs for the Fang chaff clear. Ion Beam up. When you're in a line like this, that's a bit painful. But Apucci is separated widely so that he can't get easily orbital javelined or ion beamed. So nicely split apart. The ion beam really is going to be, I think, better against Yeezes, but of course the sandworm should be under the ground by then. Ooh, that's bold. Skipped the ion beam to take the Rhino drop, using the Rhino as an orbital javelin to crush the Saber, so that the Fire Badgers pull and kill the Crawlers for one more round rather than selling out of them. And that gives him better tech for Apucci, the madman did the math. Says ionization only costs you 1 shot. If you're wrong, and has gone for ionization ranged Raiden to work through this sandworm. Of course, ionization decreases your attack by 70%, but does 40% of the target's current hit points to the target. So, big change in the way that his Raidens are going to perform compared to Yeez's. Is that how you pronounce that? Yeez's? I'm confused. 4 Raidens to 3 with ionization, and you can see how much damage they do to that worm. They bring it way down, but then they have trouble finishing it, understandably. And similarly, they're going to bring these Raidens way down, but lose the round right now. They are lower in level. I kind of wonder if Apucci's math included the 25% from the small Amphor when he did that. I mean, it shouldn't matter, right? But did that change a breakpoint or something for him? Now, Apucci can run the standard forts we've seen. There's also Overlord. I really do want to know if Photon works against ionization. That is something I need to check. Yeezys takes the Wraith. Apucci takes the Overlord. Apucci puts the Overlord on the line for the far side tower. Unprotected. Handles the possible missile with a Crawler. I'm going for your unprotected tower. Let's go. One more. 2 more. Raidens for Apucci. No new tech for them. He doesn't have the funding for that, I don't think. He has now sold out of that Fire Badger. Fire Badger did its work last round, but far too slow to get that far side tower. Look at Apuchi's chaff board. If this comes down to Raiden v Raiden, when he clicks shield, this game is just over. And I think you kind of get the sense that Yeezus understands that. He's built more arc light. He's ranged the arc lights. And the arc lights actually survive a Raiden shot, the first Raiden shot right now. That big hit point worm does eventually go down. But so do all the Raiden. They've left. What remains of the Raiden Air Force is on few hit points. Even the Saber's on few hit points. But ionization is leaving things one kill away from dead. So Apuchi said at worst it costs you that one shot. Right now that one shot is hurting. Quick cooldown on offer. Obviously if you've got intensive training, quick cooldown seems like a no-brainer. Apuchi's using it to bring back the Jav. So is Yeezus, and both of them are going to get some value out of that with the Ion Blast. Ion Orbital Jab this round, Ion Beam, the EMP, Electromagnetic Impact showing up. All sorts of cool stuff, and intensive will be every round now. But Apuchi sells out of the Overlord. Has all the monies in the world available for like chain and fork. Yes, ever decreasing percentage damage never equals 0. It's the that age-old Zeno's paradox, right? Now we have chain. So we'll deal 30% of 40%. Wait, 30% of 30%. We're going to deal 9% of our attack as damage. But ionization is impacted, does pass through the chain, hit the secondary target as well. Apuchi's orbital jab is aimed at the 78,000 hit point Wraith with healing, so it might actually heal through it if you don't get a target on it. Still no shield on the Fangs. Worries me. Apuchi playing it very dangerous right now, but he needed the chain. He felt he needed the shield, the levels in the chain, and that is panning out so far. He's through all of the worst elements of the Raiden Air Force, and is now going to be slowly doing 40% of the health of this healing thing. If he hadn't gotten a tower debuff, that thing might never have died. So, it's close. 8 rounds in. 15-14, 15-38. This should be the last round, right? This has got to be the last round. Now I'm wishing I had bet on Apuchi, because I think the secret I know that the average bettor does not is that he's going to click Portable Shield on the Fangs. Right now. I mean, first he has to decide what unit he wants, but right now. Wait. No, he's going to light the ground on fire. With double Vulcan. Right? The ground will burn. Apuchi, you are not listening to the cues. He's going to push shield on the Fangs right now and win this game. No. Amarok, you don't know me. You don't know me. You can't tell me what to do. There we go. That is going to win the game for Apuchi. This is why I think he wins this tournament outright. He's been building that Fang board all game long. He's had the patience before hitting the button until he knew Yeezus was in knockout range. It's not going to be time to respond to it. He's got Yes, the ion beam comes down. It's fine. I'm going to be lighting the ground on fire. I'm going to be chaining from many detect Raiden to the next detect Raiden. Ground on fire. Fangs out in front. You don't tech range on the Fangs. You want them out in front of your Raidens so that they are taking those first shots. Once you get through the Wraith, you're in good shape. Raidens go down. On Yeezus' board, the Fangs carry the day. Poochie, your winner in this one. Only complaint I have is on the... Just get the comedic timing right. When I'm clicking the Fang. Come on. Gotta have my back, man. So Poochie wins in round 4 of this tournament. He'll be through to round 5. We're either going to have 6 or 7 rounds, depending on how the spoiler matches go. Spoiler matches will start in round 5, since we should have 5 unbeaten at this point. Those 5 are going to be... Oh man, Nokpobka doesn't ready up either. So, the 5 unbeaten. B-Man does end Mega Space Heroes' dream run. So he's through. Whooped beats Godius Prime. Poochie over Yeezus. Mathematical Genius Cyrno beats Nokpobka by failure to ready up. And Jagras Slayer upsets Dolmont 2.0. So you've got 5 unbeatens. Mega Space Hero, you are in the spoiler role facing Whooped. So bounce back big against Whooped, and you can make this a 6-round tournament. If Whooped wins, we're still on track for a 7-round tournament. We will also have the Mathematical Genius Cyrno against Jagras Slayer. We've got B-Man against Poochie. Out of the 5 unbeatens, that feels like it's the tourney final to me. So I think we might stick with that one. We would switch to... we would switch if Whooped were facing anybody else, I think, so that we don't do the back-to-backs. But B-Man against Poochie will be our next match. We'll be right back. I need a drink of water really quick. But our round 5 match will be B-Man in blue and Poochie in red. Somebody remind me to bet on Poochie right as the match starts. Good luck, Whooped. Good luck, Mega Space Player. Good luck to everybody left. So Poochie and Whooped are the 501 chances here. Otherwise, if both of those lose this round, then we are going to see a 201 champion in the Americas. Channel point prediction is up. For those of you that do those, right, welcome back to those of you that see ads. Appreciate you guys. We've got 5 unbeatens left. Whooped is kicking some butt. He is in the number 1 seed, facing up against Mega Space Player, or Mega Space Hero XH. as they are currently known. We've got Jagras Slayer facing Mathematical Genius Cyrno on the other side of the bracket. We're going to stick with Apucci, who is currently a 2.5 to 1 favorite, paying 1.67 to 1 in the Rocks wagering here. How has the one MMR player done? We will go check that. We will go check that after this, but we have not checked in on that so far, Llama Prob. We will actually probably go watch them play a match if we can download their replay. Welcome to round 5 of Weekend Tournament America's number 87, the Raiden Festival. We've seen Apucci win in Raiden Mirrors twice. He is facing B-Man. B-Man seems to be favoring Farseers. He's taken Farseer Specialist when offered. Every time we've seen. B-Man will be near side blue with crawlers and sledges to start. Farseer arriving on round 5. Apucci takes the Typhoon Specialist rather than the... Oops, we want to do this one. Takes Typhoon Specialist rather than Aerial Specialist, which is an interesting observation, I think. Interesting choice. B-Man sees the steel ball start, expects aggro, and so he goes vertical sledges between towers and a crawler in the middle. Adds some arc lights for chaff clear. Arc lights will be behind the steel balls. Or sorry, behind the sledgehammers. Long day. We started casting about, 9 hours ago? With the Rust and the Furious 2v2 tournament. Congratulations to Forgotten Arbiter and Sacco, winners of that one. Apucci takes the crawlers, puts them right behind the steel balls. So he's got what I love, the classic steel ball crawler with the Typhoon Specialist that guarantee the Typhoons behind it. Question is it just bait? Are we jumping out of that and into Raiden because it is the overpowered unit at the moment? Or are we sticking with the Typhoon at this juncture? I have won a Typhoon carry versus Raiden carry at the 1600 MMR level, so it is doable. But let's just be honest, it was heavily helped by the item drops. Round 2 units offered. B-Man has taken the free Phoenix. They're all free. Saber, Phoenix, Rhino, or Fire Badger. Apucci also takes the Phoenix, puts that outside the steel walls, so it will be have the angle here if he does the kind of pulls that will create angles. And we've seen a whole lot of things. What we hadn't been seeing so far is Fangs on the line. So Apucci, Fangs on the line, they're going to serve two purposes. One, you missile them out, which you might do, right? If you missile them out, he can block the missiles with portable shields. And of course, he's converting already sold out of one of the steel balls. So he is financing and converting from steel ball aggro into potential Typhoon Raiden. So I'm imagining that's going to be Typhoon and Arclight as the chaff clear, with the Phoenix and the steel balls probably sold to fund more techs and such for the Typhoons and the Raidens. We shall see. But the Fangs, really interesting choice where a lot of players committing to the aggro would have thrown down crawlers on the line. He gets subsidized steel ball if he wanted to commit to it. I've seen him play improved Wraith to great effect against Overlords, but here sells out of the second steel ball, puts the Typhoon out on the corner, So first Typhoon is in the safest place on my line, attacking that tower from outside. And again, he's going to be able to use a corner pull, potentially just open that up for a mobile beacon. Immediately funds and unlocking and buying a Raiden, unlocking for 200, and just goes straight to 2 of them. It's round 3, and Apucci has 2 Raidens on the board. Backing up the Typhoon with some fangs in front of them. B-Man has 1 fang on the board, the Farseer, Phoenix, and Phoenix in defense. So, B-Man is winning the the center of the board, and Apucci winning the flank attack behind the Typhoon and the second Raiden. And eventually, this comes down to 1 Raiden, 1 Typhoon after all the tower debuffs. B-Man, I think, would be able to level that tower to buy a bunch of time. If he does it now, if he waits a while, it's not really worth as much. The shield airdrop offered can be very helpful to the defender as well. Apucci is sold out of the steel balls, so a little bit less of a threat to break that. But B-Man skips it. Apucci goes for the ancestral shield. This one should survive the entire game, just preventing some early connects out there. Adds the crawlers so that you can't just drop a missile onto the Typhoon. Kind of changes up where he's thinking about the ancestral shield piece. We've got a welcome in to Fab4. Fab4 200. Congratulations on reaching Twitch affiliate, sir. Ran a 24-hour stream to celebrate that. So congratulations, man. B-Man adding the melter. So it is a melter, a very hodgepodge board. A melter, a Farseer, and 2 Phoenix to defend against the Raiden aggro. We're down to Melter V Raiden. Melter healing through it all gets the round win for B-Man. So 2,800 hit points for B-Man. Puts you at 3,500. Wasps offered it to Apucci. I think you take that to shield, and you've got the aerial. You've got the aerial screening for B-Man, Wasps as an AA. So he's got range AA and shield on the bar. Jump drive not going to be quite as useful. Not in this match anyways. I have been considering, and am currently running EMP instead of jump drive. If I'm going to be committed to the Wasps as an answer to Raiden, and I can get them in range, maybe they can EMP them. It hasn't worked yet, but it's a theory. So how was B-Man's Melter healing? Of course, he had teched energy absorption on it rather than range right off the rip. And Apucci is not, we've seen this before, is not running, wait, isn't running Fork. He's running Ion and EMP. So he just takes EMP to shut off the healing. So the Melter will no longer be absorbing. Will be ranged EMP first for the Raiden. So you might have thought that with the Typhoon on the board, Apuchi would have the advantage in Wasp v Wasp combat, but B-Man arranged the Wasps. That has ensured he won the Wasp combat. Also, the Farseer doing a lot of work. So B-Man on 2,800 hit points, Apuchi down to 1,783. Is he getting tempoed out of this? Is that what's happening? Efficient Giant Manufacturing, Incendiary, Vulcan's Descent all offered, along with Extended Range Phantom Ray. Since neither player is in Phantom Ray, I don't see that one coming on the board. Apuchi will drop Flames. Flames around the corner here. Try to slow down some of the chaff arrival, and that would put the Wasps out in front where the Typhoon gets some work done. He's also gone to AA spec on the Typhoons, picks up a second one. And are you selling out of the Wasps? Yes, he's selling out of the Wasps. So kind of hoping to bait, well, possibly one, thinking I don't want to be in two things that would be good if B-Man clicks aerial spec. B-Man leveling those Wasps. Still has 250. That is not going to fund aerial spec this turn. Apuchi almost blocks that shield, or blocks that fire with the shield. And has one more Raiden. So it's new Raiden, new Typhoon, and the tech on the Typhoons as well. This round, with the fire destroying the late chaff and AA tech on the Typhoon helping against the Wasps, Apuchi winning through to that tower. Now that tower is level 2, and he's having to work on it during tower debuff. Doesn't get it done. Apuchi, during the tower debuff on the far side, loses the last couple of units that were attacking the tower on the near side. B-Man at 2,800, Apuchi down to 1,152. B-Man skips all of this, doesn't want improved fort, doesn't want improved sandworm. Sticky oil and nano repair were possible. He's gone for it again. The War Factory. This one is a photon coating War Factory, which is immune to electromag, ignite, acid, and degen, so it will be immune to the EMP right away. It's also armored, so that is essentially going to ensure that the Typhoons insta-lock it and are stuck on it for indefinitely, while the Raidens do their work. But this is why Apuchi is running ionization. He doesn't know he needs it yet. He hasn't seen the War Factory. We know B-Man has been running War Factory as his answer to the Raiden. We saw him do it against Godslayer. It didn't work then, and he sold out of the level 2 War Factory, jumped it over to the other side. So he lost the first round he played it, but then jumped it over to the other side and kind of baited a melter response over here. Factory pretty buff, but with Chain, even though we are hitting the factory, we're also jumping 3 shots out to the next unit in line. Of course, the factory is tanking all day and a half. There are about 1,300 left in units that are not the factory, so Apuchi in a lot of trouble. Even if the factory goes down right now, the factory is not going down. A Poochie is going down. B-Man beats a Poochie in the 5th round of this tournament. So, big War Factory on the line, gets the job done. He leaves that space. He pulled it off against Godslayer. He pulls it off against a Poochie. Hey. Great match. Well played, B-Man. Has an answer, so we've been talking. What are the ways to stop Raiden? Here is a new one. Here's a third one, right? You've got forts from Standard, with backed up by AA Marksman. You've got the mass-produced Scorpions with a line of marksmen behind, and we've got this War Factory on the line with some Phoenix. Phoenix and Wasps have the range to hang further behind than your chaff, as long as you have a good chaff board. And now, B-Man is winning this in part on chaff, right? It's, it is Crawler, Crawler, Fang, Crawler, Fang, 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 Crawler. I think there's another Crawler in this corner. Yep. So a lot of chaff to kind of ensure that even the chain doesn't jump to the key units that are ranged and sitting a lot further back. So really nicely done. And Fab Four says, man, that's hilarious. In my nap, I just had a dream that B-Man won. So, congrats to those of you that supported B-Man, paying out 2.5 to 1. Let us not mention those who supported a Poochie like I did. Rip. Whooped, did you get the W's? Oh, we're back down to 1 insight. Yay. Whooped did get the W against Mega Space Hero. So Whooped is your last hope for a 501 champion to the Americas tournament. Jagras Slayer beats Mathematical Genius Simro. And B-Man beats Apuchi. So those are your top 3. And Whooped will have to beat another spoiler to ensure a 7th round of this tournament. I'm going to jump into Godius Prime against Skynet. No, they lose 70% of their normal hit points, or normal damage, but their normal damage is already pretty high, so they still do real damage to, well, we have joined an elite hacker fest, apparently. Well, sure, somebody is napalming the ground, therefore there will be no chaff between us. Therefore, hacker is a pretty good choice. Makes sense. Is this the round for Godius Prime? He's came 4th in Europe today. Very nicely done. Skynen takes the elite hacker. Hasn't bought them yet. Of course, they cost 400 apiece. It's really tough to bring out 2 of them with techs. Godius Prime has managed to bring out 3 of them with techs. We have no prediction tickets, guys. We are having a hackathon. In the hackathon, having 3 hackers with range is better than having 1 hacker with range. And Godius Prime is hacking his way to a 4th hacker. Here we go. Hack your way to victory, ladies and gentlemen. I have unironically been wondering if hacker is a good answer to Raiden right now. Of course, hacker can't hack air, but can certainly distract the ground targeting and get it turning. The turning is what would be so valuable about it. Lightning Storm for Skynen, that could be the finish. Godius Prime gets one as well. is this would be the time to take barrier on your hacker. It's definitely the time to take shield on your fangs. It's kind of clearly playing around the possibility of many Raidens. He's got his shielded fangs. What a fourth hacker to provide shields for this Mustang, and it's 4 hackers with shields. Those are 60,000 hit point barriers on those hackers that should survive the lightning storm. It would take like 30 lightning hits to hit it. I don't know if Godius Prime knows this, but things splash from shield to shield, so you don't actually want additional shield bubbles. I don't think you'll see when lightning starts landing. I think you'll see lightning hitting, both shield bubbles here. Yeah, so the first blast hit both this and this. So it's doing what I thought it does. It does hit multiples. You don't get bonus shielding out of having overlapping shields. It's almost contraindicated to have overlapping shields. Still, it is a devastating orbital lightning storm for Godius Prime. He's through to that tower really quickly. He's still got all 4 shields up on the hackers. He's going to lose this shield bubble, but the other 3 are in pretty good shape, I think. Yeah, they're all at about 25% or more, and that should be a round win for Godius Prime, hacking his way to victory over here. It's true. It's a no Raiden game. We're out of the unbeaten players, though, so We're looking at players with 1 loss. Players who are still willing to play something other than Raiden. Kept the shield. He did keep the 1 shield. Or kept both those shields, it's true. But they weren't doing quite what he thought they'd do, I think. We shall see. We know what B-Man would take. You don't want to take War Factory into hackers. You could certainly take Wasp into hackers. That's probably a choice. Overlord on top of hackers is a very good choice, I think. Be surprised if Sign-In doesn't think about that one. 2 of the new Overlords for 150? Let's go. Wait, unless you don't have space for them. He took the War Factory, sells the War Factory just to have the 2600. Thinks this is the last round. I mean, it's 520 to 520. It's probably the last round. Godius Prime with the Incendiary backup. Just going to put that on this far side of the board. Could even just go for the Fire and Oil to just create a Thou Shalt Not Pass over here. Skynet has caught up in the hacker race. We'll have 4 with shield bubbles, so equal on techs, equal with 4 of them. Can afford a whole bunch more stuff, including more tech on it if he wants. He's got 1,300 left to spend. Godius Prime has not even leveled his, so he has hacker advantages, but is losing them now. On the other hand, there will be HE Wasps on Godius Prime's board. There's not a great answer for that. On the opposite side, there's lots more fire in the middle. There's still lots of Fang on the ground. Now, I love in a hacker v hacker, having the ability to full heal a unit when you take it over is really huge. Opponent heals that unit, opponent does a whole bunch of damage to that unit, hacks it, you hack it back to full health. And you can see that working beautifully for Skynet right now, especially if you watch this Saber. Comes back, if it gets hacked again, comes back to full health, and it just takes so much longer for opponent to hack the same unit. Having that tech enabled, having enhanced control on the bar, and being willing to take it, Skynin took and sold out of a unit, and Godius Prime bought into, took it and teched into a second unit, and that was the difference, selling out to be able to fund more and better, well, in this case, double teching to have better hacker, and buying 3 of them wins that game for Skynin. Godius Prime, your 4th place finisher in Europe, knocked out of contention for a top 4 finish here by virtue of a second loss. Right. We have 3 left. We'll have Whooped versus Mathematical Genius Cyrno. B-Man versus Jagras Slayer will be in the B-Man versus Jagras Slayer match on the ground that if Whooped loses, it becomes the title match. If Whooped wins, he faces a 7th and deciding round of this tournament. We'll be right back with our B-Man versus Jagras Slayer after this ad. Godius Prime's comment on that last match. It was lost from the start. I unlocked Melter to a misclick on round 1. Oh, brother. Oh, that hurts. Of course, misclicks in the game are a issue, and that is partly due to the architecture the game's built on. Built on Unity and C# framework. The C# framework does garbage collection, and that garbage collection can, if garbage collection happens, and you clicked here, right? So if I clicked, let's say the 0 is a button, I click there and then mouse over and let go. If garbage collection was happening, the game detects the mouse position as over here when it finishes, and that has nothing to do with your mouse. Like, you could have the greatest mouse or the worst mouse. If the game is garbage collecting during in that moment that you're doing it, and you've clicked and moved away, which you do because you've got high APM, right? We've all played games that forced us to have reaction times. You can wind up off of it. If you wait until you've heard the sound, then you know that you've got it and you move off of it. But it's hard to kind of train yourself to do that, to make sure the clicks happen. And yeah, it is maddening when it happens. I do wish that they would manually trigger garbage collection at appropriate times. Welcome to round 6. Either our semifinal or our final of this match, depending on how Whooped does in his game against Mathematical Genius Cyrno. Mathematical Genius Cyrno is in the spoiler role. Whooped, the number 1 seed, trying to march to victory for the 501. The 2 remaining 201 players, Asia players, Jagras Slayer, came 22nd in Asia this morning. For him, that is yesterday, Saturday. He'll be playing from Sunday. And B-Man came 36th in that same tournament. So both of them doing far better here. Jagras Slayer, near side, a missile specialist with Arclight and Sabretooth. B-Man on the far side, supply specialist with Sledge and Marks. B-Man starting out standard. Jagras Slayer looking the more aggressive positioning. And they're both taking crawlers. Oh, we don't have prediction tickets anymore. All right. Battle has engaged. The chaff clear slightly better for Jagras Slayer. And that gets these big sabers in on the sledges. On the side where B-Man has 2 marksmen, he is able to whittle that thing down. In fact, he's going to get it on the side where he has only 1 as well. And B-Man, the defense holds. 1 sledge on each side. He had that positioned perfectly. Two marksmen on the two Arclight side. Jagras Slayer, oh my goodness. Would you like a missile every round or 3 missiles all game long? Your choice. 3 missiles every 3rd round is a possibility here. B-Man ignores the possibility. He knows you're missile specialist and that a missile was up, and basically just ignores that and puts down the storms. Now, he will be making a concession to the positioning in that the storms are outside tower. He might have wanted them between, but not going to chance throwing it into the missile specialist. You don't want clumps of units. That's partly why the marksmen are not together. We've seen B-Man put marksmen together over a tower. My experience of the missile specialist, I find it to be very powerful if the opponent doesn't shield against it, and kind of underpowered if opponent doesn't have good shield break and shields against it. So, for example, a tarantula or sledge start, the missile specialist can actually backfire a bit by encouraging opponent to just take some chaff and shields on round 2, and then you wind up with those ancestral shields, survive all the way to round 4 and get tremendous value. This round, of course, the sledges are damaged, but a lot of the sledge killing is happening from sabers, which we're one-shotting them anyways. So, on the left side, the storm and damaged sledges win. On the right side, where there were some extra crawlers and extra arclights to kind of add some finishing touches to the sledges. And that goes Jagras Slayer's way. He's going to get all the way through. And you can see the difference if you compare the way those Stormcaller volleys went for B-Man versus the way that the small Amp Core volleys went for Apuchi in a previous game. Really worked out that those small Amp Cores on Stormcallers make a big difference against a Sabertooth. Round 2, you've got Melting Point, Phantom Ray, a Mustang, or Phoenix. Paying 100 because you're unlocking a giant. Still fantastic. I do wish that these at least cost you the unlock value. It seems silly that the unlock value doesn't count. That you get, like, let's just go ahead. We're giving 400 in value on round 2, but you're going to pay the unlock cost of the unit, whatever that is. So. For B-Man, the ad is Mustangs. So he's in a Mustang marksman comp that actually should be halfway decent against a Raiden. Jagras Slayer is taking the free Phoenix, also halfway decent against a Raiden. But now B-Man can afford some shields. Puts the shield on top of the level 2 Storm, much the same way that Apuchi did. He goes ahead and levels the gold damage dealing Stormcaller that finished off Sabers and was facing Sabers even at the end of the round. And Jagras Slayer is putting the missile on the other side, which is not the shielded side. You win some, you lose some. Looks very similar to last round, where the missile strike lands and the level 2 saber winning all the way through to tower. But B-Man has those leveled storms on the other side, and they'll be fighting not from within the shield. Has enough Mustangs left on that side as well. Between them, Mustangs, sledges, yes, tears from Jagras Slayer, as B-Man wins round 3. 3089 for Jagras Slayer, 3600 for B-Man, almost 3700. Additional deployment slots so powerful early in a game. You basically use that to fund the mass recruit that you might have done to just be slapping down a chaff every round. E-Man takes efficient tech research, which would be a sign that he's planning to buy a bunch of techs this game. He does have at least 3 units he's going to want to tech for range, so you know you're going to get your money back by the time you've clicked those 3 range buttons. And every tech after that, it's discounted. For Jagras Slayer, a Sabertooth on the outside that will be doing a much better job, I think, of distracting this Stormcaller while this Saber pushes in. And he's also ranged the arcs. Saber in the corner here, in the corner here. And flank crawlers. Pop quiz for you is which board would be vulnerable to Raiden? That being the unit du jour. Of course, if this is your first exposure to the game, the Raiden is a brand new unit. The meta hasn't quite adjusted to understanding what the defense, the correct defenses are, and getting them balanced in the small amount of time and small amount of players that we had available in, on the test branch is pretty difficult. We hadn't had time to get to deciding what the best answers were ourselves on the test branch before the unit released. There was some good speculation about it. But, tough to get a unit perfectly balanced the first time out. And of course, what is correctly balanced when the unit releases might be vastly different from what was correctly balanced once people have learned how to correctly pilot it, what builds it, what builds go well with it, and how to correctly counter it. For Jagras Slayer, he's added the new secondary armament tech on the Sabertooth, so that should be much better chaff clear for the Sabers. Incidentally, it helps with level progression, because you're getting more attacks, getting more damage dealt. So this is kind of like the equivalent of taking Mech Rage for your Sledgehammer. It makes it better chaff clear out of your potential carry unit. What it doesn't do is increase the speed. So Jagras Slayer, cognizant of that, took the advanced power system when offered to get those sabers up to 11 meters per second instead of the default 8 meters per second. So now he's getting some halfway decent speed out of them. B-Man has taken Rhino Assault, dropping that on this relatively unprotected back line. Now, what he doesn't have is a chaff unit up here to kind of pull the Phoenix and Crawlers, so some of those could conceivably turn around. We'll have to see how the round is going. And the unprotected units are the Mustangs in the back corner. Those are the ones the Missile Specialist hits. B-Man hits the Phoenix. He might have been planning for the Rhino to go to that tower, but it does get sucked into fighting some Crawlers. It's going to take far too long fighting those Crawlers, that even if it wins, the battle is going to be mostly decided. Or not. It gets the tower at a pretty opportune time for the left side. The right side had already won for B-Man, but the left side really helped out by getting that tower. And again, B-Man, strong defense, rejects Jagras Slayer's attack, and Jagras Slayer down to 549 hit points. Lots of tears. B-Man very, very strong. A worthy champion if this is the championship match. Of course, we won't know that until we know how Whooped does on the other side of the bracket. And Jagras Slayer's last hope, a level 5 Rhino. B-Man takes the Farseer. Just in case there's a... Oh, no, he's selling the Farseer. but at least he has them unlockable. We know he likes having them available as a unit. Jagras, and he goes to the War Factory for the finish and puts it right in front of the side he was losing, which is also going to be right in front of the Rhino. The Rhino has 96,000 hit points. It does 16,000 damage per punch. So it's going to take it to, what would you say, 15 punches, which will be about 15 seconds to delete the War Factory. The War Factory does, well, 4 shots, but they won't all be targeted at the Rhino. 8,000 DPS, 8,000 damage every 1.8 seconds. So it's also going to be, looks like it'll be 12 shots, and it's going to have probably 2 guns targeting the Rhino, I would imagine, by the end of this. I think the level 1 War Factory with armor wins this. It certainly would if it had rapid reload. And Jagras Slayer adds getting underground, subterranean, to the crawlers. That'll bring these later arriving chaff into the fight earlier. Also helps, keep them alive a little bit longer. There we go. Rhino getting deleted. It would win. If this were just a 1v1, it would have won that fight. But B-Man had enough support behind that also targeted the Rhino. Rhino goes down. War Factory goes down. B-Man wins on the right. B-Man wins on the left. B-Man is the winner of this one. Jagras left in tears after slaying his way to the 6th round of this tournament. Let us find out if B-Man is the champion or if we're going to have a 7th round. How is Whooped doing? We don't know. We don't know yet. War Factory OP. B-Man OP. Alright, Whooped. Trying to create a 7th round of this tournament. Near side, Speed Specialist with mass-produced Scorpion and Marksman and his Mustangs. Going up against a Training Specialist, Supply and Super Supply. Oh my goodness, Mathematical Genius Tiramo has all the economy you could possibly ask for. And, oh, by the way, the Arclights are getting stuck on the forts while the Scorpions were firing at Chaff. That has not gone well for Whooped this round. Looks like it's something that lighting the ground on fire would solve, but high explosive ammo on the Mustangs. Wait a minute. HE Mustangs are going to take forever to kill a armored Wraith with a portable shield. Luckily, there are some level 2 Phoenix to come over and join this fight, because, wait a minute, are they also in trouble? Because basically these Mustangs aren't even tickling that thing. Yeah, the Phoenix are in trouble. This Wraith will level. It has long since leveled. It's going to be here all afternoon. We could run an ad and be back before this Wraith dies. Let's go do that. Whooped has added the Raidens to this board, Raidens with range. Now we know Fort from Standard is pretty strong against the Raiden. And the Ion Beam was devastating on the left side. This round goes to Mathematical Genius Sirmo, whooped down to 1757. But that Wraith was a hero on the previous round. What do you add to this board? Both players have Mustangs, so I think the Wasp and Phantom Ray are kind of out. Whooped doesn't agree. He thinks Phantom Ray is the choice. Oh, actually, right, for the same reason that the Wraith was solid. If we take armor on the Phantom Rays, we're back out into solid defense against the many Mustangs. He's got 1650 to fund more Raidens and techs for them. Techs are going to be chain. 3 more Raidens with chain. Already took blown in range. Would a 2 and EMP have been a better choice? Tough to tell. He'll throw down oil instead. Oil in front of the melter. And we're going to have some chain to the melter. Now, opponent is in loose formation crawler, along with shields on the wasps. Shields on the wasps, of course, will help against the Raiden. And that loose formation crawler is just doing its best to require time to cover. In the middle, it's a level 4 fort. Level 4 fort with 237,000 hit points. That is the beast to kill there. Raiden's doing their best, but the loose formation crawlers behind the forts, that is a strong combo. It is just taking so many shots for the Raidens to get anywhere near done here. And Whooped falters at round 6. Mathematical Genius Sirmo the winner for the 201, giving the title to B-Man. Congratulations, B-Man. Great run, Whooped. And I believe you have a well-deserved second place out of that. Possibly a third, depending on minor points. But another way to beat the Raiden. Now, we did promise you, we are going to go take a look at how the one MMR player did. But here, B-Man, your champion, it looks like Whooped will be runner-up regardless of what happens in that other match, with Apucci third, and a Mathematical Genius Sirmo coming in a deserved fourth after beating Whooped to get into to create this 6-round finish to the tournament. Arctorius also a winner at the end here. So Sparty will come 6th, Arctorius 8th, C-Mully 9th. Great performances from all of you. Rivriskende will be in the top 10, well, 11th maybe. I guess it depends on the minor points on that last match. Eases with the win there. Godius Prime versus Morbidly Obese is the last match standing. We are going to say a congratulations to those of you who picked B-Man over Jagras Slayer. We're running our final ad, presumably our final ad of the stream. We'll be back with the finale, the tournament wrap-up, and then our 4-hour entertainment. We will watch one of the replays from that one MMR player. I also wanted to check the effects. I wanted to go look at the replay of the Apucci and B-Man match to see if there was a way Apucci could have won it on that last round. It might have been a blind ionization into that War Factory. So we'll take a look at that also. So those are both coming up. But Really appreciate you guys keeping me above 70 viewers. We're trying to reach the partner level, and averaging 70 viewers without raids is the way to do it. So kind of need to be at 70, and just in the Mechabellum community, I'm finding about 10 to 11% of the viewership is from raids, or attributed to raids according to Twitch's algorithm. So I need to sit up about 80 viewers to reach the level we're hoping to reach. I'd love to do that in the first 2 months of this season 2. We shall see. We shall see. Tomorrow we'll be streaming again. Kiddo has multiple things going for their day, so they'll be out and about, which means I could stream. I know Fab4 and Toast and Blue Feral are all looking forward to being part of the Classified France 44 team that we will finish the stream with. We'll probably be out on ladder earlier on Sunday. So we'll probably start with some Mechabellum and finish with some Classified France 44. Then we've got a little campaign going. If you're interested in that game, it's turn-based. Bimpy's interested in France too. So if you're interested in that one, it's a turn-based XCOM-like that I'm really enjoying. You guys are getting to see kind of my first playthrough of it. So really enjoying it so far. And we've given viewers and supporters in particular have had characters named after them. Here, Godius Prime beats Morbidly Obese in the final match of this tournament. So we can officially say congratulations to B-Man. Well done. You are the Weekend Tournament 87 champion, the winner of the Raiden Fest. Whooped! A brilliant run to second. Disappointed we didn't get to see the finale between you and B-Man, but I know you are too. But well played, coming to second. Apucci third. Nicely done, as always. Mathematical Genius Sirmo, Jagras Slayer from the 201, fourth and fifth. Sparty, Yeezes, Arctorius, Godius Prime, and C. Mully. A whole bunch of names you should recognize. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. We will show all the way down to about 40th here. So congratulations to those of you possibly having your best tournament. Mega Space Player, that was a heck of a run to a top 20 finish. Deserved. Amazing work. And look at the minor points that guy got. 25 minor points. Minor points are awarded to the player, to you, for the number of wins the players you faced had. So Whooped had a hell of a tough schedule to go 5-1 with 23 minor points. Mega Space Player, you actually had the toughest schedule in this tournament at 25. So nicely done to get top 20 finish with that kind of opposition. 21 through 30 and 31 through 40. Again, congratulations to B-Man. We are going to take a look, because one of the things we wanted to know is, what was it like? What was it like when a player with one MMR went out on the ladder here? Wait a minute. His name was Acid Rain, right? Anybody seeing Acid Rain here? Thank you very much for the follow. Look, a bald guy. Love the name. There he is. Hold on. How does a player with one MMR get 2 victories? Let's find out. I have to go pull Kiddo's dinner real quick. We'll jump into this in a moment. I'll be right back. All right. Llama Prob, where are you? You know this is the match you wanted to see. Acid Rain has taken Marksman Specialist and linked sledges into a steel ball start. Yes, Neuron had steel balls, and Acid Rain decided the answer was to link the sledges. If you don't know, linked sledges are countered by steel balls. So, you get locks on, and you destroy the entire pack, like that, with even one steel ball surviving. So, Acid Rain has avoided 2 deploys and teched a tech that is actively hurting him, while Neuron has the exact right counter. Neuron also took 1 extra steel ball and forewent a deploy for it. So, this is what one MMR play looks like. Neuron definitely in complete control of this board so far. But wait, there's more. They're playing on challenge mode. So, Toast describes low MMR fighting as toddlers with pool noodles, and I'm finding it relatively apt. Now, Neuron takes a look at this flank and says, you know, that is a completely unprotected flank. So is this one. I will put 2 crawlers together, 2 level 2 crawlers together, where a level 1 crawler would have sufficed, and put them together so that they can possibly be missiled out. Okay, let's just hear me out. What if you had put 1 crawler on each side? Or at least have them not so clumped together so that 1 missile would only take out part of, well, 1 pack instead of 2. Okay. But we've also gone for energy absorption. It's also good. We're both throwing down some missiles into the middle. I guess that is going to handle the chaff that kind of gets in the steel ball's way. But Acid Rain is starting to... wait a minute. Acid Rain adds the fang and the chaff to keep the tech off the... to keep the steel balls off the sledgehammer. This deploy is actually solid. And, you know what? The double missiles do a job there. They really did. So he's baited it. Oh my goodness, he's baited a tech on the steel balls. It's not bad. He's baited, and he's won the front so quickly he gets the tower, with Arclight and linked sledges going over to handle the crawlers over here. Now, the tower debuff is a little unfortunate for this deployment. This detachment is going to have some problems. But they are buying time for everybody else. Oh no, they survive long enough with the link. Now, link damage sharing does increase hit points by 120%. It's pretty tough for crawlers to beat linked sledges. Acid Rain, brilliance. Brilliance here. He baited the counter, blows up the counter. Now, what do we have next? Heavy armor, extended range arclight, supply on round 3 for both players. Okay, we know that only comes good for a game that goes long, but this game certainly could go long. We have multi-melt to answer the crawlers, I presume. So multi-melt and the steel balls basically do the same thing, but the Farseer is deployed right in the middle with everything else. We also have a round 3 rapid resupply. Escape Velocity says, please make it stop. It's against the Geneva Conventions to torture people. Hey, wait. Acid Rain, this is actually pretty clever. double wasps, you can take ground specialization, but you're just going to feed XP into a unit that loves experience. And this is not how I would have answered it, but it's pretty effective. If you'd leveled this tower, it would be great. But that's okay. Your opponent has taken a round of 3 lone, so you're going to win this. Unfortunately, the opponent does have some fangs in this multi-melter that are going to work against the wasps for now. Nuran recognizes that the subsidized steel ball, when he already has tech steel balls on the board, is in fact bait. This game is moving away from the steel balls, I think. The wasps have jump drive. We have used it to subtly change their positions so that you run under both of them. Okay, interesting. They'll also be faster. And there's one more of them. Wait a minute. Here is a good play from Acid Rain. Jump drive wasp on the flank. I like it. And crawlers on the flank. Crawlers that go underground so they get there faster. So even though those crawlers are pretty quick here, Acid Rain almost gets it with the speed here. Almost got the speed to get to that tower. Now, Acid Rain is being very polite by not missiling out all of those crawlers. Could just missile them out the rest of the game. And have the jump drive wasp doing work elsewhere on the board. Alright. I'm noticing that Nuran really likes healing his units. Honestly, this is pretty fun. Reminds me of my own first matches, right? Like, we have no idea what's going on when you first come into this. But really, you have no idea what counters what, right? Like, you haven't played enough. So, Nuran with a Mustang takes the 2 level 2 Mustangs. That will help if he places them in the flank corners. No, they don't. Sir, they have good range. You just put them back here so they have time to work on them. Okay, fine. At least put this one. Nope. We're gonna overcommit to this answering this flank, which has the jump drive. You put one here and one here, and you cover both flanks. But wait. Did Bear Lake ever mention tournaments with unit bans? No. Huh? Right. Arclight solid. Solid answer to the crawlers. This kind of overcommitted and out of position. Ground effect wasps. And one of these is leveled. And Nuran is in another lone. Acid Rain does not think about the lone button, and may wind up winning this game because of that. Note also the Mustangs work very well against the Fangs for Acid Rain, and that has allowed the many wasps with ground, plus 200% damage. Let's go, wasps. Those wasps are having a day. You can't heal through this. Wait, you can. Hold on a minute. Stop healing yourself. That's just not fair. Curses. Only we had some way of delivering EMP. But we don't deliver EMP. No. Marksmen have one job, and that job is killing things. Yes, escape velocity's observation is about right. Neuron would be in trouble as soon as Acid Rain figures out about EMP. So. My prediction for Neuron. He likes healing. Okay. It's a coherent strategy, right? I take units that heal, and I take as many of them as I can. Acid Rain does the right thing. He already had jump drive teched. Let me jump off of this overcommitted flank. Jump to the other side. Sure thing. Level that beast. Level that beast. Go do it with a level 2. Let's go. Acid Rain's still refusing to missile out the crawlers. And, thank you for the follow, Gary the Snail. And a Neuron has decided to go triple crawler. But this time, instead of being horizontally deployed and 4 rows deep, which can get missiled out by a single missile, this would require 3 missiles. Well, 4 missiles. Hold on. 2. If you got the exact right position, you could do this in 2 missiles. But most people at this level wouldn't get the right positions. That's okay. We have 1 sledge to go handle these 3 level 2 crawlers. I'm sure it'll be fine. Wait, with a tower debuff, it actually is fine. Wait, there's a marksman handling some chaff clear too over there. Even without their level, these ground effect wasps do get the job done. You can't heal fast enough to get this all taken care of, and the crawlers, that 1 sledge distracted almost all of those crawlers. That 1 sledge was a hero. You will not be forgotten, sir. Neuron down to 2,300 hit points. Elite crawler available. Neuron likes the crawlers. Two more. Okay, this is sensible. They're still way too close. He's not using range at all, right? These things could be way back here where they don't get destroyed. Uh-oh. Crawlers with mech rage and replicate. They will be fast. They will be mean. Of course, they do run into the problem of the shared damage sledges, and this is, I think, fixes the pull from that 1 sledge. I think all of this pulls to this corner now. Well, right. For Acid Rain, not bringing out giants makes sense. He's not bringing anything big out into all these melting things. This time, with the mech rage, crawlers get to the towers fast enough. And during the tower debuff, they get to replicate all over the board. And that'll leave Mustangs and replicating crawlers and all sorts of things to handle the few remaining wasps. But Acid Rain has now baited Neuron into a position where, like, eight missiles ends this game, right? I really think, like, an 8 missile deploy from Acid Rain just wins this game. Poochie, thank you for the raid. Congrats on the top 3 finish. And congrats to B-Man for the title. We are currently finishing out a long day of tourney casting, which I know you have had similarly. We are finishing this out with a little bit of watching the round 1 match between one MMR player, Acid Rain, far side right, with all the world's ground effect wasps, versus the complete healing army, healing and replicating. We have he's got the right techs for carry crawl. He's taken the level 5 crawlers. The rest of his army heals. It can produce crawlers. These guys can degrade into crawlers. He's got a comp here. But yes, this match featured the round 1 linked sledges into a steel ball start. So it's been interesting. Blind missile into those 2 packs, that's brutal. Marksman was a hero, took out the last crawler over there. And the wasps will get the job done. Get both towers. 2 wasps over here understood the mission. You can't heal through this, sir. Right. We have 1,000 hit points left on each side. It's healing sabers to just tank both of these attacks, and it's really nice, right? He just pulls everything into the sabers. They heal. They stay alive as long as they can. This one's got the extra 20% hit points, and oh no, sir! Just space them out at least so that one missile can't. Okay, we're going too deep on these things. How could this possibly lose? Oh no. I don't want to know. Okay, it's shielded. You can't missile it out anymore. We do have healing linked sledges, so you gotta get through 17,000 hit points, but you do 888 damage per bite per crawler. This is like full send to the level 5 crawlers. Why not, right? You've got elite crawler, efficient light manufacturing, and additional deployment. Oh no. Oh no. Sir, your crawlers do not fly. Oh no. That's alright. We've got the Farseer, we've got the melting points, they heal, they shield. They don't die, right? They shouldn't die. All the world's missiles go down and don't do much. Yeah, that flood of replicate crawlers replicating up the middle. It looks like it's all over for Acid Rain. I mean, how do you pull this back? This is devastating. But wait, we've got wasps. We've got Overlord. He knows enough to take ground cannon on the Overlord. That thing's doing some real damage. The wasps are tanking for the Overlord. I mean, this end game, I'd swear we've seen this end game from 2000 MMR players. Maybe not with exactly this set of positioning. And, I'm just gonna say some kind of EMP would have been nice, but he's only gonna do 700 hit. It's not over. Acid Rain gets a chance to. We may be watching a game live cast from the asylum, Ted. You are not wrong. You are not wrong. But we're enjoying ourselves. Does Acid Rain? I mean, there are 3 things that would be pretty good. Yes, he takes the Wraith. I got to play a game against a guy who 4-teched crawlers today. And then I took Wraiths. And I gave them 8 gun in range. 8 guns, Acid Rain. Do it. Brilliance! Oh, this is spot on. Floating artillery array and degen beam. It's exactly what he needed. Exactly what he needed. And he throws down the photon again. Ted, the combined MMR of these 2 players is 92. So Neuron is 91 MMR coming into this. Acid Rain is 1 MMR coming into this. This is what a game without Raiden looks like. It's true. Ages and ages ago. And sure, we're countering the Typhoon. We've got the mass-produced efficient light additional deploy. We've elite recruit. I mean, this is he understands that late game you need some elite recruitment. Level 1s weren't going to cut it. We'll throw down the level 2s. Oh no. Would you guys like the world's greatest value? Wait, no, there's an anti-missile device. AMD. AMD for the win. Yes, it saved that whole pack to die to the Wraith. But still, there's some fundamentally good play under this. Oh. Watching that Wraith tank all of this, holy smokes. That thing's a beast. One of the melters is already down. There's too few Typhoons remaining. There's a tower debuff. Acid Rain wins tournament match. Yeah, Acid Rain just needs some positional work and a bit of... So, Acid Rain has, I think, better understandings of text and was using missiles well all game. Neuron took rapid resupply a couple of times early in the game to terrible effect, but and then doesn't take it on the last round when it was really critical. But Acid Rain, I think there's some good decision making here. Like, this isn't awful, right? And the hug on the melters. We're gonna keep them safe so they don't have to heal, right? By the time you're shooting the healing melters, everything else is dead. Neither player really getting the value of range yet. So you saw some plays like this. These are the counters to flank wasps. Apuchi, I'm pretty sure you didn't know that. But yeah, you just take the Mustangs, you give them AA tech, and you put them right on the line, so you don't need to use any of the range. You don't need to keep them safe at all. Yeah. Yes, put them all the way on the line, exactly. And this is how you flank an unguarded flank when both flanks were unguarded. That was, yeah, directly in your face to let them know that this is your house. Nothing will get between you and me. I'm going to shoot you and nothing but you. Yeah, it's about intimidating them. Well, this was a game. This was a game. And it was the first of Acid Rain's 2 victories in this tournament. So the man went 2-2 before getting dropped out of the rookie group. So congrats to Acid Rain for that. Well done. That rookie group is still ongoing because they got a 7th round. Antagonist and Glacier Frost are the participants in that one, but we wanted to go look. And I don't know if you did this or not. I just wanted to know off of that. I wanted to watch this, and I'm sorry, Apuchi. I know this may be painful, but I just wanted to know if Photon on that War Factory works against ionization or not. And so I thought we would throw that up real quick, just to see what happens if we took over Ibuchi and went line to ionization on that last round. Yeah, just the final turn, right? What did we... I don't even remember this board well enough to... Blind ionization does win the round. Ah. Oh, that hurts. Okay. Well, let's... We'll just skip all of that and take the blind ionization. And then you said 2 more Typhoon. Alright. Range and speed, I would presume. The Typhoons are further over, I would imagine. Keep building the board. No needs to pay the summon. Oh, sorry, not Typhoon. Two more Raiden. Eh. It might work. We'll see. But mostly I wanted to know if ionization works through the photon there. And yeah. Oh, goodness. Oh, it definitely does. So. Yeah. So that just... I think just because he's got so much invested in that, just taking it down does wonders. And then we wind up with AA Typhoon all over the board. That'll handle the Wasps. Leaves the Raidens alive to handle the few survivors. Yeah, Raidens were a better choice than Typhoons, clearly. Of course, these don't have jump the way that don't have... Sorry, that was not a crawler. I still don't want the Typhoon. In what world was I trying to click on the War Factory there? Game. Like, alright, so we run that again. Only ended up with the Nano Raiden living. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I just wanted to see this. I can watch it on your VOD, I guess. But, enjoying thinking it through. And we knew, only because we had cast a B-Man match earlier, we knew that was something he might be thinking. So, but then we saw it 3 times. It seems to be his late game answer right now. It's just go hard on the... So, Nano Repair go where? Outside or mid? Mid gets engaged earlier, right? Gets engaged earlier. Let's put it there. That would be my read. What are we doing? Okay. Oh, range for the steel ball and barrier are the 2 really quick ones. And then third is very dependent, but Mech Rage on the Typhoon is the key that really makes it pop. That handles a lot of the air pieces that you would get. It handles a lot of the chaff pieces, and it keeps the units all moving together. But a lot of times it will actually be crawler, mostly a lot more crawler coming in. And mobile beacon is more important than the third step, in my opinion. Thing goes down quick. Now we do one-shot all of the many. So being down the attack doesn't matter so much. Uh-oh. Yeah, so the nano repair one being in the vulnerable spot did cost it eventually. Okay, there we go. But gets us through with Typhoon and Raiden alive. So it bought. I guess it buys the life of that one Typhoon for just long enough. Outside to Typhoon. Yeah. I mean, subtle differences in positioning and choices of where something is, right? And I actually forgot to throw down the shield airdrop too. So that's without the shield. I'm just hurrying through it. All right, that was the other thing I had wanted to look at. Let us take a look. Let me check in with Kiddo and see if they want company, because we've got 200 viewers. Let's see if Kiddo wants some company. I'll figure out whether I'm ending stream or not in a moment. We might just go back out on ladder. We are currently, for the day, A, tired, but B, we're plus 66 on the day. We're up into the 1600s again. We were on a 5-game winning streak when we ran into tournament start. So we'll be right back and check those out. All right. It looks like we're going to take a good night here. We are going to wind up saying our thank yous. VIP sponsors. Fab4 is the current VIP sponsor for this month. Toast 94 VIP sponsor overall. Blue Feral and Just Nash XYZ, the longest supporters and many gifters. Much appreciated. Ocelotus Gaming, Mr. John Thursday, Salt Monkey is Zach, and Blue Feral have all contributed hardware. So I really appreciate you guys. And Xfire X is Mike Tyson in game. He is the one who gave us the prize pool for the OG Trash Masters tournament. So and has been supporting us for a long time as well. Really appreciate you guys. Mods here tonight, only Zalex. The real star is Kiddo. Kiddo wants to watch Epic the Musical tonight, so I'll be taking a look at that. Wish me luck. Wish me luck, fam. Gotta survive that. But thank you guys very much for being here. I really appreciate all of the support. And we will be looking for, as is tradition, we will be looking for somebody to raid to. Looks like Sparty is up about 18 minutes. So post Tourney Gaming says he's learning how to play with and against Raiden. He had a really great match in round 1 of the tournament. That was him against C. Mully, and Sparty got the W there. So with a pretty solid defense against it. But I'm interested to see if what Poochie's running would counter what Sparty is running. And of course, we also saw Whooped running some things. So the things, by the way, the things that we saw beat Raiden today included Sparty's fort with a fort from standard with AA marksman behind and a good chaff board, of course. We saw Whooped beat them with mass-produced Scorpion and AA marksman. And Godslayer came pretty close with the mech rage sledges just busting right by them, and but went down. There we go. We are going to send you guys on to Sparty Mechabellum. He is just queued up, and see a loading screen. So thank you guys all. I really appreciate the viewers. Good night.